Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing? I'm not going to lie. Yesterday, even though court ended early, I felt so drained. And the only explanation I have is it was listening to Love go on and on and on and on all day. So this morning, we're supposed to have a Rule 22 hearing. I believe you guys had told me in the chat that it's Dear Woke Christian that is applying. So that's probably his application that we're going to see. I think we're going to have a hearing about what went on with Miss Sylvia. And then we're also going to finally hear Love make her argument about what the purpose of her line of questioning was yesterday. Because the judge tried to stop her and was like, "Where are you going with this? What's the point?" And Love was like, can I confirm just for a moment? And then she goes down and sits and is yapping in Hilton's ear. And then the judge suddenly says, something else came up. We're adjourning for the day. So we have a break from Love's questioning for a little bit this morning. Then it's going to be day 3 of Mounk Tounk Direct. We still have Antonio Sledge on the stand, but hopefully that wraps up and we pass him along. Because I'm telling you, I really felt drained yesterday. And on top of it, navigating the news about Rich Homie Quan, who now it's officially been confirmed he has passed away. So that's so sad to hear. And someone made a really good point yesterday that knowing the way the state will poke and prod at the death of somebody while they're talking to a witness or making evidentiary arguments. Rich Homie Kwan's name is going to continue to come up in this trial. And my ears are already peeled. Like, I'm already going to be paying attention to the way the state talks about him when his name comes up. Because I can already picture it. I mean, even when Mounk Tounk was shown the pictures of his brother, and she picked the picture of his brother who passed away, wearing like a red hoodie and a red hat, you could kind of tell that she was trying to, maybe get down a line of questioning about his brother being killed because he's wearing red. What's the inference we should make there? And she didn't really do it in a way that was artful, in a way that actually elicited a worthwhile response or a meaningful line of questioning. It just seemed like she was poking the bear for no reasonable gain to her own argument. And they've done that with witnesses over and over and over and over again. They did it with Woody and Deshawn. Like, the time Hilton said, "Sorry for your loss," and then just rolled through her other question, the entire chat was like, "No, you're not. No, you're not." And I don't know why court isn't in. There is some movement right here in the corner, so it looks like people are filing in. So it does look like we're supposed to start at 8:30, 2 minutes ago. So I do think we'll get there. But yeah, so that's kind of my thoughts on yesterday. I was like, why am I so drained? Why am I so drained? And I'm just gonna call it the love effect. Because I really felt like I was tuning out yesterday, trying to deal with her questions. And Spiritually Imperfect, shout out to Spiritually Imperfect for doing that peanut butter and jelly example. That really was the perfect breakdown of how Love is asking her questions. Oh, did you make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Did you put peanut butter on it? Yes. Did you put jelly on it? Yes. Did you put jelly on the bread on the sandwich? Yes. And then you guys rolled through it with so many other questions on that same line of hypothetical thinking. It was really, really like caffeine, mental caffeine that kept me going through the stream yesterday. So thank you so much to the chat for making it possible to deal with Miss Love. And thank you. We're kicking it off here with Steven Satchel says, "Welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. We are the Rick Brady gang, y'all." Man, someone said, "Kat, I enjoyed today's stream, something, something. Can't wait to watch this with you." And they put like a year, like 2035. And I was like, oh my gosh, this case is going to keep going. But this is how it feels, right? We're spending so much time together, you guys. We joke that we're a gang, but we've been spending hours together. And I couldn't imagine a better chat. All of you guys are going with the peanut butter and jelly questions. I see. Did you tear off the crusts? Did you tear off the edges? Oh my, it even carried over to X. So maybe on lunch I'll pull that off. I'll pull up a window where there was a thread of people continuing the peanut butter and jelly questions. So when we get spiritually imperfect in the chat, shout out to them when they get here, because that was like super fun for everybody. Thank you so much again, Steven Satchel. And then Steph, look at Steph. Steph is sniping one by one. She's gotten 3 of you. 3 of you. So everyone shout out Steph. And Steph held it down yesterday. Shout out to the mods. It got a little bit crazy in here with people trying to figure out exactly what happened with Rich Homie Quan. And I get it, because people, you want answers when stuff like that happens. But I think the chat was moving really fast, and I was so grateful to have, Steph was in here holding it down, Casper, Jason. I see Drea in the chat today. Hope you've been doing well, Drea. I know Drea's been a busy bee hiding in the bushes. But big thank you, Steph, for also holding it down as a mod and for gifting 3 people memberships today. Steven said, hold on. One more. Thank you so much. And then B says, did you wipe your nose after you ate the peanut butter and jelly? Did you wash it down with a drink of milk, get a milk mustache, and then have to wipe it? Like, it could go on and on and on. And the thing is, like, that's really what Love does with her questions. And I don't think, I'm seeing this quickly, I don't think it's just not being streamed because there's still distracting movement. I think it's, it hasn't started yet. And that could just be because one of the defendants isn't present. So, but we'll see. I think Joseph Bapp is also back in the court. He left one of the days early because he started covering the school shooting. And I think he's back in court today. So we'll still be able to get some feedback if something's going on that they're not streaming with the cameras. So we'll toggle over there and see if it doesn't start soon. And then, yeah, that says, hate the fake sorry for your loss, Love and Hilton trifling. Yeah, it's kind of like, just skip it. Don't say it at all. I have a hard time expressing condolences. I can feel really sad and I can like cry when I see somebody else cry, even if I have nothing to do with the reason why they're crying. But sometimes I think the words, it's hard to find the right words to say. Some people, I admire the way people are so good with the way they can, come up with the right thing to say at the right time. In sad moments, that's not my skill set. If I feel like I have to force saying something, I don't feel like I should say it at all. And to watch like Hilton, and when Hilton says something like sorry for your loss, she does that handfold look down, mumbles down. It's like, you don't even want to say it. So why not just keep it moving? So I know what you mean. It's like the thoughts and prayers to show that you're saying thoughts and prayers, which sucks because a lot of people can be thoughtful and do pray for others when something sad's going on. But some people just co-opt it to act like they're concerned so other people on social media can see that they're concerned. And I think what Love and Hilton do, if it doesn't fit a line of questioning, why bother? Sometimes you do need to poke and prod into the death of somebody in a case, right? Asking somebody about a death can be a relevant line of questioning, and you might need to try to get a certain answer about a related death. Maybe a recent death is possible motive why you were doing something. But sometimes the way the state does it, like their questions don't ever go down that road. It's just an up in the air, empty condolences. So just skip it. Thank you so much, Yadat. I agree with you. Leah's dad says, how do you feel about Sledge's testimony given the situation he's in? People say he's talking too much, but isn't he kind of forced to provide some sort of answers because of what he signed? Yep. So, and he does have to be careful because he said that he would testify to these factual acknowledgments. So I think he's being really careful. I mean, we've heard him ask to speak to his lawyer, I want to say 3 times, but I think it was twice. I'm losing my mind. I do think there are times where he could have just given a shorter answer. But I think for just as many times where he might have rabbled on, in a way, or maybe he's saying too much. It's almost like 2 questions later, he's saying something that backs love all the way up. And remember, just because he says something doesn't mean that because it's on the record, that all will weigh equally when all is said and done. The jury gets to decide what they think is credible, what they think the weight of the evidence is. And if they barely remember, and I'm going to give the gas station line of questioning, Love should have stopped as soon as she got him to say, yeah, other people, possibly from other gangs, would not come to that gas station. She got that out of him in a way that was easy for me to make that inference. I believe a juror, multiple jurors could have made that inference. She could have withdrawn and moved on to another topic right then and there. She went on for like 6, 7 more minutes about this gas station line of questioning. And it washed away the little bit of movement she got. So I think every time he said something that was like, oh, that could be going towards gang activity, she would bury it. She would bury it. And then he would give a funnier answer.
Intend to tender, do we need to circle back to the issue from when we broke yesterday?
So the issue when we broke yesterday dealt with my line of question that had to do with a preliminary hearing for Mr. Sledge, and the relevance of that particular one. At the time that we broke, I believe that he was referencing the hearing shortly after his July arrest. We will move on past that particular one because the hearing and the phone call that has pertinent information that I am attempting to elicit testimony regarding happened in November of 2015, so I can address that because the issue will still be there. So the issue is whether or not testimony regarding what happened at the preliminary hearing, whether it was July or November, is relevant. The reason that the testimony regarding what happened at the November hearing is relevant is that in a conversation that Mr. Sledge had on November 19th, 2015, that was served, and that the court said we could not introduce unless he testified inconsistently. Mr. Sledge said specifically, after talking about getting money for a bond, which is not what we want to get into, at 3 minutes and 18 seconds into the phone call, he says, them folks threw Shannon under the bus, man. That in Summer D ain't right either, boy. And the girl said, you're lying. And Sledge says, man, he told on that boy, man. The young person with whom he is speaking says, he said, 2 people wrote a statement on you. She's talking about the detective, I believe. And the girl says, Woody. And Mr. Sledge says, nobody wrote a statement on me. One dude wrote a number. And the girl says, one witness saw you there. He says, he being Mr. Sledge says, it's the number 2 witness, and Woody and Lil D never said nothing about me. They said it about Shannon. That's why they dismissed it. We're not trying to get that part in. The girl says, whoever they came forward October 19th, Sledge says, them folks, he references why it took 9.5 months to come forward, whatever, and the judge, Judge Atkinson, he talks a little about him. We're not getting into that. Mr. Sledge then says the first case got switched, but the body didn't. Basically, he's saying that the judge found no probable cause for him on the murder of Mr. Thomas. The girl references the fact that they've been indicted, that they talk about him being able to dismiss it. The young woman asked, what did they say about Shannon and 30 Deep? 30 Deep, meaning Mr. Garlington. Mr. Sledge says, man, 30 Deep brought his name up. Booty brought his name up. I knew YSL Deep. And I put two and two together. He references something about Shannon's lawyer. And the girl said, someone from YSL said, Mounk, he said that. I was telling OG, he said either D or DK. He then says,
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be a long morning argument.
I'm looking for the literal quote, but I'm gonna summarize it, the part that's relevant.
Oh
He
no.
says that, Lil D's not right. He knows that it's Lil D. They didn't call his name, they called him witness number 2. He knows it's Lil D because that witness told them about all of us meeting up at the condo after, not his words, but he's saying after Donovan Thomas's murder. He told them about all of us meeting there. The only person that could have done that was Lil D. On the stand, while Mr. Sledge is talking, he says, well, the court remembers that he referenced going to Mr. Williams' condo and only seeing Mr. Williams and BLB, and all that was happening was that they were working on the song Da Vinci. And then they left to go to another condo so Mr. Williams could grab some jewelry. And then maybe while he was there, he got a call from Mr. Copeland. Mr. Copeland came over, he can't remember, but he doesn't remember who all was there or what, who all might have been there. But there really wasn't a meeting up there. On the phone call, the reason that he surmises that it was Quindarius Zachary who told police the information they were able to share at his preliminary hearing is because the details that Quindarius Zachary gave were details that only Quindarius Zachary would have known, because drawing the inference from what he is saying, Quindarius Zachary was there, he was there, the rest of them were there. Nobody else would have known, they were all there but Quindarius Zachary. So him saying, hearing what he heard at his preliminary hearing is what led him to surmise that it was Quindarius Zachary who had told. And Quindarius Zachary had not told him, Antonio Sledge, anything about what he told the police. He just told the police. And then the police, trying to protect Quindarius Zachary, uses witness number 2. So those links are necessary in order for me to be able to put before the jury the fact that, one, Mr. Sledge and other people that they will later hear about were in fact meeting up. They did meet up at the condo, just like Mr. Sledge said in his factual acknowledgments. And what he is saying on the stand now is wholly different than what he said when he took his plea back in 2022. So it's relevant. I mean, obviously the bar for relevance is low. This is very relevant. It took a few steps to get to why, but that is why I was saying I was laying the foundation for more evidence that was going to come in.
Okay, well, I think that it might be relevant if you can find me like his actual statements where he is saying essentially that had to be Lil D because he told about us meeting up at the condo, as if, he is saying, I know from my own knowledge being there that this could only have been him because he would be the only other person who knows about it. that part might be relevant because it is inconsistent with what he said on the stand about the only people I knew at the condo were maybe Jeffrey and the people who came with me, which was my baby's mother and my baby. But all of getting it to that, you know.
I don't need all of it. When I said what happened at the prelim, I did not want, and it was an inartful way to elicit that, and I can be more precise. I asked the court for permission so that the court knows exactly what I'm talking about, to just play that snippet. We have a jail call pulled up, and we have a timestamp as well, that we can play for the court, if the court will allow us to play it for the court.
That's, I mean, I'll listen.
Guys, this is going to be a long little morning. Shout out to Mrs. Kim's. Good morning, Kat and Chad. Have a good day. Have a wonderful day.
Any knowledge of any members of YSL speaking to the police, that is something else that he talked about yesterday. That was a question I think that I asked him, not as specific as the stuff that I just said, but.
So Tommy will.
Oh, we need these positive vibes. Thank you so much,
also,
Mrs. Kim's.
In this part that the court is gonna hear, he says he put it together because that witness that they did not name was buying guns for people within YSL. Quindarius Zachary, we all know, is the one who was straw purchasing for them. And in fact, he was sentenced federally for straw purchasing. He was the one that purchased the gun.
I get so mad when she speaks factually. She can speak factually that he was straw purchasing because he has a conviction. But to say for them, which is vague, you're not identifying who them is. And you're saying we know he did that for them. You're factually asserting instead of saying we believe the evidence will show. The evidence will show. She's doing the thing she always does. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that.
One of the ones that the witness had in the video that the jury has already seen. And Mr. Sledge in this jail call says he knew it was Quindarius Zachary because they referenced that witness was buying guns for YSL. So we're going to start at 3 minutes
Your Honor.
and 12. We're going to start.
Well,
Before you play it, I'll hear what he has to say,
Thank you,
but
Your
finish what you're saying.
We're going to start the one segment, the first segment of this jail call from November 19th, 2015 that we're going to play is 3 minutes and 12 seconds in, and then we're going to stop it and play other portions, and I'll cede the floor to Mr. Sharp before we start that process.
Okay, and do I have a transcript of these calls somewhere? I do, right? Or no?
no.
Okay, all right, yes, sir.
Respectfully, I'm lost. The putting things together from what was said at a prelim, that was said about my client at a prelim, all of that it's preposterous to me that the state would be attempting to get into any of this. And this seems to be becoming very complicated for something that should be very simple. There's no putting it together. There's no, I realize little D told. There's none of that, because I'm going to I'm putting everyone on notice right now. I don't know what Mr. Zachary is going to do, but if there is elicited testimony about my client, stuff about what Mr. Zachary said about my client or to the police or at my client's prelim or at a prelim in general, I am moving for a mistrial. I am of the opinion that the state will have goaded me. I'm putting them on notice. Don't do that. And they're trying to backdoor testimony because they don't know if Mr. Zachary is going to testify or not. Now, if it's just a matter of,
Yes, he's sick.
Mr. Sledge, you said you don't remember who was at the condo. Didn't you say to your girlfriend or whatever she was wife, fiance, that Mr. Zachary was at the condo on the night of January 10th, 2015. Didn't you tell her that on a jail call? And then if he denies it, then we play the little snippet where he says that one thing, then I guess that makes sense. But I don't know why we're getting into, I figured out he was the witness. This is what he said. You know, this is what he said about me. This is what he said about Shannon. He must have known these details. Why are we doing this?
May I respond, Your Honor?
No,
Two things.
please.
One, this notion of goading into a mistrial and don't do something is not anything that I can respond to, because that is wholly wrong. The fact is, every defendant knows that the state has a good faith basis for putting forth the knowledge that Mr. Sledge had regarding what Mr. Zachary said. Mr. Shart's words to the court seem to suggest that for some reason he believes Mr. Zachary, we won't be able to procure him. He's under subpoena. They know that he is, and we have served him, and we have every intention that he will be here. He is not, he's out of the hospital, I'll put it that way. We have the statement that Mr. Zachary has given to the police. We have served it. They know what he said. Mr. Shart is well aware what Mr. Zachary said about his client. The reason that what Mr. Sledge tells his girlfriend is relevant, and the reason that there are those steps that have to be taken, is that Mr. Sledge, as I stated earlier, surmises, he realizes who it is because of the facts that Mr. Zachary shared with police, that police then told about under the label of witness number 2 at the preliminary hearing. Mr. Sledge doesn't say Zachary lied. Mr. Sledge was there. Mr. Sledge has actually said he was there. Mr. Sledge is the one that gave the state, and unfortunately we may have to impeach him on that with other evidence. He's the one that gave us the statement.
If you need to impeach him and you're already planning to impeach him, how are you saying that you're going to use anything from him to show that it's knowledge, that it's known? This isn't compatible. Your argument is not compatible.
We met up and Thug gave us money to lay low. All of that aside, I have no words for the whole goading stuff, because that's not what we're doing. We would object if Mr. Short even makes
Okay,
one.
let's just get to what it is that he, and I don't know why the part about guns is relevant if you are telling me that he essentially says, I know that's little D because of what he said about us meeting up that only he could have said. That's the part I'd like to hear. And that's the part that might be admissible as a prior inconsistent statement. So let's hear that part.
After all this, she didn't address what she needs to address. Hot mic.
And I guess the guns part, I mean, I guess he did say he never sold. He doesn't know if Zachary's selling anybody guns. So, you know, I guess that could be a second prior inconsistent statement. Yes.
I don't know. I'm not in Mr. Sledge's mind. I don't know his reasons for it, but that was an inartful question from the state. Because
Inartful is the
I
word of
don't
the
think
day.
The truth is that Mr. Zachary has sold guns to different alleged members of YSL. I think the allegation is that Mr. Zachary was a straw purchaser. I wouldn't call that selling a gun.
Yeah. So, I mean, it may be that if you want to get that in, you need to ask different, more specific questions. But let me hear the part about the meeting up,
Yes, Your
whatever he says about that.
We're going to start at 1321. Is it playing? We're starting a little bit before.
About the whole situation. really like they told them, they said Noah was there.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Girl said it. Girl said he went, well, you know what's going on.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The whole situation, whoever witness number one is, they thought I know it. Cause he say, you remember when we talked on the phone, he's like, boy, you ain't know nothing about it. You was in the blind.
Mm-hmm.
They told them folks this. After Slug got killed, all of us met up together and went down Old Boy House. Them made that word. That's how you know it's deep.
Mm-hmm. So what's that? So when y'all got that, what Shannon said?
But that, cause they sent me back before Shannon, cause Shannon was still up. So
So the old boy's house that we believe he is talking about is Jeffrey Williams' house. That is the only house that he has testified that he went to. We have Mr. Zachary saying they met up at Jeffrey Williams' house. We have other people. It's not like we do not have a good faith basis for knowing and realizing that's who they're talking about, because Mr. Copeland,
Anyway, that's witness one, not witness two.
my apologies.
Anyway.
Why is my client's name coming up in that conversation? There's no inconsistent statement that would lead to admissibility.
Why is that in the courtroom anyway? Is that somebody, what? Is that somebody who has a Rule 22?
Go back.
Whose is it?
So
Huh?
The second part, Judge, just to orient the court, there is at 5, we wanted to play the part that the court asked about what he said about the witness, but to orient the court as to the question posed just now, we would need to go to 557, where Mr. Sledge references it being Lil D. So if we could
Hang on just a minute, because we got to deal with this one first. So I think it sounds to me like they're saying, here's what happened and we know X, Y, and Z because we were there. And so I guess the reference to Shannon is because he knows Shannon was there and he has said on the stand, I didn't know anybody other than Jeffrey and, okay, what?
I think, I don't have a transcript, but what I heard that little snippet to say is little D, and of course we have 2 little Ds. I'm going to assume for the purposes of this statement that he's talking about Mr. Zachary, was saying things at the condo and putting Shannon there, meaning, and he also references Nard, who's Demise McMullen, there being the murder scene.
There being the murder scene?
Yes.
Honest to God, a transcript would really help because it's hard to tell what everybody's saying.
our transcript is of the quality. and
Okay, but y'all can retranscribe little snippets. Somebody who knows what the content is, like what is being talked about. It's not, it's not that hard to do.
We have not a formal transcript. We have what is being talked about in timestamp form that we can give to the court.
Okay, so is it your understanding that they're talking about the murder scene or they're talking about the condo right there, what we just heard?
They were talking about the condo when he said that they met up at old boy's house.
All right, if we don't even know what's being said, then
We
I don't
do know
how-
what's
Trial
being
waiting to
said,
happen.
Your Honor. It is
Well,
not.
This is a mistrial waiting to happen.
Your Honor, if I may.
Potentially. Go ahead.
Judge, we were playing the clip. We put a portion in about Nard. We're not trying to get in anything about the murder scene or Nard. We are not going to cause a mistrial. We are giving to the court the portions of the call that we wish to play. I'm being specific about the portion because we started the clip a second before where someone was able to pick up Nard and make a whole separate argument about the murder scene does not take away the importance of the portion we're presenting to the court that we need to play, which is that I know it's Lil D because he told the police about us all meeting up at old boy's house.
She just filled
after
in the
Nut got
words.
killed. So nobody is trying to put in anything about the murder scene. Nobody is trying to put in anything about that.
So let me hear the part you actually want to play. Just the part you want to play.
Yeah, don't play the wrong part again.
So, Your Honor, is it at this time that we're allowed to play the portion I told you that gave some context to we had a specific part the court just asked us to play that we
Play
played.
that part.
There is a part before that we have said
I
multiple.
don't want the part before it. I want to hear what it exactly and only what you want to play before the jury, because that's what I need to rule on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ah, Bama Rose says, Judge, the state's math is 1 hour equals 1 day. Be prepared. We're going to take the morning on this whole thing. Like, please have love stop questioning witnesses and handling this. I thought this morning was going to be somewhat a break of Love doing this long-winded questioning, but it's just her making long-winded arguments.
Nobody can hear it. Okay, they're just trying to figure out where to start. Why do we have food in court again? I didn't change that rule. No food in court. Somebody please retrieve the banana and take it back to the back.
Oh my god, the Mario Kart emojis would go fire right now with the banana.
Well, you can't have food in court either. We're in court right now. We're not on a recess. We're not at lunch. Put it back in your briefcase. That's fine. I don't care about a covered drink. That's fine. It's food.
This number one is this I know it deep. Cause he say, you remember when we talked on the phone, he's like, well, you didn't know nothing about it. You was in the blind.
Mm-hmm.
They told them folks deep. After Slug got killed, all of us met up together and went down all wild. Them made that word. That's how you know it's deep.
Okay.
And John, that's the end of that portion.
Okay. If there is an inconsistent statement, this is where we're at, as far as I can tell. Mr. Sledge testified that he couldn't exactly remember who was at the condo. Okay. If there's an inconsistent statement that says D, which is of course complicated because there's two D's, is at the condo that night, then it seems to me it would be easier and cleaner if we just had him refresh his recollection. But that's how I know he told. Why is that coming in?
Right. I'm not sure why that's relevant.
Judge, the reason that is relevant, it's two things I want to respond to. The notion about we don't know which one it is. He makes a distinction.
Let's
in the
not worry
call.
about we don't know which one it is.
Okay, so the reason that it is relevant is because we know, Mr. Sharp knows, everyone knows, that what Quindarius Zachary told the police is specific information that will be
Let's
presented.
get to, how about if you ask Mr. Sledge specifically on the stand? You said the only people you remembered were blah, blah. Didn't you tell whoever this is, your girlfriend, you know, didn't y'all discuss the fact that he was also there or something to that effect? And then if he says no, then you confront him with this prior inconsistent statement, which he needs to listen to first without the jury hearing. And then he can say, oh yeah, actually I did. And if he still says, I don't know, then you can play that little part.
Also, Your Honor, we feel it is important that the jury hear what he says, because he said Lil D told on them folks. He told them folks. Earlier in the call, the portion we've not played, there's a distinction. I know I'll get there. The reason that that is important is because he starts out talking about people telling. Yesterday, the court heard him say.
Yes, I don't want to go through all of that again. I can follow the argument, but he does not say told on us.
No, he says.
He
told
says
them folks.
told.
Them folks.
Yeah,
Yes.
which doesn't mean, I mean, Lord have mercy. We heard Kenneth Copeland say, I told 100 different versions of things. Telling somebody something doesn't mean you're telling on them or you're ratting them out or anything. And I know the state want it to be that, but you don't necessarily get that from, I mean, if you have something that says XYZ told on us, then yeah.
Your Honor, if Miss Hilton and I were the only two people in a room where I ate someone's crackers, and Miss Hilton comes out and she tells my boss, Miss Love ate those crackers. And then my boss announces to the world, Miss Love, you are dismissed because you ate so-and-so's crackers. And I say, well, I know it was Miss Hilton who told, because
yes, that is one version of how something like that could go down. But Miss Hilton could also walk out and say, Miss Love ate those crackers, and there weren't even any crackers in there to begin with, in which case she is not telling on you. So it is an argument, but it is not established.
Yo, okay, I love that Whitaker agrees with Woody's definition of snitching versus finessing. This is what she's adopting Kenneth Copeland's argument and explaining that to Love again and again and again.
Just because you think that's what he means when he says that.
Your Honor, I understand the court's position, and I would just say that if the argument has been relevance, the very fact that we're here at the place where there is an argument that the court sees on either side makes it, to me, very apparent.
I said that you can get in the part about what I just, that little snippet you just played, if you confront him with it and he says, yeah, I totally still cannot remember him being there.
And just for the record, Your Honor, the evidence rules do not require that I play it for him before I impeach him with it. So in other words, he does not have to hear it. The rules, I will find it for the court. It's very specific.
Well, if you can recall it to his attention specifically enough without him hearing it, fine. But he has to be confronted with the prior allegedly inconsistent statement and given an opportunity to explain it or deny it or whatever, and then it can come in.
And so telling him what he told her at this time on this call.
But you need to be careful about what you say when you are recalling that to his attention, because we do not need to get into this happened at a preliminary hearing, or you heard it from a police officer who was giving probable cause or anything like that. This is just, he somehow knows that this person has said that, and he's saying, oh yeah, it had to be him because he was there or whatever. Okay.
Your Honor, I want to make sure I stay within what the court is requiring that I do. So, Your Honor, the fact that Mr. Sledge hears a rendition of an account from a witness one that Mr. Sledge recognizes, in his opinion, came from Lil D. Does not the rendition?
What you claim to be trying to get in is that he said something to his girlfriend that makes it clear that he knew that Lil D was there.
When you say you're talking about Mr. Sledge saying something to me. What I'm trying to get in, Your Honor, is the fact that Mr. Sledge, in telling his girlfriend he knows Lil D was the one that told, knows it because he said he told police that we all met up at old boy's house after Nut was killed. That part, we all met up at old boy's house after Nut was killed, is the part that I'm talking about. And earlier in the call, and we don't even have to, I won't even touch the call before whatever break the court has, if it is not resolved, obviously. But earlier, he is talking about defendant Stillwell, and he is talking about at 5 minutes and.
This is the part we haven't gotten to yet.
Because
I'm willing to listen to that also. I'm just trying to resolve this one first.
Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
The state began this whole discussion saying that they want to impeach Mr. Sledge with a prior statement because he said that he didn't recall who was there.
So
That's what this whole thing was about. Now we're talking about he told. And I'm going to go back to the same thing because I don't understand what's confusing about this. He was at the whole part about yesterday where Mr. Sledge said, no one told me what they told the police.
Right.
Mr. Sledge was at a prelim.
I know, which is why I'm saying she can't get into that part.
But it's not the prelim itself. It's also clear that he got this information from the officer testifying at a prelim.
Right, which is not inconsistent with him saying, nobody talked to me about what they said to the police. I said that yesterday.
Okay, I got you.
I got you too. I mean, I understand what the issues are.
Well,
All right, so let's listen to the second one.
Good to see you, Amy. Thank you so much.
We're starting at 5 minutes and 58 seconds.
Look at them all texting furiously. They're like, do.
Portion where if we don't clip it out, he's saying that they threw out his charges. We will not play that. We will not get into any of that. We will not get into what did they say about Shannon and 30D. We're not getting into that.
Go to the part you are getting into.
It's about 3 seconds.
Okay.
You might have to go back. Go ahead. Can we join? Can we be allowed in Zoom? Here we go.
Jay, this is hilarious. The jury has already decided the state is guilty. Can you imagine a returned verdict form that says the state is guilty?
Because I put 2 and 2 together. Because Shannon lawyer.
So then wait, when he said somebody from YSL, they stood that. I mean, he said they saved Moon. He said they had another person they saved Moon. He said that, and I was telling the OG, he said either D or DK. I was like, I don't think it's DK.
It's D. It's D, man, because they said, Shannon got a paid lawyer. So Shannon lawyer like, yeah. So Shannon lawyer like, how could a person that they saying is buying guns from the YSL make a statement on? See, they were trying to hide these names, but he said that, and that's how I know it.
No.
Look at Doug. Look at Doug.
Okay, we don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so I guess next issue real fast is the portions of the plea presentation that Ms. Love forwarded and Mr. Atkins forwarded this morning.
And there's one more as well.
All right,
Judge.
any issue with the parts that she intends to play? All right, well, she gives a description kind of, I don't know that we, as long as it's just walking through those factual assertions, I don't know that you need, I think you can probably tell from just the description of where she's picking up, what she's talking about, but what's the other portion?
No, not another portion
Oh,
of the video.
What, oh, another
Issue.
thing to raise, okay.
Correct. So State's Exhibit 425Y, when we presented them on our, I think, admin day, I believe that the request was made to remove commentary, and there was a phone number on State's Exhibit 425Y that the court said the court did not find relevance, I think, in the post until it became apparent how it was relevant and so forth. Yesterday, when presented with State's 425Y with just the phone number and none of the context, the witness testified, I don't know what that was, but I'd like the court to see the full exhibit with all of it. So the first portion of this post, to make the record clear, this is a post with Mr. Sledge taking a selfie, literally looking up at the camera, holding his apparently recently born child in his arms. The first post by the real Tounk, which the witness has said was his name, says, "I woke up like this." And then the real Tounk tags AK2 Success and says, "My baby." Then the real Tounk says to AK2 Success, "Thank you, sis." And then Katini says, "Such a good father. Keep up the good work, brother," at YSL Tounk.
Okay.
Then the real, you can publish it. I need the record to reflect it. The real
These are
Tounk
comments.
then says, at Kahenti, "Thanks, sis." And then he thanks someone else.
Okay.
After another person congratulates at YSL Tounk, Pizzle Dope says, "Say, Slime, what's your math?" Then the real Tounk says, at Pizzle effing baby, "What the move, Slime?" And Pizzle Dope then says, "Trying to see now, send your number." And then the real Tounk tags Pixel effing
Voice.
baby and gives his phone number.
Okay,
So the context is key.
okay.
So
Because he said, "I have no idea what any of my
Yes.
phone numbers were," and you need to establish that this phone number is clearly his phone number because he's the one sending it.
yes.
All right, there shouldn't be an issue with that now that
Oh, if I was the defense, I would object and say, look, you could have looked at a number you had right then and there and listed it right then and there, but you wouldn't know it offhand without being able to look down on it in the future. And thank you so much. We're going to, well, since I'm pausing anyway, this is a huge, generous super chat. Thank you so much, Innocent Bystander Channel. It's great to see you in here. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. We are going to have a fun time reading these super chats. You guys are hilarious today. So as soon as they do the shuffling to bring the jury in, we're going to have a ton of laughs. But this is hilarious, whatever Love is trying to do. And I disagree with the judge concluding that someone typing their number right then and there in that manner means they know their numbers all the time offhand.
now he said he doesn't know his phone number. Anybody have an issue with that whole thing coming in? Or you could just try to refresh his recollection with it first.
That's what I was going to
I'll
suggest,
try.
Your Honor.
I'll try again.
Okay, and
I
then if
know I
that
did. I
still
did.
doesn't work,
And to be clear, we obviously did try to refresh his recollection with the phone number, but we'll see
Right.
if the context
okay.
further
Okay,
refreshes.
that should be fine. All right, have y'all had a chance to look at the portions of the,
They have the original, but I can
Mhm.
pass it over.
okay. Coming back to the factual assertions, plea colloquy.
I have not. I didn't even realize there was an email sent until
Okay,
just
well,
now. So if I could,
how far into, how much longer do you think you have with Mr. Sledge?
I expect it to be through probably within no under 2 hours, probably an hour
Okay,
and change.
so by lunchtime.
Yes, yes.
All right, so maybe you'd be doing all of this before we break again, so we need to go ahead and sort it out now. Y'all need what, 5 minutes?
And I can
Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll recess and let y'all watch it.
All right, this has been hilarious so far this morning, you guys. You guys are going all the way in on Adrian Love. Deservedly so. I'm not saying you shouldn't be. Touche says, if we were tired and zoning out, so was the jury. Good morning. And remember, the jury's been sitting here for 25 minutes now. They probably expected a 9 o'clock start time. We haven't even gotten to the Rule 22 stuff. And then we have Love predicting that she'll, she needs till lunchtime. But it's already 9:25 and we still have stuff to hash out. So shout out to Doug Weinstein for trying to speed up the trial clock. Thank you so much, Touche. I was thinking says long-winded love, LWL. 2 L's in the name, love that. From 3 hours to 3 days. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And this is all over the second part, the social media post. Is all because she can't lay the foundation for a phone number with Sledge on the stand. If she's able to lay this foundation and bring this phone number in, I would guess she's going to try to bring in an additional thing. And every time she brings in one additional thing, that's another 60 minutes of questioning minimum. So if she succeeds with this phone number thing, there's no way that we're going to be done with him by lunch. There's just no way. And it's probably going to be stupid. She's going to try to read something that could have 10 different meanings, and she's going to read it like it only has one. That's what we're probably looking at today. Thank you so much. I was thinking. Sheila's Fantasy, my friend. Good morning. The way Whitaker kept trying to throw love hints to wrap it up is just another X. She doesn't get her effect on the courtroom, right? Yeah, she doesn't. She really doesn't, and honestly, I don't know if anybody else got this vibe, but I feel like Whitaker wasn't paying attention at the end of the day yesterday. I felt like she zoned out. And human to human, I understand. But as a judge, you've got to be sharp. You've got to be focused and tuning in. And I really feel like she was one of us tuning out, zoning out about peanut butter and jelly metaphors. And when there was a reason for her to tune in, she was like, oh, what? Yeah, what's going on? Okay, wrap it up. I think she was all the way tuned out. She should have wrapped it up, made a comment like that 3 hours earlier in the day. Maybe before they went on the lunch recess, saying, look, you predicted you'd be done with this already. When we get back, I really need you put some pep in your step. And she just didn't do it. So I was happy she said that. It's funny to hear, but it wasn't really effective to hear that at the very end of the day. So you were totally right though. Thank you so much for the super chat. And Ike says, good morning, Cat and Mods. Coffee in hand. Let the pain begin. Yeah, my coffee's kind of dark today. I don't know. I made double the coffee today because I felt really drained yesterday. So if in a couple hours I'm super energetic, my bad, or enjoy it, you guys, whichever way. But glad to see you, Ike. Shout out to coffee. I cheers you through the computer screen. Hey Biz TV, always good to see you. Guys, if you were here hanging out early, I had dropped a link before Tay-Biz even got here because I am excited about, he's doing a live stream tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern on the Fulton County Sheriff's request for an additional $5.9 million. Why do they need it? To catch up with unpaid invoices. Now, I think it was last week. Time is slipping for me. It might have been, I think it was last week. But Strategic Security Corporation, they were the contractor. They were filling in some staffing at the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street. They said, look, we got to pull out because Fulton County Sheriffs, they haven't paid us. We haven't gotten paid, so we've got to get out of here. And then there's been a bunch of PR stuff going back and forth between both the company and the sheriff's office, kind of trying to pass the buck back and forth. Tabiz did a great live on it already. If you didn't catch it, go catch up on that. But he's doing a live on the recent updates, how the sheriff's office needs that $5.9 million. Not just $1 million, $5.9 million that's back due. So if you're looking for something to do when court ends today, definitely bookmark this. And it's a live, it's not a premiere. So you will get to hear the incredibly awesome, hilarious rants and thoughts and insights of Tabiz. You will not regret watching. You will not regret it. So click that link, hit that notify button. If you have not subscribed to Tabiz TV, again, you will not regret it. I have so much fun over in his chats. So hit that button real quick, come back over here and hang out. Thank you so much for your support, Tabiz. It's always good to see you. Bama Rose, I think we might need to change this math. I think we might be approaching where 1 hour in the state's terms is becoming more than 1 day in actual reality terms. So it might be like half hour equals 1 day at this rate. Oh my goodness. Always good to see you too, Bama Rose. The chat is so much fun. Leah's dad, I pulled this up on the screen. This had me laughing. Love starting where she ended last night. Nowhere. And we're gonna keep a mention of this. So Satchel had said before Shart said in Artful that the word of the day is going to be in Artful. So shout out to today's resident psychic here, Stephen Satchel. Word of the day is in Artful. So we're gonna keep listening for this word. And see who is being called or what is being called in Artful specifically. Angie Lay, thanks so much. Gifting a membership. Always good to see you. And then Steven says, don't let your dislike of love keep you from hitting that like button. Good point, guys. To show your support for the Rico Brady gang. Miss AB, good to see you. Now, Miss AB, because I think you've been busy, if you've missed the last 2 days, you're saying respectfully, I've been lost. If you missed the last 2 days, it was seriously just like Charlie Brown voices of love asking the same line of questions for hours and hours and hours of Antonio Sledge. So even if I think you've been busy, but even if you were available and able to tune in, I think you'd still be lost. I think you'd still be like, what are we doing here? It's so good to see you, and I hope you're having a great morning, and I'm glad you got to tune in today. Steph with another one. Thank you so much, Steph. Steph is just like out here selecting new gang members to join the green. You are now green. And there is a new emoji. It's just don't do that. So shout out to Max Shart. And then Tabiz dropping 5. Look at that. We are growing. We must have, I think we probably got over, I can add a bunch of new emojis. I'm sure I can. So that's going to be a good time. Oh my goodness. You know, sometimes I toggle over unexpectedly to make sure I'm not missing anything important in the chat. Like, oh, court just came back and your feed is frozen. And I caught this. So Una, I'm like, I think this woman loves the sound of her own voice. And I'm like, no, I really hate the sound of my own voice. And then I see love is really high on her own importance. Yeah, I agree. I get what you're saying now that I read the whole thing. Thank you so much, Tabiz. You guys know I always love the gifted memberships because it makes it really fun for the chat. The way you guys use emojis to say, like, there are sometimes you guys make comments with just emojis. I mean, last week there was a big example of that with 2 different foods, and you guys went bananas with that. But the way you guys use emojis is hilarious. So it's really, really fun when people get gifted the memberships or they become a member, and you guys just start doing creative stuff in the chat. I love it so much. Red Bunny, good to see you. Thanks for becoming a member. I'm surprised you haven't gotten one of the gifted ones, honestly. But thank you for joining. Army Nurse, good morning. Please make this woman stop. I'm getting my coffee, peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and pray for all the people watching this today. I don't know how people can like tune into this without a chat or some commentary to break it up. Like, it is it's been a little bit more exciting because there's been a little bit of the attorneys jumping in and then the judge jumping in this morning. But oh my gosh, yesterday, guys, I felt like I'd been up for 2 days straight just because I was so bored listening to Love. Like, it's just crazy. I'm so glad you're here, Army Nurse. It's always good to see you, and I hope your coffee and peanut butter and jelly are amazing. Cece, thank you so much for the super sticker. Welsh Lady Reed says, hi, Kat, mods, and chat. Bedridden at the moment, still watching. Well, I hope you're doing well. You know, sometimes you could just be in bed willfully, but if it's not by choice, I hope you get some rest, recovery, and relaxation in, sending you good thoughts and vibes, as we say. It's always good to see you, and I hope you have a great time hanging out with us today. Yeah, OG Cappy, I really think this happened. Thank you so much for the super chat. Judge went to sleep like I did on Love yesterday. Yeah, I really got that impression, like just like tuning out. And it sucks. That's, you guys say, Kat, go to law school, become a lawyer. Do you know how bad I would feel if I was sitting in a courtroom with my client and I caught myself zoning out into space, like just losing my train of thought, not paying attention to what was going on? Like, I think that would really be a struggle for me. Like, you have to force yourself to be in tune to everything that's going on. And I don't know if I could do that with a prosecutor like Love. Like, what if I missed an important question that I was supposed to object to? I would feel so, so guilty. And I can just picture myself tuning out in that type of environment. You know, courtrooms, they're big, they're open. If it's cold, there's a lot of white noise, kind of makes you sleepy. Oh my gosh, I would feel so guilty if I tuned out. And I understand why, if the judge was tuning out or an attorney was tuning out, I get it. I literally get it. But I would feel so bad. And I really think I wouldn't be able to help it. Thank you so much, OG Cappy. And L1915 says, that is why she recessed early. She realized she was out of it. We're gonna go to 2029 at this rate. No. So as much fun as I'm having doing this, I'm pretty excited to look at some other trials that have been delayed. The Courtney Clenny case is not going to start until 2025. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. That's actually like kind of expected because of the stuff going on over there. But I'm like, cool, I won't have to make a decision between covering two different things. And then recently I'm like, you know what? YSL could be going on even when the Courtney Clenny trial finally starts. So I'd have to make a decision then. And that's just a crazy thought, that one trial for 6 co-defendants could still be going on and on through the greater part of next year. It's just nuts. For just 6 of the co-defendants. And then we wonder why people took a plea deal. Thank you so much, L1915. Tina gifting 5. Everybody drop some presents in the chat to show some love for everyone gifting memberships today. That is a ton of memberships so far. I appreciate you guys so much. So thank you to Tina. And I'm seeing this quick, David. So Love, the state is predicting that they're going to pass the witness after lunchtime. But we'll see if that actually rings true. But yeah, thank you so much. Always love when I see people in the chat saying thank you to the people that are gifting memberships. Love to see it. And then Lisa says, if found guilty, every frat house in the US should be investigated next. Right? They wear the same outfits. They're wearing the same outfits. Yesterday, we have a couple fellow cats that come in here. Cats with a K. We have Cat in Wonderland in here with his C, so I don't know if she could count. But the other cats with the K, I think there's 3 of us now. So we might have a miniature cat gang going on within this chat. And it's just crazy. The Love's line of questioning for every witness is, did you guys wear clothes? Did those clothes have colors? Have you guys ever made a hand sign in a picture? Oh, well, here's a group photo where there's 3 different hand signs being thrown up. Maybe it's 3. Maybe it's a peace sign. Maybe someone's flipping the bird. But we're somehow going to introduce this social media photo, this group photo, and ask you about one of the hand symbols and try to make the argument that even though people are throwing up different hand signals in this very same photograph while standing with each other, we're going to hope that the jury just says, oh, they're all making the gang sign, even though they're literally making different signals. like it just doesn't make sense. You are so right, Lisa. And I don't mean right that it should be right, but I just mean the logic that Love is using. Thank you so much. Patrice, I pulled this up. This had me laughing. The recall to the sometimes you need to keep your powder dry. Like, Love could have stopped where she was going at probably 8:55 this morning. It is now 9:40. But she kept going. And honestly, I think I made a note that Whitaker barked at her. And then Love tried to respond. And then Shart responded to that. And Whitaker joined in with Shart barking at Miss Love. So all this arguing from Love this morning has just gotten her kind of like laughed at twice in court. like she needs to learn. She just needs to learn. Thank you so much, Patrice. L1915, this is the formula here. We have lettuce, obfuscation, verbosity, evasion is Love's word salad. Yeah, we guys gotta, what's that? In the chat, we could do an exercise with this. Come up with your tossed salad ingredients, just like this, for Love's word salad. What are Love's 3 to 4 ingredients that she uses in her line of questioning? This is a good one. I like this. Ghost, good to see you. Not to be confused with Casper or the other ghost. We have Ghost 43881. Love always plans to impeach witnesses on purpose. And I'm so glad you brought this up because I already forgot. That kind of stunned me. That in her own argument that started with, we know, she spills that she's planning to impeach the witness on the very thing that's supposed to demonstrate what we know. It's like she doesn't even think about how she's going to sound before she makes an argument. And she had all evening to think about her argument. She was asked at the end of the court day yesterday, then they recessed for the day. She had all evening to be prepared for this argument. And what we got was her, we know, haha, we plan to impeach him on this one thing, though. So Ghost, thank you so much. And thank you so much. You're one of my first YouTube friends. So thank you for being a member for 5 months. 62born says, lying lady love. Oh, that's 3 L's in the name. That's hilarious. Yeah, lying lady love. 3 L's to love. I like that one. Thank you so much. Miss AB, I agree the judge is over this trial, and so are we. I don't think she's, I think her body language is showing she's over it. I do think her admonishments are picking up a stronger tone. We have gotten some sustained objections that some should have been obvious. There's no way that a judge wouldn't sustain them. But there were some others that maybe there could have been a lien, and I do think she sustained them, and I was surprised that she sustained them. But I still think she's so forgiving to the state. So I'm waiting to see that tip a little bit more. A little bit more. And maybe a day like today will be the day that makes her break. Just says, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, we have lying lazy lady love. Late, we could add late in there. That's another L word. There we go. Thank you so much again, Miss AB. Bittersweet says, quick, someone show this lady the mic. And guys, I tried to use a browser extension to boost, like when we use StreamYard, we choose a tab, and then StreamYard pulls the tab audio to share with you guys. And I wasn't sure if using a Chrome extension would help boost volume on your end. It turns out it doesn't. So, but there is a extension that I downloaded that is working well on my end. It's just called Volume Master. This was in the Chrome web store, and it's available on Microsoft Edge. It might also be on Apple. But it lets you boost up to 600%. So if you're watching on PC and have a hard time hearing the court feed, an extension might be helpful if you want to hear things better. So just a small suggestion. Unfortunately, the solution isn't something that seems to pass through to you guys. Just a little sidebar there. And then Jay, this was so funny. Someone in the chat, Jay, when you said this and I read it out loud, that this jury has already decided the state is guilty. It was Laura or Linda in the chat said they spit out their coffee at your comment or snorted it or something like that through their nose, laughed out loud at work. So thank you so much for this. Sometimes when I read stuff like this, it catches you off guard, the one word, like the jury's already decided. You know, normally this would read something like the jury's already decided that they're guilty or they're not guilty, talking about the defendants. But when I read the state, I was like, that caught me off guard. That would really be so funny if they came out. Oh yeah, we could do loading instead of buffering as another L. That's true factual lie. Lycra. Oh, because of the outfits? Oh my goodness. Hold on, wait. Black Butterfly is adding ears off a donkey as one of the ingredients. Lies, oblivious, vicious, and ears off the donkey is the love tossed salad ingredient. It's funny that that works. Yedat says, what type of crackers? Wheat, saltine, peanut butter and jelly, Ritz? Oh my gosh. That was a funny metaphor. She really made Hilton the snitch in the story, guys. Just off whim, she just straight up made Hilton the snitch. She just said, and then Hilton goes and says, oh my gosh, I'm gonna clip that. I thought that was hilarious. Not in a way that, with love. I was laughing at love, not with her. We have to clip that and watch that. Maybe we'll run that back during lunch. Thank you so much, yeah, that. Spiritually Imperfect, shout out to the creator of the peanut butter and jelly metaphor that's been keeping us going all yesterday and today. Good morning, Kat. At this point, the judge needs to get up and prosecute the case so we can get it over with. I mean, honestly, guys, and sorry for the Free Them fans, like I'm totally supporting you for feeling that way. But I do think if we had a strong prosecutor, I do think that this would be, I think our chat would be a little bit different on where we kind of have a consensus. I think across the board, we have a consensus that this is not the way to prosecute a case. I don't think the chat is in full alignment on their perception of actual innocence. I think we're in alignment that the state is not really proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But if we had a stronger prosecutor and maybe better detective work, I think if we had better detective work, we'd have a different trial, right? We might be looking at one defendant on trial for specific things rather than a huge indictment with like 26 people tacked onto it, right? I think we'd be looking at a totally different scenario. But let's, for the thought exercise here, if we had a different prosecutor that was plopped in here that knew how to make better arguments, I think it would be more interesting. I think it'd be easier to follow. And I think we'd be a little bit less sure about, you know, well, maybe they're reaching, maybe they're starting to approach reasonable doubt on some of these things. I think there's a good chance that the evidence is just not there to support the major charge, like the Donovan Thomas murder. So I don't know what, even the strongest prosecutor might not be able to salvage that. But, and a good prosecutor might say, I don't want to try to salvage that because there's nothing to salvage. If it's not there, it's not there. But with love, I think it'd be interesting to see someone like a Whitaker, honestly, sometimes even Atkins, make these arguments that love can't make. Because maybe they'd actually make sense. Thank you so much, Spiritually Imperfect. Again. So much love for, like, you really brought so much humor to the chat yesterday, and I saw it carry over. If you weren't here when we started this stream, it carried over to X. I saw the peanut butter and jelly. I think it was in response to Doug Weinstein, something Doug Weinstein said. In the replies, a whole thread started with the peanut butter and jelly metaphor over there, too. So it's, you're going worldwide. So that's been so great. Miss AB says, banana and cracker is yummy combo. I've never tried that, but I can imagine like cracker, peanut butter, banana, like being a mini peanut butter and banana sandwich. That sounds really good. What are we all doing for lunch, guys? Kristen says, good to see you, Kristen. I feel like we were playing a game of Battleship. No, can you imagine how long love would take to make her moves? And you're just sitting on the other side waiting. and waiting and waiting. And I can picture her like picking her peg, like where she wants to place. And then like, it's been like 10 minutes. She finally is about to make her move and then goes, oh, no, you know what? Never mind. Wait a minute. And then making you wait all over again while she rethinks. So I would never want to play Battleship with Adrian Love. Oh my goodness. Sticks to Born says, we prefer strawberry Uncrustables. You know, I actually do like those. I don't eat a lot of like pre-made frozen foods, but there's something about those I do really like. And they're very convenient. When I travel and just have quick groceries to stock like a hotel fridge, I think they're so handy to just pop in there because it doesn't really matter if hotels sometimes with the fridge, the freezer doesn't really freeze stuff. It's just kind of like slightly colder air with ice building up around the shelf. Uncrustables are great for that because it doesn't matter. They'll be safe and edible if they're defrosted a little bit. So Uncrustables have definitely been one of my go-tos when I have to travel, and I do enjoy them. I do like them a lot. Amy E., it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in and not just sending a super chat, but also for reminding people, please hit the like button as you come into this video. It is free 99. Thank you so much, Amy. Can't wait to come hang out with you. I don't know if... Let me check that right now. Because you guys know, I think on the calendar today, and you guys can share what you know is going on, Nick Starro is going to do a Friday night panel stream. I'm going to try to jump in, but I have to do some web development with someone in a different time zone tonight, so I've got a weird schedule this evening. Like it's like a Friday night web development party for me. But I will try to jump into Nick Starro's Friday panel for a little bit, and I'll share the link to that. Tay Biz is doing his live commentary breakdown on the sheriff's office thing, and I'm wondering if we have a music review. I know at this case, a ton of people are very into music. That's why we're looking at this case. And Classy Beats is not only covering the YSL trial, but also doing music reviews and giveaways where he's helping artists get their music out there and doing the reviews. And I feel like most people already know Classy Beats, but the beautiful Amy's always in there. Amy is hilarious. So she's using the super chat to send a word of support. But Amy is very, very hilarious. So if you ever get to catch Amy chatting away in a chat somewhere else in the YouTube world, she's very hilarious. Always good to see. And I do want to peek. Is anyone saying, anyone know any lives that are going on they want to watch later? And I wonder if we'll end on, like a 5 p.m., like a full day court date today, or if they'll leave early, stay late. I'd be interested if love continues. Oh, I think we're back. And thank you so much for all the support today. Holy moly. Guys, thank you so much.
I'm waiting for all of the attorneys to get back in. We've had way more than a few seconds.
Oops. Steph JK, the put the banana back in the briefcase made me think of, I forget what episode of SpongeBob it was, but they were like bad robbers. And SpongeBob's like, put the money in the bag. That's what I think of. The banana thing is hilarious. Yeah, who are we guessing was Banana Man? Young Thug, Jeffrey Williams eats a lot of fruit, so I think that's a good guess. I don't think it was Yak or Weinstein because we couldn't see it. Maybe if we go back to the beginning of the stream, we can see a banana laying on the desk.
Colloquy.
So we have,
Your Honor, the state has now sent to counsel for the defendants and to the court, I believe you did something, the edited version so that there's no starting, stopping, or muting. It has the portions we referenced that we intended to tender as either a prior inconsistent statement, contradiction. It has what we referenced.
Okay, well, I wasn't able to access it because I don't have the permissions, but I mean, I can tell what
Did you see that?
parts, I think. Is there an objection to that?
So, Your Honor, we have not reviewed the edited version, so, because we
All
were,
right, well, I'm gonna assume that what Ms. Love says is in there and out is what's in there and what's out. So let's just take her at
Okay.
her word as an officer of the court.
okay.
And
We, as I understand it, the state's attempting to introduce this as prior inconsistent statements. My response would be twofold. First of all, I don't believe that they're inconsistent with the testimony. Secondly, to the extent they are inconsistent with the testimony, Ms. Love has already read the factual acknowledgments and confronted him with them during her
A
direct.
million times.
Is my
she
recollection. So,
actually hasn't. She's gone through, I think, some of number one, but the ones that like 7, 8, 9, and 16, she hasn't read those out.
okay, well, that my recollection is, and I'm not
Have you,
saying I'm
Ms.
right.
Love?
No, I intentionally not.
Yeah, she hasn't.
Okay.
I don't remember it that.
Is the edited version
I personally remember Love using a lot of words that weren't the exact reading of the different charges, but she's gone through each of them.
has the law and crime
Yes.
been taken out? Okay.
So this is just essentially going to be him swearing to tell the truth, identifying himself, and then it's going to be the factual acknowledgments that he says, no, these aren't true, and then the sentencing understandings or whatever that he says, I didn't understand any of that at the time, and then the bottom that's where he says, I have read and carefully considered all of this, and I've made any changes I want to, and this is all true.
What it has is, in addition to that, so it has the very beginning where he raises his hand and swears to tell the truth.
Right, I said that.
And then from there, I asked him if he understands the charges. It's basically from there, I'm reading and asking whether he understands his charges, the sentence, and the special conditions of his sentence. And then I asked him whether his attorney has explained to him the maximum and minimum for these charges. I stopped right there so as not to put in the maximum and minimum for the charges. Then I pick up at
Your Honor. can I-
asking,
Yeah.
as, who,
while
I
we're-
mean, it's essentially what you sent and described in the first email of this morning, right?
yes,
Okay.
that, yes.
in Your Honor, I just want to be clear, to the extent, and you haven't ruled yet, and to the extent that this is allowed in on cross-examination, the state is keeping out the maximum minimums. Gets a little complicated because we need to, through cross, talk about what he has over his head, his bias, his motivation to work with the state.
Okay, well, I don't think he's working with the state from his testimony,
Well,
but
he,
sure, you
on
can,
December
yeah.
28th of 2022.
yeah,
And at one point, and the state drafted this document, not us,
yeah.
they said the state will be asking for the maximum. So at that point, the maximum, at least for the gun charge, is going to be revealed. I know that sometimes we don't like to say what charges carry that our clients are
Right.
facing, but the state said that they're going to ask for the maximum, and we need to articulate what the maximum is. I just wanted to be
All right.
clear.
That's y'all's choice.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so is there objection to the portions that Ms. Love is proposing to play?
We just have an objection to the extent that we don't feel that they are prior inconsistent
All right.
statements, but we're going to.
All right, well, I'm ruling that they are prior inconsistent statements, so this is in when tendered.
Your Honor, I do want to make clear so that there is no confusion for any record later on. The special conditions of his sentence are not portions that were asked about, but they are portions that give context to what he is saying he understands. So when I read the charges, for instance, his current charges, his negotiated sentence, and the special conditions that he shall abide by, all of that, it gives context to the fact that he said he didn't understand it. So I did not ask him, hey, is this a special condition? Is this a special condition? But I included that in there for context for the rest. So I need to be abundantly clear. What I am saying I am playing is exactly what I have indicated in my email to the court and counsel. And the reasons for it have not changed, but I needed the court to hear that part.
All right, well, I mean, part of what he said yesterday that he didn't understand at the time he signed it was any violation of these provisions or any special condition will result in him being sentenced on count 30, and the DA will recommend serve the maximum. So he's thank you for clarifying the record on that. All right. Okay, are we anything else before we get the jury in an hour after I told them to be here?
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Your Honor, is the court stop the questioning of the interrogation by Detective Gaither of Mr. Sledge that we objected to when we left yesterday? I didn't understand the relevance, and then
I don't expect her to
Okay.
go back into that
Thank
because I ruled that to be irrelevant.
I don't have an additional part of that I'm trying to get into at this
Okay.
time. And if before I ventured into that, I would bring it to the court's attention, but I don't foresee it at this point.
Okay. All right, let's get the witness in and then we'll get the jury in.
And Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Wright may have apprised the court. He is in Coweta County.
He did not apprise the court of anything. And
Well, he
in
did-
fact, I told him and he assured me that he would be here
There's
through
a good part.
duration.
There's a good part. There's a good part. He has standing
Oh,
counsel
okay.
that he has, I should have started with
Hello,
that.
you should have.
That he has, I apologize, that he has, and Mr. Sledge has agreed and
Okay.
okayed.
All right.
Attorney Wright is actually on his way up.
All right. And tell me your name, ma'am. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Judge.
And I shouldn't say he hasn't apprised the court because he probably apprised one of my staff. I just haven't had anything forwarded to me. So, okay, but as long as Mr. Sledge has somebody here to represent him, that's fine. I would go ahead and get the jury, please. You can come on up and take a seat.
I think Love just said something about number 16. And we need to make sure. I couldn't hear all of it. But talking about this number 16. And thank you so much to Otto for gifting 5 memberships. And that's Otto in the picture, you guys. So shout out to Otto, and Otto's human. All right, so we're gonna get caught up a little bit. I was being nosy and listening into the little bit of hot mic.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience this morning. We started before y'all again, but we weren't able to get through everything. So that's just, how it happens in trials sometimes, is we have to deal with issues that require y'all to be patient. So thank you for continuing to be patient. And we're ready to continue now with Mr. Sledge's testimony. Ms. Love, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
Mr. Sledge, yesterday I showed you an exhibit, 425Y, to see if it refreshed your recollection. I'm going to show you what I will label as 425 Yankee Alpha and see if this exhibit refreshes your recollection regarding your phone number back in December of 2014 and in 2015. Okay?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
And don't read it out loud, but is the photograph depicted in 425 Yankee Alpha the same photograph that was depicted in the exhibit you saw yesterday?
Yes.
And is that you and your child in that photograph?
Yes.
Do you recall how old your child was in that photograph, approximately?
No, I believe he was just born. I don't.
He was just born?
Yes, I don't exactly know how old he was on the photo.
That's fair. When was that baby born?
Ms. Love, if what you want is the phone number, let's cut to the phone number, okay?
I'm asking for
Let's
another-
get a move on it.
Are you able to read this?
Yes.
And based on what you were reading,
Try that other mic, maybe. Which I know has also got its own problems, but
do you recall making the posts that you see in the sidelines of this photograph?
They say my name right there, whatever the Instagram name was at that time.
Is this a post that was on your Instagram page?
Yes.
Does this post refresh your memory about what your phone number was?
Yeah, it looked like something I wrote.
Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of what you wrote and posted on your Instagram page?
Yes.
Are you able to now tell the jury what your phone number was?
It say 446628935.
404
Yes.
662
8935.
8935. And was that your phone number?
I guess I don't remember the look, but I see it on the photo. It said I gave it to somebody. But for my personal knowledge, I don't remember. But from the photo, it's saying it's my number because I sent it to whoever that was.
Your Honor, given that, and thank you, Mr. Sledge. Given that Mr. Sledge does not recall the state tenders State's Exhibit 425 Yankee Alpha as a past recollection recorded.
all right, it's admitted.
Thank you. Your Honor, permission to,
You may.
and Your Honor, there is also the, thank you, Judge.
Did you see her? The judge was like,
Could you zoom in? All right. Mr. Sledge, would you read the first post that you made?
It said I woke up like this.
And then what's the next one?
My baby.
And are you responding to someone, tagging someone, saying that?
Yeah, it said thank you, sis.
All right. And is that at K2 Success that you're telling that it's your baby?
Yeah, it do. It say thank you, sis.
All right. And what's the next line?
Such a good father. Keep up the good work, bro.
And then who is that person talking?
It said thank you, sis.
Is that person writing to at YSL _ Tounk?
Yes.
And is that Kahenti, Kahenti, that made that post?
Yes.
In response, do you then tell A at KAHENTI, thanks, sis?
Yes,
And then do you tell someone else, thank you?
yes,
Does MDBNELL congratulate at YSL _ Tounk?
yes,
After that, does Pizzle.dope ask, say slime, what's your math?
that's a number thing, I don't know. I see the pound sign number for a number
Do
on
you
my
see?
side.
Okay.
If you pay,
Right here, do you see say slime, what's your math?
oh, okay, I see it on now, but it don't show right here.
You don't see say slime, what's your math?
Oh, okay, right there, okay.
Okay,
I was looking right there.
that's okay. And then, do you respond to at pixel effing baby, what's the move, slime?
Yes,
And then does pixel.dope respond, trying to see now, send your number? They
Yes.
use a hashtag.
yes,
And then do you respond to at pixel effing baby 404-662-8935?
yes, but that's, yes, go ahead. Yes, I respond to that.
You're able to say
No,
whatever you need
go,
to
go.
explain.
I respond to that.
Okay. And was this post made around the time that your child was born?
Yes.
All right. Now, can you tell us when your child was born?
I just remember December, around December or something.
December, what year?
2014, I want to say.
Thank you. Yesterday, we talked about what happened on January the 10th of 2015. Has any part of what you told the jury yesterday changed regarding what you recall happening January 10th, 2015, after you learned about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
You gotta refresh my memory. I don't remember. Yeah.
Do you remember what happened after you learned about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No, could you refresh my memory?
Miss
So
Percifield
is
has
it your
time off.
testimony? You do not remember what you told the jury yesterday?
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying I don't remember right now. If you could show me, then I don't remember right now.
Did you testify yesterday that you got a call around 10-something PM, or you got a DM
Yes,
that indicated you and someone else were responsible for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
yes.
Do you now remember what you did after you got that DM?
No, I don't think I said, I remember saying that I went to Mr. Jeffrey's house.
And do you remember what you said or who you said was at Mr. Jeffrey's house?
Yeah, whoever, I don't know if he's the cameraman or he just do the videos. I'm not for sure about that.
All right. And is it still your recollection that only Mr. Bean, you, your child's mother, your child are the people that you recall being at that house on 10th Street?
I told you it was other people there, but I don't know the other people.
Did you also testify that none of the defendants in this courtroom were there?
I said, I don't remember seeing none of them. Now, that's what I said.
Okay. And thank you for clarifying. You said that yesterday. Is that still your memory today?
If you have anything to refresh my memory, Ms. Love, you can show me and then.
I appreciate that.
But I don't remember.
Okay, so that's still your memory today.
Yeah, that's my memory too. I don't remember.
And what about when you went to Mr. Williams' second residence? Today, do you have any further memory about who all was at that residence?
No, if you have anything that can refresh my memory, you can show it to me, but I don't remember.
And do you not remember any of the defendants in the courtroom here being at that residence?
I don't remember.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay.
Shout out to Doug.
Do you remember being at Rice Street in November of 2015?
November, yes.
And while you were at Rice Street in November of 2015, do you remember calling and speaking with your child's mother at various times?
I talked to her a lot of times, so you have to refresh my memory.
Would showing you a rough transcript of that call refresh your memory about what was said during, or let me ask you this, do you recall talking to your child's mother on November 19th, 2015 at 8:03 p.m.?
I don't remember the dates, man, love. I talk to her most every day, so I don't remember the exact dates.
Would showing you a rough transcript of a call refresh your memory?
Maybe if you show it to me, yeah.
Right. Your Honor, we will label this states 448 Yankee, and it will not be for the purposes of admitting for the jury, just to refresh his recollection.
Right.
And Your Honor, yes, I was going to ask if the defense could look at it first. Do we have another? You got it.
Steven Satchel says, love is the non-prescription sleep pill. I like that's like a powder gray, powder blue on Max, right? I like that color. I don't know what to call the color. Who's breathing into the mic? The squeak. The chair squeak. Powdered silver, steel gray,
Yes.
periwinkle, I'm seeing in the chat.
You want this?
It's weird because some things in the court come through it, like you guys pointed out, it's been mono since yesterday. I thought it was, I just like ordered new earbuds like a week ago, and I was like, are they already messing up? Most of the stuff is coming through one earbud, and then every once in a while something comes through the other, like that cough came through this earbud. So they've got some funky audio in this courtroom. Look at them. Aw. Look at Love's face. It's the color of winning. The chair is snitching. Seafoam blue. Hilton had that stern face with that snitching part. I can't wait to go and rewatch that. Dave 911 says it's not even 9:30 and Love already has the judge ready to flip her wig. We've gone from, I think like the first week people were calling her Judge Pantene, and now she's wig flipping. Look, she's doing it right now. I don't blame her. All right, Carrington Matthews looks like he's doing gang signs right now. But watch out. Thank you so much, Dave. Ike. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you agree with what Ike is saying here. Ike says, Miss Love strikes me as someone who points out a visible landmark just to tell you, ignore it and make a right when giving you driving directions. You see that over there? Ignore it and go make a right. Robbie Jones says, Miss Love gives an aspirin a headache. Oh, I don't know if aspirin's enough. I don't know if aspirin's enough. Jen says, this feels more like a Monday than a Friday. Oh, yeah, and what's crazy about it is this is a 4-day week, right? You know, normally you'd feel like a bit more energy on a Friday when you didn't have a Monday. And somehow Love is making this feel like a Monday. Thank you so much, Jen. Dante says she almost said until November on this witness. I think the judge would just walk out. Like, there's no way. There's no way. Okay, I'm looking at their language right now. The judge is really leaning in. Thank you, Dante. Always good to see you. Leah's dad says, what is the point of telling Love she shouldn't argue everything if you then let her argue everything? What's the point of warnings at this point? I mean, they're a little bit entertaining because they're getting harsher, right? So it's funny to hear it, but then once the laugh is like done, there's no tangible change. So it's like, haha, Love got yelled at. We get to laugh and throw some banana emojis in the chat. But then still we are with 3 days on the same witness. That was supposed to take 3 hours. So you were right, Leah's dad. Tina P gifted 5 memberships. All right, we're going to show some love to Tina. Oh, I just toggled over here. Good thing you're pretty says, Doug said on Twitter that the court is like 61 degrees, so they're all wearing winter suits. Yeah, I would too. I get really sleepy when I'm cold. Okay, I'll get Doug's X account. Hold on. I'll link it. Because you guys should definitely be following Doug. He is hilarious. This is Doug. If you use X, you should absolutely be following him. Yeah, look at all the love for Tina. Heck yeah. Obi says, Tina, you are the queen slime. We thank you. Miss AB, thank you so much. Shard said that he was lost. Why is Love grabbing the tissues?
All right. Just be set.
And Leon Font made a typo, so I'm going to read it without pulling it up on the screen. She said, morning, it's 9:45. The 5 minutes expired 20 minutes ago. If ADA Magenta worked half as hard as she spends talking, this trial would have been done last year. And so far, oh wait, that one was the safe one. So this one I can pull up. We have another with a typo that I don't think she meant to say and doesn't want to be read on the screen. But it said, I woke up at 6 a.m. to wait on ADA Magenta. So far, all we've heard is rude word salad. And I think you meant to say her voice is grating. So I saw your other chat. So I think you meant her voice is grating. Judge, do something. So thank you for those super chats. Hoping I'm correcting the typo the way to make it read the way you wanted it to. But I'm enjoying seeing the word written. It was a Carrington Matthews throwing all these gang signs, you guys. Right in open court. Just bold.
There's one more.
There are so many things that are changed because of this trial. Wiping your nose, peanut butter and jellies, almond milk. I can't think of almond milk without thinking of nut juice. Oh, cheers, squeak. Okay, so this is a good point. 3 hours based on the witness being cooperative. He's been far from cooperative. However, Love has expressed the expectation that he wouldn't be cooperative through all those evidentiary hearings. So she already knew that he wasn't going to be cooperative, but still grossly underestimated the time it would take. Yeah, new meanings, a whole bunch of different sayings. Yeah, the emojis. Like, can I go in public and wear red anymore? Is it safe? And then Black Butterfly asks, what about Fani with her ex that's not the ex, talking about that roadside arrest video with the daughter driving with the suspended license? She may get impeached for perjury, maybe. Your thoughts? You know, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, the defense team wants to, you know, file a motion about that and ask some questions. I don't know if they'll be allowed to. But what I really think is interesting personally, I don't think it's weird that Fani showed up for her daughter. She's a mom. That's the daughter. I think it's interesting that Nathan Wade was in the car ready to come help pick up this second vehicle of all people that you might know and call a friend. But what I think is interesting is how much these RICO cases are based on associations. The amount of times we've heard questioning about, you were in a picture, you were at the club with somebody. You went to Club Crucial with these people before, right? List of 10 people. So if we're going to scrutinize somebody being in the same place as somebody as evidence of some element of what's being prosecuted here, then I think it's a fair game for us to be like, why are you hanging out driving around and this is the person you call to come help your daughter out who needs help? So to me, it's just, and I wouldn't have that issue if we didn't have all these extraneous, cumulative, blathering on and on and on types of questions from Love and Hilton. Like, cool, you went to Club Crucial and there were other people at Club Crucial. Like, if it's criminal to be in the same place as somebody, and I don't know, as far as whether perjury or anything will come from that, somebody's got to file a motion and then somebody has to decide, you know, if they're asking for a remedy to be able to question somebody, that remedy would have to be granted. So I don't know if that will really go anywhere.
Well, I didn't think it was going to take this long.
And thank you so much again, Black Butterfly. Nez says, been on vacation. Has RICO charges been made an appearance yet? No, just people hanging out in groups of 3. The closest thing was possibly YSL members, Mounk Tounk, keeping people away from territory at these gas stations. But Love flubbed on that entire line of questioning once she actually moved forward an inch. She walked like feet backwards. So, no, not with this witness. I thought I seen him at the airport flying out of Atlanta. He said, nope, no more Lil Rico, no more Lil Rick. I hope you're enjoying your vacation, Nez. Or if you're back already, that you enjoyed it. It's Me Solid says, good morning, Cat and Chat. Good morning to It's Me Solid.
Your Honor, Mr. Sledge asked if he could have a moment to read that with his attorney.
All right.
Okay, and the jury heard that, so that's like the third or fourth time.
He said he doesn't read as fast as I do.
Okay, well, if y'all want to go back to the jury room, you can, but I doubt if it's going to be that much longer. And by the time you get back there, I'll be calling you back out again.
And thank you, Tay Biz, for becoming a member. How did you not get gifted a membership by now? The YouTube is funny like that. YouTube just randomly gives memberships out. I feel like it leans towards people that are more active in the chat. But how did Tay Biz not get one this whole time? So thank you for becoming a member, Tay Biz.
Your Honor, may we approach with a member of the defense about a correlated matter?
Sure.
What now? I'm liking seeing Shard and Keratin stand side by side, looking sharp. Yeah. Steven Satchel, thanks for the 2, says Rico is more about politics than justice. Noble says $25 a day listening to Love the Harpy yelling at a dead mic. Jury living the American dream. Heck yeah, get that $25. Oh man, I don't know. You know, I'm in my 30s, guys, and you know, I've done the jobs for lower pay to work my way up. You know, making people's coffee for minimum wage, running around carrying 30 plates trying to waitress for like $1 tip, right? I've done it. I don't know if for $25 a day I'd be willing to do this. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's just. If I was a defendant thinking my life was on the line for people that were making $25 a day for 2 years, I'd feel like I'd have bitter people considering the evidence against me. And just because you might think like, oh, I want to spite the state for holding me here for only making $25 a day. The squeaky chair. The prejudice could flip the other way. If you're disgruntled and angry listening to information all day, you're going to interpret it while it's happening with that mindset, that mood.
Do I start here?
So you could interpret this evidence negatively just because you're mad. And that could really prejudice the defense, I think. I think this is a horrible, horrible look for the jury system.
Trying to be pro.
I think that's Go ahead.
Trying to be proactive, Your Honor, based on our outside of the jury conference earlier this morning regarding that jail call. We went ahead and clipped the portion that the court determined could be relevant and had that sent over to the court and to counsel in the event that it became necessary to play simply that snippet. We sent that so that if there was any disagreement that that was the portion the court acknowledged may be relevant, counsel could let us know. So we were offering it at this time. I don't know whether the transcript we've provided is going to refresh Mr. Sledge's memory or not. He's having a conversation with his attorney.
Okay.
I was under the impression that we litigated this morning and that the state, and then you asked the state to play it, and the clip they played was talking about what Shannon's lawyer, paid lawyer said.
Right, I don't think that's this. I think what she has just sent us is that first part we talked about, that is the transcript that he's looking at now.
Okay, I don't know how that could be 28 seconds, but
I mean,
listen.
I don't think it should be 28 seconds either, so I'd like for us to,
Can we play it for the
yeah.
court?
The whole situation, whoever witness number one is, they gotta know it's he. How he say, you remember when we talked on the phone, he's like, boy, you ain't know nothing about it, you was in the blind.
Mm-hmm.
They told them folks deep. After Slug got killed, all of them met up together and went down old boy house. Them made that word. That's how you know it's deep.
Them folks, after Nut got killed, again, we're backdooring the fact that D said something to the police that's problematic. If Mr. Zachary takes a stand, I will deal with it, and I will cross-examine him, and it won't be a problem anymore. But I don't want there to be any insinuations, any references, any reference to D telling on people until he takes the stand. And so I don't know why we have to get into what Lil D told them folks to get the fact that he was at a condo.
Do you have the transcript or does he have, Mr. Sledge have it?
Mr. Sledge has one copy, I have one. Written on that.
And if Mr. Sledge needs to hear that outside of the presence of the jury to get context to understand what he said previously, I don't have a problem with that. I just don't want the jury to be hearing Mr. Sledge's phone calls to his girlfriend about what other people told the police. Right. Yeah.
And yeah, so while they were sidebarring, Atkins and Hilton, it looked like the court stood up because the jury was exiting. So the jury's not in here for this. But I think because the courtroom was muted, we might not have heard them say all rise or whatever.
I think you could accomplish the same thing if you just cut out the witness one because part. I mean, what you're asserting that you want to get in is, I heard that he said these things and we know it's him because of exactly what he's saying. So we don't need the witness one part for that, so.
So, we will have Mr. Makins take out witness one.
Because, and just start with he say.
Yes, Your Honor.
And
I don't have the transcript in front of me. I don't have the call memorized, but I did hear
we can play it again.
he's telling them folk what he told them folks.
Yeah,
The whole point of this is just, was Mr. Zachary at the condo that night or not? And I really don't care what the answer is. What I don't want is a bunch of references to what was said at a prelim and D is telling these folks this and that.
nobody's gonna know who them folks is from this.
Well, them folks is
Them folks could be anybody.
Your
Them
Honor,
folks could be anybody.
respectfully, Your Honor, them folks in the street is police. That's slang for the police, and I believe the jurors are
Well-
going to be able to put that together.
Well, I don't know whether they will or not, but that's what he said.
I understand that's what he said, but I don't believe that just because he said it, it's admissible. Him talking about what Lil D did, respectfully. If Lil D takes a stand, we'll deal with it.
Okay, well, maybe he'll just remember that Zachary was there after all.
And Your Honor, again, we gave that to him to refresh his memory about who all was there. What I started the questioning with today was, do you have any different
I
memories?
understand. I was here. All right, I'm gonna hand this back to you. But if he's presented with it, the transcript, and he claims to still have no memory, then I'm gonna permit this in as a prior inconsistent statement. Yes.
This once, but I'm going to say it again. I would suggest someone just play Mr. Sledge's recording and then see if that refreshes his recollection outside the presence of the jury.
I asked him, did he want to, I asked him, do you want me to play it for you? You want to take the transcript? He said, I just like to read it. I just need more time. That's what just happened back there in the presence of his lawyer and chief investigator, Mounk. Anybody want to ask?
Okay, can
You what?
I go talk to the witness and ask if he wants to hear the
I
recording?
appreciate it. The witness would be allowed to talk to his own attorneys.
Oh, only I guess only the state gets to talk to him.
Well, you are the one, Mr. Shard, in fairness, that asked for a bench conference
You're right.
and suggested that Mr. Sledge be apprised and that his lawyer be apprised as to maybe what should and shouldn't be said from that transcript. And that is why Ms. Love went out and gave them that transcript.
And Your Honor, I was under the impression that this whole thing about the call had been settled. Apparently, I was wrong about that. But if he needs to listen to the call to refresh his recollection, I don't have a problem. I'm
Well,
just
you
trying
know
to.
what? If he comes in and he says, yeah, that still doesn't help me, but if I could hear myself say it, then maybe that would, then we'll take it from there.
Okay, thank you.
Do we think maybe he's ready, or is somebody gonna let us know, or?
I told him to come back in, but I'll send someone out to see.
Or, I mean, his co-counsel could do it. She's still here. That way there's no kind of, one side gets to see Mr. Wright more often than the other side.
She was ready. She's like, I'll go. And Robert, this is interesting too. The prosecution spends its time attacking their own witness's credibility while the defense works to rehabilitate that witness. It's odd. Yeah. And I think that comes down to the state hoarding the witness
You
list.
can go ahead and take that screen share down for now, since we might not get to that.
Like, we'll call all the witnesses so they can't.
Yes. 5 more minutes. Anybody else need to use the bathroom? Okay, can you do it quickly? Because I don't want it to turn into another 20-minute recess.
Oh, we're going to get a chair squeak when Atkins comes back.
We've had about, 5 minutes of actual trial time today so far?
There was no objection to the plea video, right?
Hmm?
Oh,
There was not an objection to the plea video, right?
No one has voiced one.
plea video would be from the hearing.
I mean,
They want to
other
show.
than They don't think it's a prior inconsistent statement, and I ruled on that.
It shows that he was sitting there with his attorney, agreeing to the terms. But thank you so much, Robert. Great point. Cece says, I feel like the astronaut left in space. Oh no. Just out there lost, waiting, biding your time. That is certain metaphors. I feel like I can feel them. And that just made me feel it. Why is Hilton shaking her head so hard? Oh my goodness. Sometimes the stuff that happens in court when the sound is off is just hilarious. Thank you so much, Cece. Thank you so much, AI Designs, for the super sticker. You're always showing support for the channel. Appreciate you so much. I wonder why he just took a bunch of tissue. You saw him grab a bunch of tissues and then I don't know where he went with them. that maybe brought them to someone outside. Because that's interesting. Thank you so much again, AI Designs. And Sherry. Sherry has gifted 5 memberships. Throw some presents in the chat. Yeah, and honestly, guys, you guys are talking about lunch in the chat. I mean, if she follows a regular schedule, we're an hour and 15 from when they would normally take their lunch recess. So what are we gonna get? Sorry, I'm reading the screen. Bunch of people on the Zoom. We're gonna get like, they play this video. They play that clip of the phone call that they trimmed down. And Love asks 40 questions about it. And then we'll be at lunch. Like, and remember we started this morning with, oh, we plan to be able to finish up with this witness at lunch, by lunch. Yeah, and they do not seem on the same page about whatever they're talking about. Thank you so much again, Sherry. Touche says, in my opinion, Sledge talks so much because he's trying to control the conversation, tries to stay a step ahead of her to answer what he thinks she's getting at, to show Miss Love he's not intimidated. Yeah, and he does always say Miss
Get the
Love.
jury back.
And I think that's a good theory. Their energy is kind of odd too. It's almost like flirtatious.
I've instructed him, may I ask his counsel?
You can do it right now while we're waiting on the jury.
Good Trish. Atkins has carpal tunnel from writing all these post-its. I hear the attorney's voice vaguely, Mr. Wright. Right now the court is noisy, but it sounds like Mr. Wright, the attorney, was doing more talking than Love there. I have the boosted volume. Thank you so much, Touche. Ike says, I support no eating in the courtroom. If the jury has to sit there for months and months, you don't get to eat in front of them. All about respect. I agree. I don't think the jury was present. And that might have been why they thought it was acceptable. But she said, nope, 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 and laid down the hammer. But I get what you're saying, right? And this is probably a great reason why the jury ran right out of there when they said it might be a short recess. We can go back to the jury room if you want. Well, they know how things go. Thank you so much, Ike. Thank you so much, Versatile Lawyer. We have a lawyer in the chat. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Be careful now. Don't lose your bar card being in the Cat Rico chat gang.
Mr. Sledge, have you had enough?
Hang on. We're waiting on a juror.
I'm sorry.
That's why we're all
Y'all
still
were waiting
standing.
on me. I'm so sorry.
All right. Even Ms.
My
Love needs to
apologies.
move the pace a little bit now.
I thought they were waiting on me. I'm sorry.
Did you hear how hard the jury pool just laughed? That sounded like left ear. I have stereo again. That sounded like left side of the courtroom laughing.
I feel a little self-conscious. Mr. Sledge, have you had enough time to speak with your attorney and to review the exhibit label states 448 Yankee that I gave to you to refresh your memory?
Yes,
All right. And is the attorney with whom you reviewed that document the same one that you had on December 28, 2022?
yes,
Were you able to ask questions and gain answers to every question that you had regarding this document?
Yes,
All right. Does reviewing State's Exhibit 448 Yankee refresh your memory about a phone call that you had with your girlfriend, with your child's mom on November 19, 2015?
yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to place this here as not admitted for the purposes of the record.
All right.
Mr. Sledge, having read States 448, do you have any more memory about who all was at Mr. Williams' condo, or with whom you might have met at the condo after Donovan Thomas was killed?
Could you repeat that, Ms. Love? Repeat it one more time.
Yes, sir. Having refreshed your memory about the phone call that you had with your child's mother,
Yes.
do you have any more memories about who all you met up with after Donovan Thomas was killed?
Yes, I think.
All right. When you say you think, who is it that you think you remember you met up with after Donovan Thomas was killed?
I didn't, who I met up with, or who I was at the condo. You losing me right now.
Let's go with the way you first said it, or the last said it. Who all was at the condo?
I still don't remember who I was there with. I'm trying to think. I seen the paper, but I didn't see any name really that was on the docket saying who was all there.
Do you remember whether Quindarius Zachary was there?
I think Quindarius Zachary was there when I got there.
Do you remember whether Shannon Stillwell was there?
I still don't remember if Shannon Stillwell was there because I didn't see him personally with my eyes, so I still don't remember if he was there or not.
Do you remember whether Diamante Kendrick was there?
No, I think Mr. Kendrick was not there when I got there.
And when you say you did not see Shannon Stillwell with your eyes, is your testimony today, you know for a fact that you didn't see Shannon Stillwell, or that you don't recall?
I don't recall. When I got there, I didn't see Shannon Stillwell there. When I first got there. That's what I'm saying.
Shout out to Iron Rabbit. Thank you for the 10
Were
gifted
you
memberships.
Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Quindarius Zachary, Defendant Williams in a room at one of his condos the night Donovan Thomas got murdered?
I think we was. I think, yes.
Which one? Which condo?
Not the first one.
The second condo?
Yes.
All right. What were y'all doing?
Nothing. Mr. Williams getting himself together.
At what point did, and let me back up and ask you this. Would you characterize your being there as y'all all meeting up at that house?
I don't think we all arrived at the same time.
That's not what I asked. Would you characterize you all being there as y'all all meeting up at the house?
Yes.
All right. And what purpose did you all meet up at the house for?
They was going to the show and the video shoot with him. From my understanding.
Were you working as head of security for Defendant Williams at that time?
No, I don't think so.
And Kenneth Copeland, was he also one of the persons that met up with you, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Quindarius Zachary, and Defendant Williams at Defendant Williams' condo?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. He was there and he was one of the ones y'all met up with. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he came down to the condo.
All right. Now, what did y'all talk about at the condo when y'all all met up?
I don't basically remember the conversation that we was having, but I don't remember the conversation. I'm gonna say that.
Is it still your testimony that you went to Defendant Williams' condo solely because you got a DM accusing you of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. That's the reason, yes.
Was there any other reason?
I don't remember. If you have anything that can fresh my memory, you can show me, but I don't remember no other reason why.
That's the only reason that you remember today? Okay.
Yes.
Given that that is the only reason you can think of that you went to Defendant Williams' condo, did you talk about the fact that you were, one, that Donovan Thomas had been murdered, and two, you were one of the ones accused of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Sustained.
Thank you. Did you talk about with the people you met up with the fact that Donovan Thomas had been murdered?
Yes.
All right. Now, about what time did you all meet up at Defendant Williams' second location, his other condo?
I don't remember the time.
Do you recall whether it was before or after midnight?
No, I don't remember.
Based on what you said yesterday, is it safe to say it was definitely after 10 o'clock p.m.?
Yeah, it was after 10 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Do you remember how long you talked about Donovan Thomas's murder with the people that you met up with?
It couldn't have been too long because I ended up dropping Copeland off, so I don't remember how long it exactly was.
What was the atmosphere in the room while you all talked about Donovan Thomas's murder?
What you mean, atmosphere? Could you explain that to me?
I can. How did you bring up Donovan Thomas? Well, who brought up Donovan Thomas's murder when you all met up?
I already had spoke about it to Mr. Williams.
Right.
So I don't know who started the conversation at the second location.
Do you remember what the conversation was?
I just know the conversation with me and Kenny Copeland was the one responsible for it.
And was there anything said by anybody else that you remember?
Not really. I just remember Mr. Williams telling me that we ain't had nothing to do with it. Go down now.
Who is the we?
Me and Kenny Copeland.
Okay. And do you know how it is that Mr. Williams is able to tell you that you all don't have anything to do with it?
He wasn't directly like trying to tell us what to do. He just was basically saying, don't go to the show and go down there and clear our name.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, did Kenneth Copeland go to Miami?
I don't know. I think he called me and told me he was in Miami, but I don't personally know, was he in Miami?
And is it your testimony that you didn't go to the show because, well, you wanted to stay and make sure your family was safe?
Yes.
All right. But is it also fair to say that you weren't trying to clear your name? You did not go to the, did you, I'll rephrase. Did you stay back from the show in order to clear your name?
Sustained.
She did the same
Did you
question.
make any efforts to clear your name?
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm not suggesting the answer. I'm just asking one
Yes, you
that's yes
are.
or no.
Yes, you are.
Ask it a different way.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you take Mr. Williams' advice that you say he gave?
Sustained.
What did you do after you were told to not go to the show and clear your name?
I dropped Copeland off and I went on about my business.
Do you make or recall anything else anyone else in that room said about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm asking if he recalls anything else. He seemed to remember something.
Go ahead.
Do you recall anything else anyone else in that room said
Her
about the
voice.
murder of Donovan Thomas?
No.
After you dropped Mr. Copeland off, did you ever go back to the condo that night?
We talked about this yesterday, Miss Love. I told you I went to the hotel room.
I understand. Did you leave the hotel at any time and go back to the condo?
No.
Did you see either Defendant Williams? We'll start with him. Did you see Defendant Williams anymore before he left for Miami?
You said that night?
Between the time you said you left his condo and the time that he left for Miami, did you see him at any other time?
No.
Did you see Defendant Stillwell at any time after you left Defendant Williams' condo?
No, Miss Love.
Do you know whether Defendant Stillwell went to Miami?
No, I don't know that neither.
Do you know whether Defendant Kendrick went to Miami?
Well, I think Mr. Kendrick will going because he's supposed to be in the video or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. He was going to help perform that night.
Do you know whether he went?
I don't know personally because I didn't see it, so I can't say personally that he went.
Do you know whether Mr. Zachary went to Miami?
No.
Did you speak with Mr. Williams at any time that he was purportedly in Miami?
I think he called and checked on me. I'm not for sure. I don't remember that. I think he called and checked on me, but I don't remember.
Did you speak with Kenneth Copeland at any time that he was in Miami?
Well, he told me him, his daughter, and himself or something went down there, if I'm mistaken.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I guess yes.
Did you speak with Defendant Stillwell at any time during a point where he was in Miami?
No.
Did you speak with Defendant Kendrick at any time while he was purportedly in Miami?
No.
Now, when you spoke with these gentlemen that you love that are YSL members, did you always talk with them either in person or on a telephone line, or did you have any other ways that you communicated with them?
We never really talked on the phone that much. Me and Mr. Stillwell probably talked on the phone more than anybody.
And do you count FaceTime as talking on the phone?
Yes.
All right. How often would you say that you FaceTimed with Kenneth Copeland?
I can't answer. I don't know.
Did you FaceTime with Kenneth Copeland before he met with you at Defendant Williams' condo?
I don't recall.
Did you FaceTime with Defendant Williams before you went to his condo?
I don't recall. If you have anything to refresh my memory, you can refresh my memory, but I don't recall of talking to Mr. William before I went down to his condo.
What about Defendant Stillwell? Did you FaceTime with him before y'all met up at the condo?
No.
Did you FaceTime with Defendant Kendrick before y'all met up at the condo?
No.
Are you able to give us just a rough estimation of how frequently you spoke with Defendant Williams on FaceTime?
I can't give you that. I don't recall.
Did you, between the time that that photograph in 425 Yankee was posted, so around December 2014, and January 10th, 2015, was that the same number that you would have used and FaceTimed with?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I can't answer that question. I don't know. I don't recall that. I don't know.
Okay. Are you able to say with any degree of certainty about how often you FaceTime with Defendant Stillwell, since you said that's who you talk with the most?
We used to FaceTime a lot, so.
And the jury, and I don't know what a lot means for you, so could you please tell them what that means?
I can't give you a number of how much we FaceTime. I can't give you that number.
And thank you. I don't need a specific number. Was it every day?
I say yes, probably yes.
Was it multiple times a day or just once a day?
We talked like big brothers, little brothers, so I don't know how many times a day that me and him talked on the phone, but we talked a lot on the phone every day.
Defendant Williams and you, how often did y'all talk on FaceTime?
Me and Mr. Williams didn't talk on the phone as much as me and Mr. Stillwell did.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I believe that the instruction that the court has that should precede what will be marked as State's Exhibit 442Y that we have sent would be
The plea
appropriately
video.
read.
All right, so this is gonna be about his plea in this
Yes.
case.
Yes.
Okay,
In this case.
all right. So I'm gonna again instruct y'all, and this time, everything I'm gonna say is gonna be applicable to this plea in this 2022 case. All right, so you are about to hear, and you actually have heard evidence that this witness, who was a co-defendant in this case, has pled guilty to some of the charges in this indictment. I caution you that the co-defendant's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal acts to which he pled. You are not to consider this co-defendant witness's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. If you find that the co-defendant witness provided testimony on the stand that is inconsistent with his guilty plea admissions, and they are going to be admissions in this case, this wasn't an Alfred plea, this was a regular guilty plea, you may consider the witness's prior inconsistent statement, that is his guilty plea admissions, including to the allegations in the charges to which he pled guilty, as substantive evidence, which you may consider against any defendant currently on trial for whatever bearing it may have to the issues on trial.
Thank you, Judge. And we are going to play that. I wanted to ask Mr. Sledge a few more questions. Mr. Sledge, yesterday, you, am I correct that you testified that you know of an Antonio Sumlin?
Yeah, I know of him.
Okay. And did you testify that that's the person that you called Obama?
You never asked me, did I call him Obama or not?
Okay. Did you call him Obama?
Yes.
All right. And how well would you say you know him? You said you know of him. How
Yeah, I
well?
used to see him around, but me and him never really hung out together.
To your knowledge, did he ever claim YSL?
Yes, I heard, yes.
Okay. And when is the last time that you talked with Obama?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
Did you talk with him in 2022?
Yes, probably. Yeah, I probably talked to him in 2022.
Do you know how often? Generally speaking, I don't need a
No,
exact number.
when I seen him, I talked to him.
Okay. Did you ever FaceTime with him?
No, I never been on the phone with him.
All right. Was the last time that you saw him in 2022?
Yeah, in person.
Okay. And do you recall if you ever spoke with him around April 2022?
April 2022?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall speaking with him around the time that this indictment came out?
I don't remember talking to him when the indictment came out.
Okay. Did you ever share any bills with Obama?
What bills? What kind of bills?
Any bills? I don't even care what kind. Any kind of bills with Antonio Sumlin?
What you mean by bills? Could you be more
Understand
specific?
what
I'm asking you to be more specific.
money that you owe to somebody else?
No, I don't recall that. I don't recall that.
Did you ever have to pay any rent with Mr. Sumlin in 2022?
Mr. Sumner never paid any rent with me.
Did you ever have to pay any with him?
No.
Do you know of anyone else within YSL who is referred to as Mounk Tounk?
No.
Have you ever had any reason to charge money at a door for a light bill?
Now that I know her, he never gave me no money for no light bill.
That's not what I asked. Have you, Mr. Sledge, ever had any reason to charge money at a door for a light bill?
No, overruled.
I've got to cut in. We have done some club events, and I've been to some club events where the theme was, it'd be like a head top dance hall contest, and the prize winner got their RG&E, their electric bill paid. They'd get $500 if they won the contest. So we've literally done club events where someone would win their light bill getting paid. So just coincidentally saying that.
Go ahead.
Could you repeat it?
Have you, Mr. Sledge, ever had any reason to charge money at a door for a light bill?
I don't recall. I don't remember, Ms. Love, but I know if you came to my house and stayed for weeks and months, eventually I want some money for you staying there.
I imagine so. Have you ever had any I take it back. Have you ever had any reason to charge money at a door along with Mr. Sumlin for a light bill?
It sounds like a cover
You
charge
gotta ask that
at the club.
question, Ms. Love.
I'm gonna object to relevance at this point.
Your Honor, I have a very good faith basis for asking this question.
Okay, well, you're asking him, basically, has he ever charged money at a door for a light bill? Charged anybody money at a door for a light bill, right? Just maybe ask
Yes.
that and then,
Yes. Yes.
because if he has no recollection, then he has no recollection whether he was with himself or somebody else, so.
Could be a cover
If you
charge to
want
keep
to
the
make
lights
sure
on at the
that
club.
He understands the entire universe of people. Have you ever charged them? Go ahead and ask that. But then if he doesn't recall, let's move on.
Thank you. Have you ever been upset that people were hanging out with you or at you and a spot you may have shared with Mr. Sumlin and not paid bills?
Compound.
I didn't share with him.
How did that question get worse?
He probably stayed a couple of nights, and when the bill came, I told him to give me money on the bill. That ain't.
Okay. And when you say stayed a couple of nights, where would it have been that he stayed?
He probably stayed in my room because I went home.
Okay. And was that your room on Boulevard or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
All right. Was it a house that you lived at?
I stayed there when I wanted to.
What street was that house on?
I think it was off Brown Mill. I'm not for sure. I think it was off Brown Mill though. I'm not for sure.
Did you have a nickname for that house?
No, I didn't have a nickname for no house.
To your knowledge, did anyone ever call that house the Web?
I never hung it. I never been there when they called it the Web.
Do you know of a place called the Web?
I heard of it.
Do you know where it is?
It was off Brown Mill somewhere, but I never been to it. I just knew it was off Brown Mill.
Have you ever seen it?
I didn't know exactly what house it was whenever they was calling the Web, but I never been to it at that time, so I don't know.
Who is the they that you're referring to that called it the Web?
The streets. I heard people like at the gas station, like, I'm about to go to the Web. So I don't know.
Were those people YSL?
I guess.
Did you ever hear anybody other than YSL members talk about going to the Web?
Yes, I don't heard females say they was going to the Web.
All right. Do you know or have any idea how far the Web was from the place you said that you were at off Browns Mill Road?
Now, just keep in mind that this is 10 minutes after she asked the judge to read the instruction to play the plea video. And then she just started asking other questions, and it's been 10 minutes about keeping the lights on, to which he could be trying to retrofit some scenario that would make sense why he might ask someone to help him with the bills. Just pulling something out of his mind that might make sense, that might not actually have factually happened. Like, this is a wild line of questioning. 10 minutes after we were supposed to start looking at the jury, the plea video, the plea hearing.
No, I don't know exactly.
Do you know the last time that you talked to Kenneth Copeland?
I can't tell you the last time I talked to Kenny Copeland.
Do you recall whether you talked to him in 2022?
I don't recall.
Do you remember talking to Kenneth Copeland at all while Kenneth Copeland was in prison around that time? That time being 2022.
I don't know if I talked to Kenny Copeland in that time. I'm not for sure, my lord. I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I'm not for sure.
Right today, you don't remember?
Yeah, I don't remember. Right.
Okay.
So.
Do you remember whether you talked to Demikion Garlington?
When?
When was the last time you recall talking to Demikion Garlington?
I'd probably say 2022.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Kenneth Copeland or Demikion Garlington, either of them, about a Rico indictment?
You said, did I ever talk to them about it?
Yes, sir.
I don't remember. So if you have anything, you can refresh my memory. Yeah.
Do you have any memory of having conversations about a potential Rico indictment before this indictment or its predecessor was ever brought forward?
I don't remember, Ms. Love. I'm being honest with you. I don't remember.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Your Honor, at this time, the state
Finally.
has permission to publish 442 Yankee.
Finally, the video that we asked for 12 minutes ago.
I'm sorry. We tender 442 Yankee as evidence.
All right, that
I'm
is
sorry.
admitted and you may publish.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, CT Benny. I believe Love does much of this because she wants to have the whole weekend for her redirect. She's not going to prep for it anyway, though.
We're on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Antonio
Glanville.
Sledge in 22 SC 183572.
Thank you,
Good
CT Benny.
afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sledge.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
And good afternoon,
Chair squeak.
councils Love and Hilton. Okay, councils, I understand this is supposed to be a negotiated plea. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Mr. Sledge, can I get you to raise your right hand as best you're able?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you should give in the matter now in hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God or so firm?
Yes, I do.
All right, you put your hand down, sir.
Mr. Sledge, please state your true, correct, and legal name.
Antonio Sledge.
And are you the same Antonio Sledge, also known as Mounk Tounk, who is listed in indictment 22 SC 183572?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No, ma'am.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you have not been given today?
No, ma'am.
How old are you and how far have you gone in school?
I'm 41, 10th grade.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you are charged with the following offenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act,
Yes, ma'am.
as well as possession of a firearm by a convicted felon,
Yes,
as
ma'am.
listed in count 30 of this indictment.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges, and that if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Mr. Derek Wright, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
Any potential defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need more time to discuss this case with your attorney?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with his services?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive a formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive any and all defects in the indictment, including any with respect to your name?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been arrested on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
The state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Do you, Mr. Wright, know of any outstanding warrants that are related to these charges?
I do not.
Mr. Sledge, has your attorney advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge that you are pleading guilty to
Yes, ma'am.
today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea of guilty,
Yes, ma'am.
which means that the state will recommend to the court the following sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
As to count 1, 15 years to serve on probation, subject to the special conditions contained in the plea agreement that I have in my hand that I will show you in just a moment. And on count 30, although you are pleading guilty, sentencing will be withheld until the completion of the initial trial of this case. After the initial trial of this case, provided defendant you have complied with the special conditions outlined in sections B, C, D, F, and I of section 3 special conditions of sentence of this plea agreement, the state agrees that the defendant shall be allowed to withdraw his guilty plea on count 30, and the state shall agree to null pros count 30. Do you understand that the court does not have to accept that recommendation? And we will read into the record the terms of the plea agreement in a moment. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that the court can sentence you to the maximum on each charge and can run those sentences consecutively or one after the other if the court does not accept that negotiated plea?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1AS. Do you recognize the document in State's Exhibit 1AS?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your signature on page 7 of 7 of State's Exhibit 1AS?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, actually, and Mr. Sledge, have you had an opportunity to review each and every provision within State's Exhibit 1AS?
Yes, ma'am.
As reflected on State's Exhibit 1AS, the current charges that you face are count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, and count 30, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm, OCGA 16-11-133. The negotiated sentence as outlined in State's 1AS is count 1, 15 years on probation, and count 30, sentencing withheld until the years on probation, and count 30, sentencing withheld until the years on probation, and count 30, sentencing withheld until the years on probation, and count 30, sentencing.
We might need to skip forward 2 seconds. Try that.
So I was eating my cheese sandwich on the low over here.
The agreement is not captured. I'm going to object to skipping forward. I'll see.
Let's see.
Your Honor,
I'm not saying to skip anything substantially. I'm trying to
Right.
see if they can skip over the part where it's just repeating
skipping,
itself.
yes.
Oh my gosh. The squeak. My cheese sandwich was 1 slice of Munster cheese folded on 1 slice of bread. I was like, I've seen this video. I'll eat quickly. Because I'll stream through lunch. So I don't really have a lunch. I'll sneak and eat now. Yeah, linger on that body language where it looks like he's really not wanting to watch this video of himself. And I think this is mirrored, so like the jury is like right over here. No, it was Miss Love's chair that was doing it, and then she swapped the chair.
Go ahead and pick up On that these next charges.
So it's Atkins' chair now.
Stop. It has complied with the special conditions outlined in section B as in boy, C as in Charlie, D as in Delta, F as in Frank, I as in Indigo of section 3 special conditions of sentence of this plea agreement. The state agrees that defendant shall be allowed to withdraw his guilty plea on count 30, and the state shall agree to null pros count 30. The special conditions of the sentence, as outlined in section 3, are that defendant shall abide in full by each and all of the terms of this negotiated agreement. Defendant's failure to abide by any term of this agreement shall constitute a violation of the agreement. Defendant shall testify truthfully about all matters relating to this case upon which he is questioned at any trial or judicial proceeding stemming from the facts alleged in this indictment. In accordance with testifying truthfully about all matters relating to this case, defendant acknowledges that each and all of the statements contained within the defendant's factual acknowledgments section of this agreement are true. Defendant shall testify truthfully about each statement contained within defendant's factual acknowledgments and any matters related to this case when asked to do so in any proceeding related to the facts alleged in this indictment. Defendant shall possess no guns unless his right to do so is restored. Defendant shall commit no criminal acts. Defendant shall submit to random drug screenings by the Department of Community Supervision and any agency designated by the court in this case. Should the defendant test positive for any Schedule 1, 2, or 3 drug, defendant shall within 30 days of said positive test undergo drug rehabilitation as designated by the court or the Department of Community Supervision and shall successfully complete said rehabilitation program. Defendant relinquishes any Fifth Amendment right related to any statement contained within defendant's factual acknowledgments contained within this plea agreement. Section 4, defendant's factual acknowledgments. Have you initialed each and all of the defendant's factual acknowledgments contained within Section 4 of this document?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that initial AS your initial?
Yes, ma'am.
The factual acknowledgments are as follows. Number 3, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, defendant and co-defendant Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary appeared in a video with another person, AS, where defendant brandished a weapon used in a drive-by shooting, and where on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with defendant's ex-girlfriend. Number 4, on or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15SC 138994, defendant and fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video referenced in Part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Number 5, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. Number 6, defendant admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges, for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3, 4, and 5 above. Number 7, defendant was told by another YSL associate that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia, to discuss the murder. Number 8, defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. on behalf of YSL. Number 9, on January the 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, who gave defendant and other YSL associates cash money to lay low. Number 16, defendant has personal knowledge that he and other members or associates of YSL have either participated in or directly committed at least one of the following crimes in order to increase the notoriety and reputation of YSL: murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault, attempted murder, theft, illegal gun possession, and illegal drug possession and sales. Mr. Sledge, have you had an opportunity to go over each one of the defendant's factual acknowledgments and make corrections where necessary?
Yes.
And do you now
That's the
acknowledge
part.
under oath that each of the factual acknowledgments that you have initialed in this section are true and correct and accurate to the best of your ability?
Yes, ma'am.
Part 5 of this plea agreement, Your Honor, states that defendant's sentencing acknowledgments are as follows. Defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of this plea agreement, the district attorney can and will use the contents of this document and agreement during any judicial proceeding. Defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of this plea agreement, his probation for this sentence may be revoked in its entirety, and the district attorney will recommend that defendant serve any remaining portion of this sentence in confinement at the Georgia Department of Corrections or prison. Number 3, defendant understands fully that any violation of any provision or of any special condition of this plea agreement shall result in defendant being sentenced on count 30 of this indictment, and the district attorney will recommend that the defendant serve the maximum sentence allowed by law. Number 4, defendant understands fully that if prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case, defendant fails or refuses to testify to any fact that he acknowledges in this plea agreement, such failure or refusal nullifies any promise made by the district attorney to null pros count 30 of this indictment. Number 5, defendant understands fully that defendant's violation of any provision or of any special condition of this plea agreement prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case shall nullify any promise made by the district attorney to null pros count 30 of this indictment and may result in defendant being, and Your Honor, there is a typo that is in this document. It's the word should be being, and it's spelled B-E-G-I-N. I'm going to ask that defendant just strike.
Now, if I was the defense, I would go bananas on this part. You just had him say, when it looks like he's not paying that much attention, that he agreed and all the changes were made, but you are having him correct a typo live, right here, after he said all that. So there's still an issue. Something that should have been changed and corrected. Granted, it's just a typo. But just a typo on a legal document is no small deal. When you just... She's relying today on present day that anything that should have been changed was already changed, because he agreed at this hearing on December 28th, 29th, I thought it was 29th, but I think it's 28th, 2022, that all the changes he requested had been made. But look, she's making a live change right here. We're gonna get caught up because I'm being a Pawsy McPawserton. But
Initial, that word, B-E-G-I-N to B-E-I-N-G.
Through. Changes. Then initial right there.
And Mr. Sledge, is that your initial above the strike through of the word begin to change it to being?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And may result in defendant being sentenced to serve as much as 35 years of confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections or prison. Number 6, defendant understands fully that no promises, agreements, or conditions have been made other than those set forth in this document. Mr. Sledge, are these your initials on each section under defendant's sentencing acknowledgements?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sledge, do you agree that the following statement is one that you have read, fully understood, and signed your name acknowledging? I, Antonio Sledge, have read and carefully reviewed this agreement. I have reviewed and corrected where necessary for accuracy each statement contained in defendant's factual acknowledgements, and I acknowledge the truth and accuracy of each and every statement listed therein. I fully understand this agreement, and I've had an opportunity to discuss this agreement and each of its provisions with my attorney, Mr. Derek Wright. No promises other than those contained in this document have been made to me in furtherance of this agreement. I freely, knowingly, and voluntarily enter into this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. Is that the statement that you acknowledged in this agreement?
Yeah, ma'am.
And is that the statement to which you signed your name underneath?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Please
the state
zoomed in.
tenders as evidence, State's Exhibit 1AS.
No. Any objection? States 1AS is admitted for purpose of plea.
Mr. Sledge, I'm showing you, and Your Honor, I'll show defense before I present it to him, what was admitted during that session as 1AS. If anyone wants to see it, if not, I'll go ahead and approach the witness.
shout out to Lingretta Rankin for gifting
Mr. Sledge,
5
would you please
memberships.
take a look at 1AS and tell me if 1AS, which was admitted for the purposes of your plea, And the document we have been referring to, yes, thank you, as states 444 Yankee. And I will now add back the first two sheets. Would you please look at those two documents and tell me if states 444 Yankee is an exact copy of States Exhibit 1AS that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Look at the whole thing, or just the
Yes, sir.
first?
Please look at the entire thing.
Wait, is the chair squeaky hers again? Did she get the squeaky chair back? Oh my gosh. That is hilarious. Thank you so much again, Langreta, for helping 5 people become part of the gang. Thank you to S. Blake for the $1.99. And World's End also sending
Yes, I
in,
remember
you
that.
know, I don't know how to do conversion, so I'm gonna just say 79.
And is States Exhibit 444 Yankee an exact duplicate of the document labeled States Exhibit 1AS?
Yes.
And this is exactly it, spiritually imperfect. She basically threatens him with jail to get the testimony she wants.
Thank you, Your Honor. One moment.
Sounds a little woody to me. And I really think she was enunciating so clearly in that plea hearing because she knew she was going to play the video of herself saying those things during the trial. So she wanted to be loud and clear. No buffering there.
That's all the state has from him.
All right, is there a
Oh my God.
cross-examination of
Oh my God, they're
Mr.
passing
Sledge?
him.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Cheers in the chat. I'm so happy. It's Love's
Yes.
chair again this week.
Mr. Kokomo's in need of the Zoom link.
It's the same it's been all week. Can you look at maybe a prior day's email? Or the state will forward it. Thank you.
I'm so excited. Yeah, finally. Finally.
He's got it. He's in.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Atkins switched the chair back. He said, I'm not dealing with this. You get the squeak. Yeah, I don't see. And she didn't make it clear that the point was that he was not
Mr.
saying
Sledge,
the same thing today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to be asking you some questions about that document that you were just reviewing. Do you have that up there with you?
No, she took it.
Okay. If I ask you specific questions about that document, do you think it might be helpful for you to have it in front of you to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I?
Yeah, I think it's right up with the court order.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Look at Love flirting with Sledge with that swollen ankle hanging over that shoe strap. That's the blood pressure.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Okay.
And just please listen to my questions and then answer truthfully, okay?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Sledge, I'm going to ask you to go back to December 28th of 2022, okay?
Yes.
Now, that is the day that you pled guilty, correct?
Yes.
And that's also the day, as I understand it, that you initialed that document. Is that correct?
Yes.
Initialed the factual acknowledgments within the document, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let me ask you one question before I get there, though. What day were you arrested on this case?
I want to say May 27th, 2022.
May 27th, 2022. Well, that works out well for my limited math here. Okay. So, May 27th of 2022 to December 28th of 2022. That seems to me 7 months. Is that correct?
Yes, 7 or 8.
Okay. So on December 28th of 2022, when you initialed those documents, you had been locked up for 7 months.
Yes,
Just like Trontavious
You had
Stevens.
previously moved for a bond in this case, correct?
yes.
You moved for a bond on October 13th, I believe, 2022.
I don't remember the date, but yes, I know.
It was in October,
Yes,
and the state opposed your release on bond, correct?
yes,
And Judge Glanville denied bond, correct?
yes,
Okay. So on December 28th, 2022, you had been locked up for 7 months and 1 day, and you did not have a bond.
Objection, asked, answered, and come down.
Sustained.
On December 28th, 2022, you did not have a bond, correct?
Sustained.
Let me ask you, when you were locked up, we're saying locked up, where were you living? Where were you held?
at
RICE.
the Forge County Rice Street.
Okay, that's Fulton County Jail.
Yeah, jail.
Okay, and we're not, generally speaking, is that a nice place to be?
Objection, roll.
Overruled.
Thank
No.
God.
Is that a dangerous place?
Yes,
Is that a filthy place?
yes,
Okay. On December 28th, 2022, there were some things going on in your life, correct?
yes,
Okay, you've already shared with us that your mother was ill.
yes,
Certainly, on that date, you wanted to get home to your ill mother. Isn't that correct?
yes,
You are also a father, right, Mr. Sledge?
yes,
You have 8 children, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. On December 28th, 2022, I don't need to know the age of every child, but what was the age ranges?
23, the youngest 9.
The youngest was 9.
He 9 now.
Okay, so about 7.
Yeah, about 7 then.
And do your children live in Atlanta?
Yes, all of them.
Okay, do you spend time with your children?
Yes,
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Showed the picture with
Do
his
you
kid though.
attend to your children's daily needs?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may be heard.
You may.
It goes to his need to get out of jail.
Yes.
All right, well, get to it.
Okay, do you attend to your children's daily needs?
yes,
Do you drive your children to school?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Let's move along a little bit.
Okay. Did you have a significant other at the time?
yes,
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
yes,
And I don't even need to say her name, her initials are DB.
yes,
Okay. On December 28th, 2022, did you miss DB?
yes,
Did you miss your children?
yes,
You indicated that Derek Wright is your attorney,
yes,
and he's represented you in the past,
yes,
and you hired him on this case.
yes,
Okay. When you testified, I want to make sure I'm correct on this, you paid him a certain amount of money, and I don't need to know the amount.
Objection, relevance.
He's testified that he did not, his understanding was he did not pay his attorney. You didn't, the money that you paid your attorney, you knew it wasn't enough for him to go to trial on this long case, correct?
yes,
That was your understanding.
yes,
That was his understanding.
yes,
You did not have an attorney to take this case to
All
trial.
right, no, now that we all know that that's not true, that anybody who can't afford an attorney is entitled to get an
Well, I'm
attorney
gonna get
without
there.
cost to them.
I'm going to get there. There were people in this case that couldn't afford an attorney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation, relevance.
People weren't,
Your Honor,
people.
No, they've
still
had-
don't have
Hang on,
attorneys.
hang on.
They've
Don't
had
talk
hearings
over
about
each
it.
other. That is not relevant to the question that you're asking him, nor to this trial going on right now.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
Yes,
If he knows he's going to
you
sit.
may, yes. You know what?
They're gonna
Let's
do
break
lunch.
for lunch, because I know that this is gonna take more than 30 minutes for you to do your cross. So
Oh,
let's
Molly.
just break for lunch right now.
I get why ordinarily that wouldn't be relevant, but they have had actual hearings about attorneys not being able to like survive the duration of this trial with what they were
Oh,
getting
right.
paid, even public
Well,
defenders.
I've got some, we have to deal with some other matters. Let's say 1:30.
And I think the Rule 22 might be during lunch too. So during lunch, we'll get caught up on super chats, you guys. I also want to give a shout out to the Black Law student. We're going to look at a letter that he proposed to write to Judge Whitaker and make sure we don't miss any of these arguments that I'm sure the attorneys need to be present for while the jury's on lunch. Thank you so much to Queen Tara, who says, thanks for your diligence. Love your stream. Thank you so much for being here. Bees on Mars says, last minute love is like raisins in potato salad. Somebody brought, but nobody wants.
Take up this objection.
So, Your Honor, and I say this not in a pointed fashion. You weren't here in the beginning of this case.
Yeah.
And I know that you're not presiding on the case with the other individuals. The reality is, people were severed off this case because our public defender system did not provide people attorneys. People were sitting in jail for up to 2 years. I'm not even sure everyone has an attorney to this date. These gentlemen that are not sitting here, that are sitting in 901 Rice Street 2 years later, I don't even know if they have attorneys now, but I do know when we started this trial, people were severed because the public defender's system had not provided attorneys. Mr. Sledge knew that. Mr. Sledge, and this is the reality, and I don't think we should hide it from the jurors. The reality is Mr. Sledge had two options: plead guilty or wait for an appointed attorney to try this case, and he would have been sitting in jail, and he'd still be in jail today.
All right, all of those cases are ready to be tried right now. Everybody who's been severed out other than for that reason is ready.
We're approaching 2 years.
Well, right, and they're still in jail. And
Well, so are all of these defendants.
Well,
But we're not going to get into that, are we?
Well,
3 years, 4
at this point,
years.
I really probably wouldn't mind, but I'm not going to speak for everyone else. But it goes to his mind state. He had two options: either take this plea or end up in the same bucket that Demekion Garlington and Demise McMullen and other people were in, which was be unrepresented, sit in Rice Street until the state gets about. So when we say we know people are appointed attorneys, yes, I know theoretically under the Supreme Court precedents and under our Constitution, appointed indigent individuals are supposed to be appointed attorneys, but in reality, that did not happen here.
That may not have happened immediately, but
It
it
didn't
just
happen.
happened. And
It didn't happen until very recently.
I mean,
Your Honor.
that does not need to be what is I mean, there are so many collateral issues in this case. So if you want to ask him much more pointedly what his understanding was, but we don't need to go through every co-defendant who may or may not have had.
Oh, I wasn't going to do
You
that.
seem to be going down.
No,
that
I was
road.
just asking if he knew. I was saying he was aware that attorneys were not being appointed to represent the other people he was with, and he didn't want to be in that situation. And Miss Love was objecting, and I never got a chance to get to
Well,
it.
I mean, for all I know, Ms. Love's now going to want to cross-examine him on his actual financial affairs, which I think would be fair, because I'm not sure,
don't have a
that
problem with
wouldn't
that.
be fodder for redirect at this point.
I mean, I don't really have a problem with her cross-examining him at this financial affairs. Mr. Wright might.
Well, I mean, why don't you propose a couple of questions that you think will get to the heart of the matter?
Well, I've already established that he didn't hire Mr. Wright to try the case. He was aware that other people that had been arrested that could not afford attorneys were remained unrepresented 7 months later. And he didn't want to be in a situation where he was sitting in 901 Rice Street without an attorney to represent him.
you are not going to be able to ask him about not, well, I see what you mean. Okay, well, let's not give it the impression that it's indefinite and still going on right now, because we all know that's not accurate.
Well,
That's not accurate. I can pull up all 19 of the co-defendants, I
Well,
guess, and look and
all
see,
represented.
but
and
they're
we-
all represented. They have
all-
been for quite a while, right?
Yes, ma'am.
a few
Gone to
months.
several hearings with them and their attorneys.
They're at like final plea stage, aren't
Well,
they?
Yes,
At
they're
the-
actually.
2 years later.
in the middle of this
Except
trial.
that, yes, which needs to happen, but that's a whole other issue. Okay, so you get about one more question on that and then
I
move
propose
on.
two.
Okay, what are the two?
That he was aware that on December 28th, 2022, there were people on this case that could not afford attorneys. They had not been appointed attorneys by that date, and he didn't want to be in their situation. I guess that's three, if we're not going to make compound.
May I respond?
You may.
Judge, I would object to Mr. Sharp's assertion, number one, that he's established that Mr. Sledge did not have the ability to secure Mr. Wright for trial.
So he said on direct that he didn't. He said, I couldn't afford Mr. Wright for trial, and that's why I pled.
Okay, we'll get into that. Also, I object to the speculation regarding, as speculation, his question regarding whether or not anyone else could afford or had an attorney or would be appointed an attorney or might have to wait for an attorney.
I wasn't asking for
It's not-
speculation. I said on December 28th, you
What-
knew that other people didn't have attorneys yet. We were all in court.
I
We were all in
mean-
court. We were all talking about it openly in court.
Yeah.
There were people there that did not have attorneys.
Yes.
Yeah.
They all sat right there and looked sad, and we all
Okay,
openly
yes, Ms.
discussed
Love.
it.
Thank you.
I mean, that is
It is
true,
an
right?
improper-
That on December 28th of 2022, there were at least some co-defendants without an attorney
Yes.
yet because there are so many conflicts.
There were
Okay.
still. on
Listen to her
December
tone of
29th.
voice.
We
There
would
were.
object that Mr. Sharp's line of questioning is an improper attempt to elicit sympathy from the jury. He has already asked and established that Rice Street is just the worst place in the world.
I know,
And
he's
he
not
wanted
going
to
into
get
that
out.
anymore.
Also,
Matters for each witness that has to sit in Rice Street while they make this decision.
I mean, he may be trying to establish sympathy, but I think
You're
what he's
establishing state of
legally trying
mind.
to do is establish motivations for testifying, and that he's allowed to do.
motivations for, you mean
For
entering?
whatever
court?
he's doing, for whatever this witness is doing.
You should
That's
know
a
what the point is,
legitimate-
love.
Would the court
Oh
indulge
my
and
God.
ask Mr. Sharp just to repeat so that I can write it down exactly what those questions are that he intends to ask and that the court is about to rule on?
Oh, you're gonna watch him say the
He's
thing
not
word for word?
repeating those.
I'm going to try to do it as consistently as possible.
Okay.
I was kind of making them up
Off the cuff, I
off the
know.
cuff. You were aware that other people arrested on this case had not hired attorneys on by December 28, 2022. On December 28, 2022, you were aware that other people arrested on this case had not hired attorneys.
Okay,
On December 28, 2022, you were aware that some people that had not hired attorneys had not been appointed counsel and remained unrepresented,
okay.
and you did not want to be
One of those people.
one of those people at Rice Street without an attorney.
Okay. And Ms. Love, if you want to voice what your objection is, if any, to those questions for the record, you may.
I'm getting that last compound one down. Remains unrepresented.
Taviz, me too. I'm so
Had
heated.
not been appointed counsel and remained unrepresented.
So I have, you were aware that other people arrested on this case had not hired attorneys on December 28, 2022, And the second one is you were aware that some people who had not been appointed attorneys remained unrepresented on December 28, 2022, and you did not want to be one of those people. Did I get it
Well,
right?
that was my phrasing of it.
Oh.
His phrasing
You did
was
It's
not
crazy.
want to be
unrepresented and in Rice Street.
correct.
She shouldn't be able to micromanage his question after every time she was told to rephrase that
So, Your
triple
Honor, I
sustain.
believe that the second question, in as much as he did not want to be unrepresented and in Rice Street, is fair to establish that point. But I believe that Mr. Sledge's awareness of other people or lack thereof or speculation about whatever their status was, it would amount to speculation, number one. It would
Hang on,
amount to hearsay.
wasn't Mr. Sledge a defendant in this
He
case?
was.
up
He
until
was.
the
I don't know if
time?
Miss-
So that's not speculation.
I don't know if Miss Love was here, but we
What?
had court hearings where
Okay,
unrepresented
I'm
people
gonna
all
permit,
sat right
so
there.
is that a relevance objection or?
It is
something else?
there is a relevance objection to it. Yes, there is a relevance objection as well.
I'm gonna permit all of those over objection.
Thank you.
Anything else you think we're gonna need to hash out outside of the presence of the jury?
It also,
Should just
it
stop.
also, it suggests impermissibly in my mind that the plea that Mr. Sledge gave was, and I mean, this may be something that we just argue, wasn't given knowingly, voluntarily, and willingly, when Mr. Sledge has already said that he pled guilty knowingly, willingly, and voluntarily.
You've got the video in evidence where he says that. and I know
Yeah,
what he
knowingly,
said,
willingly,
so.
and voluntarily because he didn't want to sit in
All
Rice
right,
Street
so
for
is
7
there-
months.
Are there any other issues we think are gonna need to be taken up outside the presence of the jury while we're doing this?
Mr. Steele just sent
Cross.
over a Dropbox link and we don't know what's in it yet, so we have to review it and we don't know yet whether
All
there's
right,
something
Ms.
else.
Jill, is that your potential cross? Okay, all right.
And Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I plan on you, I'm sorry. And Your Honor, I just handed the state a one proposed exhibit that I'll be using, DS-36. It's actually from Discovery, but I've taken out all the commentary. It's ironically something that they're seeking to admit.
Okay, well, then they should not have an.
Yeah, you would think that would be the case, but it's pictures of Kelvin Watts, Miss Trontavious Smith, and Mr. Sledge. And I'm going to ask him if he knows who those people are.
Any issue with that?
No,
Okay.
not to this. I haven't seen the rest of what's
Okay,
new in the
I
Dropbox.
know, everybody, nobody's seen Mr. Steele's stuff in the context of its use. Obviously, they've seen it in Discovery, but yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, I do have a document.
Okay.
I have a document as well that's provided in Discovery.
Okay.
That I intend to introduce in a short statement.
All right, thank you.
See where we are.
Great, thank you. You want to go ahead and do that right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think I need some Pepto in real life. That really got me heated. I feel like, I eat cheese sandwiches because it's like a safe thing to eat real quick on the fly. It's not going to give me a stomach ache. But I feel like I got some heartburn right now.
Yeah.
And touche, this is so true. Love uses the sticky.
There's several missing out. If you take any of them out, please bring them back. There's none of the pictures, there's only 444Y in here. And it should be 441, well, 410, 434, 438, which are photos. None of the photos are up here that were submitted. And also I have not gotten a copy of the video that's just yet on the jump drive. Okay?
The video that we played today, that we edited.
This is what a live video.
Okay, we will provide that to you on a jump drive and via email.
Find photos.
Yes, ma'am, we have the photos. We have another copy of them. I don't know why they're on in there. I thought they were in there yesterday afternoon.
To be fair, didn't Kokomo say he was having issues? Like maybe there's just like a Wi-Fi Fulton County tech having issues. Who knows? But yeah, Touche, this is so, it's apparent to me too that Love, I like your description, says uses the sticky, gross, soft voice when she knows she's being dirty. It's so infuriating. Or when she finally gets some grace from the judge after the judge is actually mad at her, she just goes, thank you. Like every time I'm just like, her tone shift is just disingenuous. Thank you so much for all your support today, Touche, and your great commentary. Davies! I am so heated. Yes, you know public defenders were non-existent. And think about that. You've got 26 co-defendants in an indictment. Think about how many resources that could eat up with how long these trials are taking. Like, I know these are, someone like Brian Steele, if someone wants to hire a private attorney, even the good private attorneys are being hogged up by this one case. So, and she just acts like it's not relevant or that it shouldn't be relevant because we've talked about Rice Street before. The relevance isn't just Rice Street in general. The relevance is Rice Street's impact on whoever is being held in Rice Street or could be held in Rice Street. And when you're dealing with an indictment that has witnesses being called because they took plea deals after being held for 7 to 8 months in Rice Street, it's relevant for each particular witness. And I'm going to say it, she sounded dumb. I really think when she said she doesn't understand the relevance, she didn't understand the relevance. I don't think she was just trying to make an argument to fight it from coming in. I think she really didn't get the relevance, and it's just so asinine. And also, talking about Judge Whittaker, it pissed me off that Judge Whittaker doesn't seem to realize why it would be relevant that someone was concerned about switching attorneys.
Maybe do that offline. I don't know if y'all have any dog in the Rule 22 or not, but. I don't know. Is there a Jason Whittaker here?
That's Dear Woke Christian.
If not, then we won't bother with that part of it. If he can't show up for it, then. Okay. They're what?
In the hallway.
Okay. Well, they can come in here beforehand. Are you Jason Whittaker? All right. Hello. How are
So
you?
that's DWC.
Come on up to the podium. So I know
Rule
you have
22.
just very recently filed a Rule 22, and I think we were going to have a hearing on Monday, but you maybe didn't get notice, so we had to move it to another day, because obviously you need notice in order to be here for
I
it.
was actually sitting right back there
Oh.
when your assistant called me. I was sitting there.
Okay, well, anyway, we tried to reach you, and that's why it wasn't earlier, is because
I will
we
let
thought that you didn't have notice, so sorry, maybe. I thought I even asked out loud, but anyway.
It's perfect.
Here we are now.
We're here.
And I know that you want to film in some way.
Well,
Here's the thing, is that we have already got a whole lot of people filming.
I'm not-
And I'm gonna have Sylvia Parks in just a minute. I don't know if she's here right now. What I am gonna propose is essentially the same thing that I proposed with regard to Miss Bumpus, is that you all kind of be pooled media,
Okay.
because we just already have so much going on.
Not a
So,
problem.
that work for you?
Can I express what I was seeking to do?
Sure.
I actually didn't want to. Well, first of all, my name is Jason Whittaker.
Hello.
I'm a member of the community. I'm a Morehouse graduate and actually a former classroom teacher at Cleveland Avenue Elementary School,
Well, all
one of the
right.
schools they've been
Thank you
talking
for
about.
that.
I do a podcast and
Okay.
we've been live streaming and discussing this case. And I did not want to actually record anything. I
Oh,
wanted to
okay.
just be able to, if possible, because I had the Rule 22, be able to use my phone and just update on things that have happened in court. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. No filming, no picture taking, just being able to keep up with the community that's watching this. Actually, I stream it from home, so they're watching it out from my house. And they just be able to say, hey, this is what happened. Or if the audio goes out, say, hey, this is what you might not have heard, or anything of that nature.
We
So
don't
it's
say
not,
anything exciting when the audio goes
no,
out.
nothing exciting happens. when the
No, I
audio
Not
goes out.
true.
So that's actually it. Just
Okay,
Whittaker.
well then you'll sit in the media row?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, because they're kind of different rules for the media's phones
I will,
and
I
other
will follow
people's
all the
phones.
rules that are
Okay.
given to me.
That's fine.
Yes,
You
sir.
may do that,
Okay.
yes.
Do I need to give you back this to get it signed, or does the deputy just need to know?
We do it all electronically, so I'll just sit, but my understanding then is that you just want to be able to use your phone
And my
to
laptop, just,
post
just,
essentially, but not to record in any way.
nothing's recorded,
Okay.
nothing's pictured.
All right, we'll get one filed that gives you that permission.
I appreciate it. Thank you
All
so
right,
much, young lady.
thank you.
Thank you.
Shout
Okay,
out to dear woke
Miss-
Christian.
Is it Parks? Will that work or just Miss? Okay, come on up.
And I think this is Sylvia now. So it'll be interesting to see what she does with Sylvia because she just referenced the denial
All
of
right, so I
Kayla's
know
Rule
that you
22.
have been live streaming pretty much this entire trial, and I'm sure probably the pretrial proceedings as well. And it came to both the court's attention and defense counsel's attention recently that you had been on your, what do you call those things that you do? It's not a podcast, 'cause it's, or is it? Do you still call it that?
It is a podcast,
Okay.
but it's
A video podcast.
Vlogger.
Okay. Anyway, we'll call it a podcast. That you had been, and I know that you say in your letter that you didn't reveal any personal identifying information. And I think that you did not reveal enough to actually identify any of the
Good.
jurors, but you were referring to where different people sat and their
Oh.
race and gender. And that is personally identifying information. And then you were giving them derogatory names. And you say in the letter that you provided to me this morning that you have always operated with great integrity, that the content you share represents factual reporting, and that you do your reporting with the, and these are all quotes from your letter, the utmost respect and integrity for all involved. Do you believe that any of those three statements that you made to me this morning is actually true about the names you were given those jurors?
I just want to give you the names or movies that I like. And, you know, SpongeBob is my daughter's favorite cartoon.
Do you think that those
I-
showed respect and integrity to the jurors?
Well, I didn't think it were bad names at all. Glasses, nose. No, I didn't think it was bad names. I showed you all the names.
The utmost respect and integrity?
I think it's depend on the individual. Well, to me, yeah, I felt it was utmost respect.
Well, I do not feel that. That seems like the kind of thing that a kind of mean person does on the playground in grade school.
You think so?
I do. I don't think that shows the least bit of respect or integrity to the jurors or to the court system. So if you are going to, and let me ask you this, you talked in your letter about being media and freedom of the press. Do you consider yourself to be press and media and journalism?
I consider myself being a content creator. I create content for the community
Okay.
and give information. As far as journalism, I didn't go to school. I've taken
Well, and I
some
mean, you don't
classes
have
and
to,
things like
but-
that. But I mean, the information I believe is very vital for the community.
I don't disagree. I mean, this is court. It's one of the most important things we do in our country. But you say my role is to deliver news and information.
Mhm.
So, I mean, do you, to that extent, consider, and you say you want to represent factual reporting. So do you, to that extent, consider yourself to be media, even if it's non-traditional media?
Yeah, I would think I would because I've taken courses of like
Okay.
etiquette and things like
Okay.
that. But as far as
Okay.
and then and the other thing too with my channel, it's more like some sort of like easy going, friendly type of thing where people don't feel like it's just.
I'd love for you to keep it friendly.
Okay.
That would be great.
Okay, so
And
she letting her
I
stay.
would never use the names anymore if it offend anybody because that was never my intention to offend anyone.
Okay.
I was just using names of movies that I like, Twister, SpongeBob,
Alright, well,
and
let's-
Ghost, you know, things like that.
I mean, I realize that if you're trying to create content that fills, you know, the entirety of every day, that sometimes you probably have to reach out somewhere to whatever pops in your mind at the time. But I would ask that before you do that, that you actually do keep in mind that this is a court proceeding. And I know a whole lot of people seem to be watching this as entertainment, but this is not entertainment for any of the people involved here. This is very serious. And it does a disservice, I think, to everybody when the coverage is flippant in the way that I think that was, okay? And I know you've got every right to do that if you want to. I would just prefer that you not.
I won't.
And I am gonna give you this, it's a code of ethics that the Society of Professional Journalists follows as a guideline.
Okay.
And I mean, you're not required to abide by it. It's not the law, but it might be helpful for you to take a look at it
I
and
definitely
just,
will.
you know, use it as a guideline.
I definitely will.
Okay,
I
so
definitely
if
will.
you can do that for me and try to be respectful and treat this with integrity, then you may come back in and continue to live stream.
Definitely.
All right, I appreciate it.
Thank
I'm
you, Your
gonna
Honor.
hand this up to you.
Okay.
All right, I don't know if y'all have had an opportunity now, we can get back to our issues with, or potential issues with some of the exhibits that may be used during the cross.
Yes, Your Honor. And
All
with
right.
the court's permission, may I maintain my seat there because I'm looking at.
You may.
So in the Dropbox that we received from Defendant Williams, included are what appear to be, and I'll just take them in turn, exhibit number 15 alpha for Defendant Williams appears to be a video of LeBron James dapping up someone and wiping his nose and saying slime.
Okay.
We object to that.
On what basis?
Relevance grounds.
I suspect the relevance is gonna, well, I don't want to speak for you, Mr. Steele. What's the relevance?
It just shows that this is not unique to YSL
Okay, well, I
or
mean,
in a gang. Also, Your Honor, it's already in evidence.
it's already in evidence anyway.
That's-
It's already in evidence.
That's possible. It
It's
probably, it
already
may
in
have gotten,
evidence.
that may have been the
All right,
case. And if
and
that's the
if
case.
it's not, I
I'm
can
s-
see,
Okay.
I'm gonna overrule the relevance
Okay.
objection to the extent it's not in evidence.
All right.
Any other?
And yes, there are apparently, so I'll name them again, 16 alpha from Defendant Williams is a person unknown to the state, a random person in what appears to be a TikTok video. And this person is, they're singing.
Okay.
Apparently they're singing Defendant Williams' song.
Okay.
And they're saying, and he's saying slat, 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 slat. They're lip syncing to it. It's a young female wearing a skull cap, lip syncing to Defendant Williams' song.
Which number is this?
Okay, in the beginning, there's no skull cap. She's
Oh,
just got
okay,
her
then she
hair
puts
straight
one
down.
on.
And then later on, there's a young lady in a skull
Okay.
cap. We object on two grounds, relevance and in as much as it is Defendant Williams' statements, his statements, we would object as self-quotations.
I don't understand
You
the
know,
self.
there is no
Right.
objection
Or-
that is, evidentiary objection that is self-quotation.
Self-serving hearsay. It's hearsay, Your Honor, and there's no exception for it. So I'll leave it at that.
It's non-hearsay. I'm not using for the truth. I'm just
Mhm.
showing what exactly now Mr. Sledge said that slime is just used, slat is just used. He said it's used by people all over the world. He said people can say YSL, they're YSL. There's no initiation. I don't know though, Your Honor, if he
All right.
has seen these before, so I'm
The
just,
what? You don't know what?
I don't know if I could lay a foundation. I don't know if he's seen these before, so I would show it to him beforehand.
So, I mean, if this is an exhibit that's showing somebody lip syncing to one of your client's videos where he uses whatever this terminology is, that doesn't establish anything other than he put these things in a song and people sing his songs. That doesn't establish that she or anybody else would have used that terminology otherwise. So I'm going to exclude that. That does not show what you allege it to show.
I think that goes to potentially weight, but I understand the court's ruling.
Additionally, Your Honor, 16 Bravo from Defendant Williams is a video that I think it's safe to say has not been tendered previously. And it is, as it's loading, it's a young man whom we don't know the identity of, who is, I think, either singing or lip syncing. He's lip syncing defendant song.
All right, let me say that anybody who is just some random person lip syncing or singing
Please
a
say it.
song that Mr. Williams put out does not establish anything other than once he puts out these songs, people like the lyrics and sing the lyrics, and that doesn't establish anything other than that. That it is now in common parlance in the music business is probably not even an issue.
So I think that that is the case for 16 Alpha, 16 Beta, 16 Charlie, 16 Delta, 17 Alpha, 17 Beta, 17 Charlie, 17 Delta.
No, that's wrong. So it
So
would
we're
be
still
under
going through
16 A through F would be
Okay.
consistent with this honorable court's
All right.
ruling. I will not attempt to introduce it.
All right.
17 A through E, some of them have already been admitted. Other ones are similar. It's just people who are using the nose wipe, if you know what I'm talking about, the finger across the nose.
Okay.
And that's what those are.
And those are already in or?
No, not all of them,
All
but
right.
some of
And
them.
do we know when these came into existence?
Yes. Mr. Trontavious Stevens and Jeffrey Williams exhibit, or JW exhibit number 17A is already in evidence, and it's already marked 7 through E.
Judge, can we confirm that? Because I don't have that same memory of 17 Alpha. in
Sure,
this.
and I guess
and-
at some point, we really do need to sit down and sort out the evidence that came before me, but yes.
All right, so we do not have that same memory, and to the extent that it is not, if it is not, we would object on relevance grounds. It is an unknown person.
All right, do you know when it came into existence roughly?
We have the exact date. It's also 15. I think I said 17.
You did.
15A.
15A is LeBron James, right?
Already in, and Mr. Kumo is getting the date, if that's okay.
So you already talked about 15, if it's.
So 15A is not LeBron James lip syncing, is it?
It's LeBron
January
James.
2nd, 22nd, 2024 it was admitted into evidence.
Yes, so-
January 22.
Is he
2000.
also lip syncing one of Mr. Williams' songs?
Mr. LeBron James is coming into a locker room.
Uh-huh.
He has teammates. He's a basketball player.
Yep.
I know you know that.
I know, you're setting up for the record.
But,
He's one of the most famous people in the world. Yes.
is greeting his teammates.
Okay.
And as he's greeting, he's doing different type of greetings. And one of them is the wiping of the nose.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay.
Other people in there, and I have to look to get the exact numbers, but is a baseball player on the Padres. Last name is Musgrove, Musgrove. He throws a pitch on the diamond. He strikes out the batter. It's a New York Mets, and he wipes his nose. Another one is Stephon Diggs. He's a football player on the Buffalo Bills. At that time, he's now on the Texans in Texas. and their quarterback, whose name I can't remember, Josh Allen. They both greet. It's the same type of thing. They greet in the huddle, and Josh Allen's going around other people. They wipe the nose.
And these are all in 15A?
No,
They should be 17A, then 17B, then 17C. I separated them all.
Okay.
so Your Honor, what we'd like to,
17D and 17E, and they just go consecutive. And the next one is CD Lamb. He's a football player on the Dallas
Okay, well,
Cowboys.
we're
It's the
probably
same.
getting cumulative at this point, but, so are these all from like the 2023, 2024 era?
I'd say so. 20, maybe a little earlier, but yes.
Judge, so our objection is that, one, as we look at starting at 17A, these videos that Mr. Steele or Defendant Williams is seeking to have admitted are nothing more than people imitating a hand motion or lip syncing words that Defendant Williams appears to have made popular through his music and his songs. Defendant Williams has SLAT tattooed on his index finger as he wipes his nose, and is photographed in pictures and publications with that index finger, nose wipe, and word SLAT. The fact that his music that he has circulated that people have taken to it and emulated it has absolutely no bearing whatsoever on whether or not either defendant in this case, and specifically Defendant Williams, committed any crime alleged in this indictment. It has no relevance whatsoever. It is a circular argument to bring about something that someone else is doing now because Defendant Williams did it. I don't believe anyone, and I can't speak for everybody who's going to get up there, but I don't believe that anyone is going to be able to say, unless they bring in the people who actually put these videos up, when these videos were created, when they were done. There's no foundation, I think, that can be laid, and I don't think that any of them are relevant to any matter in this case.
Okay, well, I mean, the reason I asked about when they came into being is because the fact that something that a performer of the fame and magnitude of Mr. Williams has brought into more common parlance, if you will, within society, doesn't really establish anything more than that. Why don't you pick 2 or 3 and let's just go with that, and that will, I think, establish your argument that this is just something that doesn't mean gangs at all. It just means, this is what's cool in common culture right now. They'll let you do that. That will not prevent the state from arguing maybe what it is now, but that's not what it originated as. It's not what it means to the people in YSL. Y'all can argue that in front of the jury. But we certainly don't need, 15 or 20 of these. So pick like 3, okay?
Also,
All
I
right.
believe that I believe
That 222 Alpha XX from Defendant Williams is a compilation that we've not yet, okay, these are flyers of Defendant Williams that we object to.
Okay.
Based on relevance, they are self-serving, they are hearsay. So we object to 222 Alpha through XX. We have not yet looked at all of them because we didn't realize it has so many exhibits contained in the one. So I'm still sorting through them. They appear to be Defendant Williams flyers.
All right. And what would be the relevance of those?
Okay. So this, I couldn't get these. The state gave this to us in discovery. This is from Mr. Williams' Twitter account. And he advertises
No, this is
from.
This is
220
220 alpha through XX?
Yes.
Okay,
So he advertises his shows.
yeah,
And what I did was listening to Mr. Sledge, he may know about these shows.
okay,
So-
in which case,
So then the state is saying that Mr. Williams is on Cleveland Avenue and Mr. Williams' notoriety has to be increased because of a drive-by shooting. And I'm saying the opposite. Mr. Williams is extremely busy. He is always in a studio. There's been testimony like that. There'll be more. And he's constantly performing around the time of the 2014 going into 15, which is the relevant time period for Mr. Sledge's testimony.
and is that what all of these are
Yes.
from?
Yes. So that's why I put them together. Now, it is extremely relevant because what the state is trying to show that Mr. Williams somehow is so interested in this gang that is on Cleveland Avenue and selling drugs from a convenience store. And I want to show the truth of what he's actually doing and how busy he is. So that's why these are here. They're not anything to do with hearsay. And this gentleman may not have personal knowledge of these events and shows because he was going with Mr. Williams as he testified to. And that's what I was going
And
to do.
are you gonna hand them to him
Yes.
as like an exhibit that's a composite of a bunch of flyers?
I already did. I gave it, well, I didn't hand it to him. I gave it to the Honorable Mr. Wright, who I assume, because I know Mr. Wright has gone through it with his client. And then I have a hard copy and I have the thumb drive, by the way, for
And they
the,
go from, it looks like they start in September 2014 and go through June of 2015. All right, you don't intend to display each one of these separately, do you? Because that's
I would try to get them into evidence and then use them at the appropriate time.
like a few, like a smattering,
That's what I think.
not 57 of them or however many there are, okay?
Well, I was
I
going,
know, I mean, the jury will have a whatever inch thick
yes,
composite exhibit to look at.
but I will only, yes, I'm not going to go through
In
every one of
terms
them.
of court time, okay.
I will be,
All right, I'm gonna
cognizant.
overrule that.
So, Your Honor,
Yes.
the response that Mr. Steele gave regarding it showing that Mr. Williams has a show or he's busy at shows and he can't be on the corner selling drugs. One, these are flyers that he created. These are not photographs of Mr. Williams at the show. It doesn't even say
Yeah,
that
the
he went
point
to the
is,
show.
He should, okay, well, I mean, then I guess maybe you can make that argument, but he's got all of these things lined up on his schedule.
And then as to defendant Williams exhibit, and of course that would be, I guess, as the court says, subject to a proper foundation being laid, assuming somebody, he can even talk about these, but exhibit 255 Bravo, Your Honor,
All right,
is a,
so we're going to a different exhibit now?
yes,
Okay.
it is.
Shout out to Terry
And would the
Calloway for
court give
becoming a
us
member.
Number, like, I know the court said a smattering, but is there a number? All of these
No,
flyers?
if you feel like he's getting beyond what's reasonable and that it's getting to be a waste of time, then you can make that objection and I will rule on it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's look at 255. What's our issue with that?
So, Your Honor, 255 Bravo appears to be a collection of tweets from people that we do not know and have no knowledge of the identity of, saying and lie to their sister, baby, mama, and granny, and get on the stand and tell the guys honest truth. I just don't get it. These appear to be tweets from 2023,
Yeah.
which are after defendant Williams put
The
his
video.
They looked at me like they're from 2013.
I'm looking, I don't see, okay, so,
Look at Hilton.
okay, so as my team
Oh,
is telling me, as
I
we look
see.
through them, some,
Oh, it's way more than one page. Okay.
so 2013 to 2024.
All right, we don't need the ones past when Mr. Sledge himself used the term.
And so, Your Honor, we have never
And how did-
disputed that anybody else said that Mr. Sledge, in his testimony, he said it's a saying that people say. I didn't
Yeah.
argue with that because he said a lot of people say you lie to your mom, you lie to your sister. My question
Yeah.
was, do they say you need to get killed?
Yeah.
So this is irrelevant, showing that somebody else says you lie to your mom, you lie to your sister.
Okay, but no, it goes beyond that though, because all of these also include, but tell the God on.
Yeah, and tell the God's honest
police.
truth, right?
So that, yes, you can use some of those to show that, because you did ask him about all of that part, and it will be clear that none of these say, but then you need to be killed. So, all right.
So
We
are
don't need
all of
anything
them-
past that though.
Is he going to be putting in 12 pages of this?
I don't know how many pages there are that are before 2015, but I think you can probably establish that point with a couple of pages worth. All right. What
And
else?
so the court as the court ruled earlier at the point that state
Yeah,
believes
ruled
he would
earlier.
have Make
He's
that
gonna-
objection then.
When I say a couple of pages, I mean one or two or three. Because they're like 7 or 8 on each page, so that'll make the point.
And that's all prior
I-
to
I
2015.
Just move
expect
on.
this- I know we haven't defined a smattering, but I've defined a couple now. So I expect Mr. Steele to abide by that. And then what else? Yes, all before whenever he used it. When did he use it?
2015,
Okay. So
January
yes.
2015.
Mr. Steele has,
Huh?
when did he use it?
July 2015, Mr. Sledge.
That's when Mr. Sledge used.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
So what you use to demonstrate that it's in common parlance needs to all be before that. What else?
55 Bravo is this, wait, that's the one we just.
That's what we just were looking at, I think.
So 255 Alpha is the same
Okay.
thing apparently?
That's the one with all of the flyers for, yeah, we've done that one.
So no, 255 Alpha literally is another 32 pages of tweets.
Oh, 255. Okay, I'm sorry.
Is a PDF, a 32-page PDF
We don't need that, right?
of
The same thing.
the same
All right,
thing.
Mr. Steele, we don't need 255 Alpha and Bravo, right?
I understand the court rule.
Okay.
I'm going to go through July 2015. I got
A couple of pages through there.
With 2 or 3 pages.
Oh my
showing
God,
that.
her clarification. She's like badgering
All
the
right,
court for
what's next?
clarification.
Is the same ruling in effect with respect to, and I think the court said it's smattering, I don't remember which one that applied to, with the wiping of the nose?
The
How about-
smattering was the flyers showing his
Okay.
shows.
Okay, so
He's
we-
gonna pick 2 or 3 from his exhibit A, and I don't, or wherever they are, 15, whomever it is, I don't know whether you want to use famous people or non-famous people, but the ruling about singing the songs, those are just out. But people using the same kind of hand gestures, pick 3. I don't care what they are. Okay, so what else?
This is just, guys, like,
So Mr. Williams, for instance, on exhibit 34, if it's not already in, it's defendant Williams himself sitting there wiping his nose. And I think that might already be in. So I'm not sure if that's one that is being offered now, but for the ones that are not already in evidence, does the court have is the court's ruling that 2 or 3 other people that are not him who are wiping their nose are what will be allowed?
Wiping their nose, or if it's some other hand sign, just 2 or 3 things, 2 or 3 of these to demonstrate, oh, whoever the other people in the world do this to.
And Your Honor,
I don't know that it's going to establish anything because this is 10 years after we have heard that YSL, which might be or might not be a gang, was created, but.
so Your Honor, and we would ask as well, because I've seen, I'm not saying anyone in particular, but we would ask that reference to what is contained in the picture. For instance, do you recognize LeBron James wiping his nose? Not be made until it is established whether the witness on the stand, who is supposed to be the witness through whom it is entered, can establish whether they've seen it, know what
Yeah,
it is.
it's not, do you recognize LeBron James wiping his nose? It's, are you familiar with this? Have you seen this before in your life?
And given that Mr. Steele has already given Mr. Wright the exhibits, the answer will be, yeah, I've seen it.
Well, the fact that I think Mr. Steele probably knows how to handle a witness well enough to lay the foundation.
Better than love.
properly.
Better
I'm
than
just
love.
asking based on
If
what
you
has
want to
happened
then
so
get up
far.
and ask.
Look at Hilton.
Never mind, I'm not even gonna suggest that. Okay, so are we
Just make it
clear
end.
on that?
Go to lunch.
He can ask before today. What else?
Think that the videos of people lip syncing, the wiping of the nose, and the tweets about lying to your mama and telling the truth in court are the only 3 categories.
Okay.
And so since there are so many, I think we've covered
All right.
that. We'll look at it
All right,
closer.
and
at
then we've
lunch.
got the proposed exhibit for Mr. Huey. Is there an issue with that? I haven't looked at that yet, but.
So we don't object to the whole thing coming in, but I believe Mr. Matthews has indicated he wants to take the the writing off. But if
I don't know what the writing says.
The comments.
And who are these people in this exhibit?
So in other words,
Okay.
Shamel drinks.
We may need to come over here. Yes, and
Is Love gonna say she wants the comments to stay on
talking
the
to your
picture?
mic. Okay, well, all right.
to be
Hang on,
fair
let's
to
not, let's let them finish whatever and then get back on the same page all at the same time.
I wish I could understand Love. Look at Atkins in distress. Shark's like, quick, get away, run, Atkins. Love is so annoyed that they're handling business without her. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, you guys, by the way. Gambakufu gifted a membership, so if you got it, say thank you. It's very nice of you to do. Oh, and I know you changed your name, Leon Font, but I just realized it's still going to show, for me at least, it looks like on the screen too, your old name for a little bit. But yeah, the captions always get Shard's name as Shark, which is probably better than them hearing the name as Shart with a hard T. Shart. Yeah, we've got some lingering Leon Font until we get to your new name down here, La Mustache Gang. Jay Shepard says, Love talks about the same things over and over again. You know what's so crazy is all of these comments about love. If you went back to day 1 of this trial, it would apply. If we could see into the future to day 200, I'm sure it would apply. If we go to pre-trial, I'm sure it would apply. If we go to her at home in the kitchen making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, it would apply. Like, and it changes me. Like, I'm sitting here and I'm getting, like, I feel my mood change, my affect. Thank you so much, Jay. And I've noticed this too, Leon Font, that Whitaker uses poorer vocabulary than ditzy movie teenagers. It is very, like, Valley Girl. Valley Girl is what I would put it. Steven Satchel, thank you so much, says, go Rico Brady gang. Look at Doug smiling over here. What is he doing? Shout out to Doug. And Steven Satchel also says, in great point, that the people here take this very seriously, Judge. We don't have a voice in this case. We expect even-handedness, which we haven't been seeing. And you had said this during the Rule 22 hearing, but this is still applicable right here with what's going on here. We have arguments because Love cannot understand what a ruling is. She makes cumulative arguments about stuff that's already been ruled on to try to prevent the defense from bringing up certain exhibits. Even though she tries to bring in 30 social media posts per witness. And to me, I think the judge should have cut Love off the first time she kept trying to fight the ruling. Like, Love pretends to ask for clarity on the ruling, but every time she asks just to make sure that's what you said, she adds a second part of her sentence that is a new legal argument, as if the ruling hasn't been made already. And she really needs to put a stop to it. The judge needs to put a stop to that. Because it's wasting the jury's time, it's wasting the court's time, it's wasting the defendant's time. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars. Not mine, I don't live in Fulton County anymore. But, you know, speaking for you guys out there, it's wasting your taxpayer dollars. Lisa says, is that a banana in your pocket or are you just happy to see me? And then the snake emoji. Yeah, the banana got an interesting shout out today. No bananas in the courtroom. Thank you so much, Lisa. Jay says he should have spoken to the spirit of his questions and not allowed her to make him state exact questions. Yeah, she's just all day. I mean, the last 2 days plus the earlier morning today was just an example of Love not adapting her questions to work with the way the witness was responding. It just seems like she doesn't care about her line of questioning because she just plans to play the video of herself at the plea hearing and then show a picture with his phone number in a social media post. So if the witness doesn't need to do her homework to get prepared to prep or question a witness, she'll just argue with the court until she can let her exhibits do the work for her. It's really frustrating. And I really wish, I wouldn't wish this on the people sitting in this courtroom to do it twice, but I really wish I could see like a parallel universe of this case being tried by a different lead prosecutor. Thank you so much, Jay. Leah's dad says this goes to show you innocent until proven guilty is a myth in this system. They do not see these men as people and have zero empathy for them as humans. And this really became evident with the implication, the brush off. I'll call it a brush off.
So we can
from the judge. The judge didn't care that people were sitting for 2 years and might not have been represented by an attorney the whole time.
And so that your clients can eat lunch. Well, then we're going to need to come back early. So that's fine. But let's come, I'm going to give us a half an hour and we'll be back at 1:15, okay? So that we don't keep the jury waiting any longer than we already have today.
Are they actually gonna get on out of here? What are we doing? What are we doing? But Leah's dad, I totally agree. Like, we just saw Judge Whitaker demonstrate again she cannot relate. but she's making rulings as if her world experience is the reality for everybody else. And it's interesting because earlier today she did, I don't even remember the topic, but there was one thing where she did tell Love, like, your interpretation is not the only way that that might be interpreted. So I was like, yay, a little bit. And then it went out the door when she was acting like it was no big deal that these co-defendants might not have had access to a public defender while they were considering taking a plea. Like, we've heard Trontavious Stevens' testimony. We've recently rewatched it. We didn't get to the part that I'm about to talk about on our rewind. So if you watch part 1 and part 2, but didn't watch Trontavious Stevens live when he was on the stand, we haven't gotten to it on our rewind. But Trontavious Stevens on cross, they really talked about how he had kept trying to ask different attorneys to help him get a bond hearing. And he had to switch. He couldn't work with anybody. And the best remedy he could get is one day when this plea deal finally plopped on the table in front of him. And Whitaker wasn't presiding over that. So I'm really happy that Shart, his voice got higher. He was not about to let that go, even though Love kept trying to cut him off. Love did not want the judge to hear what Shart was going to say. That yes, in this courtroom right here, it did happen because we've had hearings about it. We've had people sitting here looking sad because they couldn't even get a public defender. Love didn't want Shart to be able to tell the judge that. And the judge still tried to say, well, they have one now, so it doesn't matter. And that's wrong. That is just not the reality. If someone didn't have representation while they were making the decision on what to do moving forward, it doesn't matter if they have an attorney today. Because the decision they made was in a different context. All of that really pissed me off. I think that was the start of my blood pressure going up. But really what it boils down to is she can't relate. And the state advantages the state when the judge can't relate to these defendants. And the thing that is under question here is really a constitutional right to representation. So even if the judge can't personally relate, as a judge, that should still be at the forefront of her consideration here. And Max really had to fight for her to realize that. And it was just bothersome. Let me look for a happy super chat. Thank you so much, Leah's dad. Oh, cool. We could talk about Ghostbusters. Now, speaking of movie titles and nicknames for people, maybe we can get a Slimer emoji from Ghostbusters. I think as soon as we get to the court playing again, that will be my next emoji I'll go find and throw it up as a sticker today. We have a new minion in there, a minion with a bunch of bananas. A don't do that. And oh, someone, I think, was it She Loves Fantasy maybe, that asked for a refresh your recollection? I put the refresh face as a new emoji today. So 3 new emojis. If you guys are members, go use those. Check them out. Thank you so much, Michelle. Yeah, let me get through Tape Biz. Thank you for all your support today. I'm looking forward to your live stream later. If you guys want to share the link, the mods, or Tape Biz yourself, don't be too humble. You can share your link in the chat. I am so looking forward to your live stream later about the Fulton County Sheriff requesting $5.9 million to help them pay their past due invoices. I'm looking forward to that. So thank you for your support. Looking forward to hanging out in your chat later. But I'm with you. I was so heated. I'm still trying to come down from it. And they knew those public defenders were non-existent. And Whitaker had to be told. Whitaker had to be told. Gil says, they would all rather go to jail than just admit they were all big Nickelodeon fans, and that is where young slime life began. I mean, I was raised on that. Keenan and Kel and Elizabeth. What was the girl's name? She was on the Slime Show a lot too. Amanda Bynes. Like, those are like my TV friends growing up. And I think Jeffrey Williams is about my age. I think I'm 1 year younger than him. He's 34, I'm 33. So literally this was their generation. Shout out to Young Slime Life and Nickelodeon. Thank you so much, Gil. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, she should not be allowed to object until 3 days into cross. If it goes less than that, so be it. The witch spent 20 minutes on boogers yesterday. Oh my gosh, she was firing off those objections. She was firing them off as soon as Shart started his questioning. Thank you so much, Chloe. And then P. Soltato says, oh, it's a member. You became a member. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And Chris A., this is where this whole recess really started. Well, we're going to take an early lunch. The condition at Rice Street is going to be used against the state, and as it should be. Does anybody in the chat think that the Rice Street conditions are irrelevant? I'm not saying we can get up there and just soliloquy out of nowhere. But if the witness has done time at Rice Street when a plea deal came across their table, can anyone make the argument that that should not be relevant, that the jury should not know that context? Thank you so much, Chris. Gwennon says, just know if I'm in the gang, I plead the fifth. Yeah, shout out to Gwennon for holding it down. The World's End says, channel and the chat are awesome. Thank you. And we're going to show the chat some love. We are going to do a 60-second chat anything session. Anything all caps. And remember, when we do these all caps session, this always applies. If you use like a curse word or sometimes even like eggplant emojis, YouTube will hold the comment back. It'll flag it as possibly inappropriate. So if you are going to say something that YouTube might flag, censor it, jumble it up, keep it appropriate enough. But here you go. Go ahead, you guys. And then let's see. Jay Kellerman says she's always trying to clear up confusion while creating confusion. And then when someone clears it up for her, she says, hold on, just to clarify, and then keeps the confusion coming right back around. You were so right. Thank you so much, Jay Kellerman. Ike says she was about to go on a tangent just like that. Amazing. And when was the baby born? Yeah, and honestly, by the time she got through that line of the questioning with the phone number picture, it got lost on me. Like, I know she wanted to establish that the phone was his and that he should have known his phone number and not said that he didn't know his phone number. But like, what was the landing? It's like she like belly flopped with the landing. She got the question out, but belly flopped with the landing. Thank you so much for all your support today, Ike. And then Leon Font, thank you for the avocado sticker. This is I think one of our last with your name as Leon Font. So we're going to be changing. We're going to get to La Mustache soon. Peter Ortiz says, why go after YSL but not larger gangs? I think there have been some guilty pleas with if gang members years ago already for whatever. I mean, I don't know what the charges or incidents really were, but certainly nothing at scale the way that this whole production is. And then you think of the whole like YFN Lucci situation and the terms of his deal, it's just kind of like, it seems a little out of balance. So I don't know. I don't really have a great answer for that. Just speculation that someone maybe was personally invested in prosecuting this particular case this way. Thank you so much, Peter. Good to see you. Heart of Inspiration, my fave. Grand Rising, everyone. This is how late I am, you guys. Sorry. YSL Heart with the green. Here eagerly awaiting the inevitable dismissal with prejudice. Whatever will we do after, LOL. Look, I don't know. We haven't gotten a motion for mistrial yesterday or today yet. That's we should do one of those counters. How long since the last call for a mistrial? But we did hear this morning, you know, I think it was Shart, right? Shart said if they do, I would move for a mistrial. So we're gonna have to see. And that had to do more with like stuff that Quandarius Zachary could bring in. So that might be on the horizon. I'm not sure when we're gonna hear from Zachary. But expect some interesting motions or motions for a mistrial with his testimony as well, because I do think Love is going to barge stuff in. Heart of Inspiration, so good to see you. I hope you are having a great day and that you're still in the chat while I'm reading this late. Spiritually Imperfect, yeah. So this is going back to this long-winded questioning from Love. Okay, we're all at Jeffrey's house. Let's move on. Southern Texas, I had this up. The chat loved it. Foghorn Leghorn would be tired of Love's talking. And then, oh, we did this already, Robert. This was a great commentary about it seems flipped, that the prosecution attacks their own witness's credibility and the defense ends up working to rehabilitate that witness, which is the reverse. Yaya says happy 1 month anniversary to me. Wanted to salute you. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you in here. Stephen Satchel says Rico is about weaving a web to prove conspiracy. That's why I thought it was funny, like hearing about the web house. I was like, oh, the tangled web we weave. Mafia prosecutions went this way. Well, I think those prosecutions might have been a little bit higher caliber than this one. So a slight difference, but I see conceptually. I see it. Thank you so much for all your support today. Andre Cook is green. Andre Cook, you became a member a while ago, but please feel free to spam some emojis, member emojis a little bit. New members get a free pass on spamming member emojis when they first become initiated. Cash Money Kaz says, the first words this jury heard from Love a year ago was a Jungle Book quote. Yes. Guys, if you did not see opening statements from Love, go watch like the first, I don't know, it was like 14 minutes before Steele motioned for a mistrial during Love's opening statement. But she opens with a quote from the Jungle Book. So if you're wondering how we got here, that is a great thing to go rewind and rewatch. But yeah, so, and then Cash says, she's only had bare necessities since. Cash, you are resident comedian, gang comedian. Stephen Satchel says, astronauts, consider that the rocket I'm riding was built by the lowest bidders. Yeah, they're just lost there out in space. That's such a scary prospect to think about, like in the real space context. But here, just imagining like jurors floating around. They lost the attachment to the case. They don't know why they're here anymore. Nobody's trying to rescue them. Thank you so much. Ike says, this chat. Yeah, we're talking about peanut butter and jelly, nut juice. Thank goodness we have not done nut butter for this peanut butter and jelly thing. Pizza and toothpaste. And don't forget, we got some cheese sandwich worked in here now, too. And DJ Chili with the super sticker. Thank you so much. And Vince helped someone become a member. A shout out to Vince. Vince every once in a while sprinkles in. He said, look, I'm going to initiate somebody today. And then boom, makes him green. Thank you so much, Vince. Hope you're having a great day. Peter says he grabbed the tissue because he saw nut juice. No. I'm loosening up about the nut juice thing. It's not as like... When it was first said, I was like, oh my gosh, no wonder everybody is trying to get out of Rice Street. Chris A says, the Apple Farm gang are the rivals of the Doctor gang. So when is the Rico charges? Oh, Chris, we were talking about in New York back in the chat when the Buffalo Bills were mentioned. It is that time of year, guys. I have not had a good apple since I moved to Florida. I swear, like, even when it's apple season, the grocery stores still put out apples that they've been storing somewhere for months. There is nothing better in this world than biting into a good apple. And I really think if you think apples are gross and that the skin is gross, it's because the grocery store is giving you old stored apples. When you get a fresh apple, oh my gosh, Chris, you're making me hungry. I love a good apple. But yeah, like, when are we gonna go after this gang war, this rivalry between the apple a day and the Doctors? Keeping them away from that Citgo gas station. Thank you so much, Chris. Touche says, I hope the jurors do interviews after this trial. Yeah, they're all good. We got to ask them all about, what do you think about your nickname? What do you think about being called Nose in SpongeBob? Paul Hess with the 10. All right, we're dropping some gift emojis. Give a big thank you to Paul Hess for helping 10 people join the gang. Super, super nice of you. And I could be a little bit bigger here. No offense to the state of Georgia seal here. But Thank you so much, Paul Hess. That's super, super nice of you. There we go. And your kattnotwilliams Paul now is your new nickname. Super, super nice. Lots of gifted memberships today. And Dez is becoming a member. He said, all right, I'm on my way in. I'm barging in, just like Love, to make an argument. Sheila's Fantasy says, everyone's on the state's witness list but Rico. Yeah, still nowhere to be seen. Oh, wait, we have one more. I think one more from Leon Font here. No, we have two. Okay, so Leon Font says, am I the only one bothered by Love standing so close to the witness? It's weird, and at first it was like she was blocking the camera, but then it was like she was standing in the way of where the defense might be looking. And yesterday, Love made that weird comment about, why do you keep looking over to the left at the defense when you're talking about a gun being loaded? And that's where we got that pushback from Mounk Tounk saying, like, I'm not afraid of anybody, not even you, Miss Love, or however he said it. But just leaning over him, hovering over him. And she has a movable microphone. She could go stand at the podium, but she has a mobile microphone. She could walk around and not be right in his face, but plopping herself right there. I don't know if it's supposed to be intimidating, like the body language is going to show some show of power and make him answer better. I don't know. I don't know. But it is kind of irritating to see, like. And then Leon Font says, just ask him to a date and be done, Miss in Love. Yeah, I said it earlier. I think it was right when the court was coming back, but it seemed a little bit flirtatious. Not literally flirting, but the way they were trying to banter back and forth, respond to each other, maybe without it coming off as aggressive, it instead came off as the same way flirtatious conversation could go. So that was interesting too with Mounk Tounk. CT Benny said this man, Mounk Tounk, higher than a giraffe. And this is shocking, Chris. I really did not think we were going to get done by lunch, but somehow we did. And part of me thinks she just gave up with the line of questioning, was like, all right, we can pass the witness. That's it. Nothing else. Chloe says, pass the witness. She's so stubborn, she won't even pass gas right now. She lets the squeaky chair, do it for her. This is interesting. So recused Judge Whitaker, too, says Sledge wanted to be the Woody we saw his plea deal. So do you mean wanted to be the Woody knowing he'd have to come and testify, or wanted to be Woody, like the actual one to talk? So that's interesting. I mean, I think the big difference here with Woody is they didn't end up prosecuting him for anything with this indictment. They just said, all right, well, we're going to get you to testify through this immunity, but we're going to let you go. We're going to not prosecute you for this Donovan Thomas thing. No big deal. Even though the streets said it was you, and initially our detectives thought it might have been you, and we charged you at some point for it. Now when we want this big fish, we'll forget about that. So it's really an interesting dynamic to see the difference between someone like Lil Woody, who had an immunity deal, versus Mounk Tounk, who pled out. So thank you so much. And then Vince made himself a member. Wait, so you've been, hold on. So Vince, you've been gifting memberships, but you weren't a member yet yourself? Welcome aboard. Big welcome aboard. Big welcome aboard. We are growing. I think you guys are going to get me to another tier of custom emojis today. Jaha Lewis says, Kat, if I give you a thumbs up, am I helping promote your page with 3 or more people in furtherance of notoriety of your page? You know what they say. You know what they say, you guys. This is the new gang sign, right? This is the chat gang. Everybody convenes. We get together. We hang out in one public place. More than 3 of us. We're all doing the thumbs up symbol on the YouTube video. Thank you so much. That's a funny way to put it. Truth Always Wins says, oh my God. So basically Love is asking, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Then he had to pay a light bill. I get it now. Now, I think what happened there, and I don't think Mounk Tounk really remembered. I think Love was referencing a text message she saw somewhere about taking money at the door to keep the lights on. And she didn't understand that that might have been referenced if he was doing security. When I used to work the door at events where we didn't have someone to sit the door that night, we always make sure security, sometimes the venue, it depends on the venue. The venue sometimes has their own security. Sometimes we have to supply the security. It depends on the arrangement. But most of the time, we'd always have like at least 1 or 2 people doing security so we could watch our cash box at the door where we're collecting the cover charges. So I would imagine if Mounk Tounk did security, he probably had communications about the cash box. That's your internal people. If you're doing a concert where the venue supplies their own security team, or you have contract with them, you still probably put your own people right at the cash box. Because why would you trust the stranger contractor security to be up there watching over whoever's collecting cash at the door? So I feel like Love saw this text message somewhere about, maybe one of the clubs they're doing events at, they needed to make sure they could stay working with that business. The business said, you're not bringing enough money. Maybe they were splitting the cover charge 50-50. And he used the phrase, keep the lights on for that. And Love was asking about it out of the blue without the context. And he tried to work backwards and figure out what was being talked about. I really think Love was off base with her interpretation of whatever that was. And if someone did lay on his couch and he said, you'll help me out with rent, you've been here for 30 days, what's really wrong with that? So I tried to blurt that in between the questioning. I don't know if my explanation of that was clear, but really Love's questioning sounded like this. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck to keep the lights on? And same thing, Shannon Alexander, spot on. I wonder if Love had any charges on her door. Leon Font says Love is starting to sound like a stalker ex. Yeah, what were you doing for those 30 days? How long were they at your house? Did he stay with you? Jaha Lewis asks, has any actual evidence of the crimes alleged been presented in this trial yet? I think it's thin. I think they have some thin things, like we know casings belong to a certain type of ammunition, and we're trying to get witnesses to say that on occasion they may have carried a certain category of weapon that would use that same type of ammunition, right? That's as close as we're getting to hard evidence in my book. We don't have the actual gun. We don't have ballistics. We just have really circumstantial stuff. At least for these major counts, right? For some of the charges that they may have been in possession of stuff, if they're found with the gun on them, that's a little bit different. But the major charges, just circumstantial. And I really think that there's ways to poke holes in it. And the defense so far has poked holes every step of the way. So, but they still have 98 witnesses to go for the state's case in chief. so who knows? Who knows? Chloe Albert's Revenge says, as the judge, ma'am, just take those 20 next questions and turn them into one. She can't do that. Love cannot do that. We would have been done with Mounk Tounk on day 1 if that was possible. Yolanda says, hi Kat, hello chat. If I was a juror in this trial, I'll forget to forget. I'll forget to remember what I forgot to forget. Forget it, I just forgot. Yeah. And I would tune it out. You guys were looking for Shart to make an objection earlier. I saw a bunch of you in the chat. And I think that was, they have to prep for cross-examination. They're not just sitting there able to completely listen 100%. They have to get other things done. And I really think whatever Shart was doing back there, he could have and probably should have objected. Maybe there's a reason he has that I'm not aware of that he didn't object. I don't even remember the context, but the chat was like, Shart, say something. And he didn't do it. And I think it goes to this, you sit there, you tune stuff out sometimes. Or these attorneys have to be busy while they're sitting there. So, I don't know, you forget. There's things you might not even hear as they're happening, and then you have to make a decision 200 days later. I don't really have confidence in that process, personally. So good to see you, Yolanda. G and K play all day. That's bars. says, bruh, what the heck is Love doing the same question for 3 days straight? I don't know. I think we had a collective sigh of relief when she passed the witness today, so thank goodness. Jaha says, me as a juror in deliberations, I don't recall. Heck yes, send them the I don't recall emoji. Crispy Clean says, stop saying if you got something to restrict my memory, bro, be pissing me off. Yeah, I think that was the inspiration when people ask, can we get a refresh my memory, my recollection emoji? So that's in the chat now for Mounk Tounk. And I wonder if he'll have to do the same thing with the defense. Or will the defense ask different questions? Was it a cooperation issue? Or is it a strategy issue with the way that the state chose to question the witness versus how Shart right now is cross-examining? He doesn't need his memory refreshed to remember that Rice Street is not a great place to be in. So Shart's questioning is good. It's not even inviting a, can you refresh my memory answer? But we'll see as we move on if he has to keep saying the same thing, talking a little bit like a lawyer. And then Crispy also says, Sledge is the state's best witness, disloyal. I'm agreeing, but I think every time the state got something that goes to the argument they're trying to make, Love just drowned the good answer out with bad question follow-up. So I think you're right, and I think the state still dropped the ball, which is just kind of wild. You think they have enough practice 100 days in with how to embrace a win when they get a win from their witness, but don't send me down the rabbit hole of a rant on this same subject. And then Leon Font says, love spending. Thank you so much, Leon Font. You've sent so many super chats today. That is so nice of you to support the channel and share your thoughts. Love spending 2 months so far on impeaching 2 of her own witnesses. Never have I seen this before. And Judge Whitaker is checked out, but still ruling bad. I think she's tuned in a bit more today. But still, like, her ruling, like, she needs to put her foot down and tell Love, like, I've made my ruling. Like, when she gets a ruling that is in the favor of the defense, she always lets Love spend 10 minutes trying to unwind it. And sometimes she allows it to be unwound. Like, she changed from several, don't bring all of them in, bring in a smattering. And then she said couple. So, unless smattering always meant 2, Love did get the judge to say couple. And Love will raise her hand and say, when you use the word couple, it literally needs to mean 2. Even though if Love wanted to use a couple exhibits, a couple more questions, couple never means 2 for Love. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to see when we come back with Shart doing his questioning, if Love continues to try to object and if she's successful or not, if those objections get sustained. Emmanuel McRae says, Sledge's plea deal is another corrupt involuntary immunity deal that led to Love being rebuked and Sledge being coerced for testimony. Now, remember, you guys in the chat, especially if you're recapping or catching up to speed, there were 2 different plea deals with Mounk Tounk that were relevant here. The 2017 plea deal for something that happened in 2015, a drive-by shooting. He took an Alford plea where he gets to maintain his innocence, and the basis for what he was being charged with, the factual basis, is what Love started to read into the record in front of the jury. And when the court realized what was happening, the defense realized what was happening and objected, moved for a mistrial and needed a corrective instruction. And we actually got to see, I almost said Judge Love. We got her admonished in front of the jury. And what I loved about that is Whitaker Valley girled through the jury instructions the first half, but as soon as it was time to shift to the admonition, the rebuking, it's like she went, but raised her voice, turned her body, turned towards Love. And I think that's engaging. I think it would have gotten a juror's attention if they were tuning out the instruction, and went into her admonition that Love should not have been asking those questions. So that was one highlight for me this week that I really enjoyed watching. But overall, it just shows you that these plea deals, the way that they're being used, I think it seems unfair for the person taking the plea deal to have to take a plea under a circumstance where, you know, even if we try to promise you a speedy trial, doesn't mean you're going to get one. And you might not be able to afford your current attorney. And I don't really think an exhausted public defender, yes, we're technically obligated to give you a public defender if you cannot afford an attorney. But getting a public defender assigned to you that has a heavy caseload is not the same as having the choice of the attorney that you can afford at a given point in time. It's not the same thing. And these plea deals, the decisions that are made, they're entirely relevant. And I can't believe the judge was trying to whittle it down as if it wasn't that relevant. Thank you, Emmanuel. I always love your perspective and being able to vent about these plea deals. It's like a circular prosecution tool. We use Rico to make people take plea deals and then use those plea deals against the other remaining co-defendants to prosecute this Rico. Fit Girl, thank you so much for becoming a member. Joanna, did he not raise his left hand and not his right hand? I don't know. I'm going to defer to the chat here. Did anyone else notice that? Anyone else notice? So when you guys are talking about, and I can mute that. Sorry if there was like background noise from that. Yeah, so he raised a different hand. Okay, that's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Shout out to the chat. Oh, and Vince, you changed your picture. Everybody's getting a new picture today. I'm gonna be confused. Yeah, left hand, because he was handcuffed. Oh, like to the bench with the other hand. There you go. Very, very good. I think you might be right, Sierra. Raise his left hand. That's very true. Look at you guys. Yeah, plea voided. Start it all over. Hilarious. Mirrored video. Oh yeah, he did say he finished the 10th grade during the plea hearing. And then 9th on the stand. You guys. But yeah, I think that's what we've got here. So apparently he raised his left hand and not his right. So good catch. Good catch, you guys. Thank you, The World's End, for the 199. Channel and chat are awesome. Stephen Satchel says some major cases have been decided on the presence or absence of a comma. Yeah, and I didn't really pay attention during the live questioning, you know, like, of course, a defendant or a witness could say, you know, I tried to change that back in the day. And the jury could say, well, maybe you're just saying that now because you did agree and knew what you were signing back then. But today you want to make it look like you didn't agree to those things. But I do think it's interesting to see that Love, after the moment in the plea hearing in 2022, after she asked the question and gets the yes that changes and corrections were made, that she then finds something that she needs to change live on the floor. So just a weird order of events there that looked a little weird for Love. L1915, of course I will sign your paper saying I'm not coerced. Just put the gun away. Yeah, and I think I'm excited to see Shard is very good at laying out the circumstances of someone signing something under pressure or under duress, or for a motive that was something that a reasonable person might be able to understand, like taking care of your sick mom. Your mom is sick, you'd do anything to go make sure mom is good, especially if you feel like you're all your mom's got. Some people, you could have a bunch of siblings, but you feel like you're the one that always goes and takes care of your parent. So, you know, just because other people could technically be around to take care of your mom, my state of mind could be, and my brother's great. This is not an insult to my brother, but just hypothetically, my scenario could be, you're trying to hold me and I know something's wrong with my mom. I don't care about the 5 other people in my family that might also be able to help my mom. I've got to be there. That's my state of mind. So you are absolutely right. Thank you so much for your super chat. We are coming back in. I don't think they've mic'd up yet. Joanna, yes. YSL, Yves Saint Laurent, Yves Saint Laurent. I think that's been a confusing thing for a lot of people hearing all this buzz about a YSL trial. Okay, it looks like they're talking, but still haven't turned the court audio back on. And Tiffany, thank you so much for the super chat. You had sent this when I came back with my cheese sandwich. Miss, and it's just Miss, not Williams. There is no eating during court. My bad. My apologies. And Emmanuel McCrae says, whoa, the changes were made without assistance of counsel. How does that make it right legally? I don't really know. I think we'll get drill down questioning from the defense on this, and we'll get to see at least what Antonio Sledge thinks about when changes were made, if changes were made, and if the changes he requested were actually the same as the changes that were read out loud in court. Shout out to Miss Scorpio not playing. My son was here for one day. I asked him for rent. I always hear like, and it always seems to be sons. They come over and they eat everything in the fridge. And you're like, how did you eat that much? It's been 12 hours. You've eaten 2 rotisserie chickens, all the chips, all the snacks. And same thing like empty nesting. Suddenly your grocery bill goes down. There we go, you
Have y'all had an
guys.
opportunity to determine for the defense what that exhibit's gonna look like?
Your Honor, that exhibit is going to be introduced at a later stage.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, anything else before we get the jury in?
Just one thing, Your Honor. I was under the impression that this item was going to play an exhibit for me during my cross, but you just give me a second, I can get it for Mr. Copeland.
Okay.
She should be on the way. Oh, okay.
So we good then to go ahead and get the jury back if they're ready?
Have Ms. Copeland on standby, but yeah, he should.
Okay.
If it's accident, he'll be able to play with them.
So we're good then? Can we get Mr. Sledge back in?
And shout out to Rice Street making an appearance. Rice Street is gifting 5 memberships. Pay your contractors. Thank you so much, Rice Street.
All right.
On Rice Street didn't help DC Pete out. DC Pete had to admit himself to the Cat Chat Rico gang. Welcome aboard, DC Pete.
$3.95. Thank you.
On Queen Glamazon. Thank you, Queen Glamazon, gifting a membership. If you got it, make sure you say thank you.
Mr. Sledge, just sit for 1 second.
Ruh-roh.
Which?
Tender, it means no.
Which are we talking about?
One AS.
I've been trying to. Your Honor, I was under the impression that this plea agreement, Mr. Sledge's plea agreement, had been admitted in evidence. But I think I was just basing on the fact that it had a exhibit sticker, which
This
now
says what, A?
1A?
1A? No, no. It's neither that or
Correct.
444Y is in evidence. That has an exhibit sticker because that's the exhibit sticker from
Previously.
the actual
Plea.
plea
Okay.
proceedings.
Okay. All right.
And it has the AS because it was for Antonio.
Right,
Sledge.
it hadn't been tendered,
Okay.
neither of those, neither
Right.
it nor the 444Y has been tendered for admission here. Was it 444Y?
444Y, right?
That's
It was
what
not
she was
tendered.
using before, and she had him compare the two.
Right.
But it's not in either.
Sue just giggles.
Okay.
It's a copy
What
of-
is the video?
Why?
The video is 442Y,
Thank you.
and that's the one that's just the portions.
Right. And that's
Yeah.
been admitted.
Yes. We're ready.
I'm catching up.
DC, I'm trying,
It's a lot
DCP,
of
trying to
numbers.
make this fun to watch. It's got to. It's like, otherwise it's like nap time inducing. Shasta says that Miss Love is an agent of chaos. I agree. I don't think she means to be. She just is. And Mr. Satchel, I stumble every time I name the gang. I forgot our legal name, guys, is the Rico Brady gang. I'm just noticing. I like this purple too. Thank you so much for the super chat, Army Vet.
Thank you.
And also, Army Vet says the judge is too condescending to the defense. And it's not necessary.
You're talking about the numbers, John? Okay.
We'll figure it out later.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Mr. Sledge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sharp.
All right.
We had just, last thing I asked you was about your representation. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay, and that you had not hired Mr. Wright for trial.
No.
On December 28th, 2022, okay, you were aware that, well, let me back up. Typically, have you ever had appointed counsel?
Objection relevant.
Just trying to educate on how it usually works. I'll move on. Okay.
Okay.
On December 28th, 2022, you were aware of co-defendants on this case who had been arrested.
Yes.
And there were some of those individuals who could not afford attorneys, correct?
Right.
And you were aware that some of those individuals were in Rice Street.
Yes.
Or they were in Rice Street.
Yes.
And those individuals that could not afford attorneys had not been appointed attorneys as of December 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you did not want to be in their position?
Yes.
Meaning you did not want to be in Rice Street without an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. You believed, for the purposes of having representation, it was in your best interest to resolve your case via plea on December 28, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what coercion means?
No.
Okay. What about pressure?
Yes, I know what pressure means.
Okay. Being in, and this is your truth, I'm not asking for a legal definition, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Being in Rice Street for 7 months prior to your plea, did that put pressure on you to accept this deal?
Yes, a lot.
Okay. Being separated from your sick mother and your children.
I object. This line of questioning is already been, so asking me.
Your Honor, he testified for 3 days already. I've been going for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you did already ask him that.
Well, I'm just trying to conclude this line of questioning, then I'll move on.
Okay.
I haven't asked him about pressure yet.
No.
He wanted to go home, and now I'm asking about
Okay.
pressure. Being separated from your sick mother and your children, did that create pressure to plead guilty on December 28, 2015?
Yes.
Excuse me, December 28, 2022.
Yes.
And the fact that you did not have a lawyer for trial, did that create pressure on you?
Yes. Fact,
Asked and answered, relatives go beyond.
how about facts not in evidence too?
The fact that you had not hired an attorney for trial, did that create pressure on you to plead guilty?
Object, that assumes facts not in evidence. And it also calls for speculation.
Overruled.
The fact that you had not hired an attorney for trial, did that create pressure on you to plead guilty on December 28, 2022?
Yes.
All right, I want to talk to you about the plea offer. And when you need to, you can refer to it, but I want you to listen to my questions, and if you can answer without, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay. At some point in late December 2022, you became aware that the state was making a plea offer in your case.
Yes.
Okay. And the state's plea offer was an offer for probation.
Yes.
Okay. And probation, I know we know what it is, but for the jury, probation is you don't have to be in custody, right? You're released.
Yes.
Okay. And you have to check in with a probation officer.
Yes.
in your mind, that's preferable to prison.
Yes,
That's preferable to sitting in Rice Street Jail, correct?
yes,
Okay. Probation would get you back to your family,
yes,
get you back to your ill mother,
yes,
and that would solve your issues as far as hiring an attorney to try the case.
yes,
Good layout of problem and solution for each
You were
detail.
interested in a plea for probation.
yes,
Okay. Now, as it turned out, there were factual acknowledgments that you would have to initial to receive that offer of probation, correct?
yes,
Okay, when you first learned about probation, did you realize that there would be factual acknowledgments that you had to initial?
no,
Okay, but at some point, your attorney told you to get this probation, you're going to have to agree to factual acknowledgments.
yes,
Let's talk about the factual acknowledgments. Do you remember the first time you saw the factual acknowledgments on that plea form? Was it December 28th?
yes, I want to say yes.
Okay. Could it have been earlier? To the best of your recollection.
Yes, I think if I'm not mistaken, yes.
Okay. Did you ever write a statement with your truth about what happened in 2015 and give it to Miss Love or any other prosecutor in this case?
Objection vague as to your truth and.
You kind of defined your truth with him.
Vague overall.
Did you say 2015?
I did. About what this case is about. Did you ever write a statement?
Oh, about, not in 2015.
No, about 2015.
Overruled.
No,
Stupid.
Okay. Did you ever sit down with Miss Love before this plea?
no,
Okay. Did you write the factual acknowledgments?
no,
Okay.
Great for the defense.
On that sheet of paper in front of you, I believe it has, do you know what letterhead is?
I think it's the stamp, something like that.
Okay, on the top of the paper.
Yes,
Is there letterhead that indicates whose office that paper is from?
it's a Fannie Wilson. That what you talking about, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
yes,
Okay. Do you know who wrote the factual acknowledgments?
no,
Okay. Who presented the factual acknowledgments to you? Was it Miss Love?
yes,
Okay. Did you know Miss Love back in 2015?
no,
Was she hanging out with you in 2015?
no,
Okay. I'm not trying to embarrass you. You're a smart man, okay?
right,
But you did indicate that you didn't know what the word notoriety means.
yes,
And you've also just said you didn't know what the word coercion means.
yes,
Okay. Could you look on that in that document with the factual acknowledgments? Should be page 3. I'm going to ask you to look at factual acknowledgement 1. On the last line, does it have the word notoriety?
yes,
Okay. I'm going to look at factual acknowledgement 5 on the last line. Does it say notoriety?
you sound 5,
Yes.
yes,
I'm going to ask you to look at number 16 On the third line down, on 16, does that say notoriety?
Give me 1 second.
I think
You said on
16
what
is,
line?
The third one down on number 16. That's page 5.
Yeah, I'm on page 5.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
16 is
Could
one of
you
the
go to
ones
page
that
6
she nudged him to say
and
was
look at
true
the
after he was
last
saying was
word on
false.
page 6? Does it say coercion?
Yes.
And those are words to this day, I guess before this trial maybe, that you never knew the meaning of.
Still don't know the meaning of them.
Okay. Do you write sentences using words that you don't know the meaning of?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, in preparation of your plea, whether it was on December 28th or before that, you did speak to your attorney, Mr. Wright,
Yes.
about the acknowledgments,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you brought certain acknowledgments that are on that sheet to the attention of Mr. Wright and told him you don't agree with those.
Yes.
Okay. And were you present for discussions that Mr. Wright had with Ms. Love or the state?
No.
Okay. But to your understanding, some of the acknowledgments that you did not agree with, the state refused to change, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted to go home.
Yes.
Did you let a disagreement with those acknowledgments stop you from getting home to your sick mother?
Objection, speculation, and.
I said, did you let?
Objection as to the form of the question, whether did you let that? Objection.
Can you rephrase your question?
Those disagreements with the acknowledgments, did you let those disagreements get in the way of you getting home to your sick mother?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
I mean, you basically asked the same thing, the same way, you just moved the the phrasing around. I don't really know. Can you rephrase it again?
Okay. Can I break it up?
You
Okay.
can try.
You disagreed with some of the factual acknowledgments that Ms. Love presented to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you brought that to your attorney's attention.
Yes.
And you were told that the state was not going to change those factual acknowledgments.
Yes.
Okay. On December 28th, 2022, did you let your disagreement with the factual acknowledgments stop you from entering that plea?
No.
Why not?
Because I wanted to go home to my sick mother.
There you go. Full circle. Closed loop.
You have, during direct testimony, when Ms. Love was asking you questions, you've stated that you disagree with several of the factual acknowledgments in this plea agreement that you
Yes.
signed, correct?
Yes.
You watched the video of your plea earlier today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those acknowledgments on that video, who was reading those acknowledgments? Was it you or Miss Love?
Miss Love.
Okay. When you were saying yes, ma'am, do you remember that? To
Yes.
pretty much every question, is that fair?
Yes.
Weren't there times during that plea, during that video, where you were saying yes, ma'am, before Miss Love even asked a question?
Yes.
Why were you saying yes, ma'am, if you disagreed with the factual acknowledgments.
I was just trying to get home to my sick mother.
Okay. Did your attorney tell you, or you testified that your attorney told you that you could explain those disagreements later, correct?
If I was called into the stand, yes.
Okay. And you were advised not to let those disagreements get in the way of going home, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection as to attorney-client privilege, objection as to hearsay, objection.
All of them.
as
All
to
of the objections.
improper line of questioning to an improper topic.
Okay, sustained on facts not in evidence.
Okay. When you came to testify in front of this jury, you were under the impression that you would be able to explain what you disagreed with, correct?
Yes.
Do you know the saying, you're between a rock and a hard place?
Yes, I heard of it.
Okay. Do you consider yourself in between a rock and a hard place right now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
He sat back when Love objected.
The rock is that you know some of these things in this plea agreement aren't true, correct?
Yes.
The hard place is you don't want to go back to prison, do you?
Yes.
Yes, you do not want to go back.
I don't want to go back to prison.
Okay. And the problem is your plea agreement, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about this plea agreement. In this indictment, you were charged with 2 counts, correct?
Yes.
Count 1, Rico,
Yes.
or conspiracy to commit Rico, I should say.
Yes.
And count 30 was a gun charge, correct?
Yes.
Specifically, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes.
Facing 30, 40 years.
For count 1, let's talk about that, what the plea agreement was, okay?
Yes.
The agreement, if you initialed the factual acknowledgments and entered a plea, the agreement was that the state was going to recommend 15 years of probation.
Yes.
And that meant that you would get out of jail immediately.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at Part 5 of the plea agreement, number 2, under defendant's sentencing acknowledgments.
What page is that, Mr. Sharp?
That's page 5.
Okay. And what number?
It's number 2 under section 5.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Your agreement states that defendant, that's you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Defendant understands fully that if he violates any provision or any special condition of the plea agreement, his probation for this sentence may be revoked in its entirety, and the district attorney will recommend that defendant serve any remaining portion of this sentence in confinement at the Georgia Department of Corrections. And in parentheses, it says prison. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. You're aware that a condition of your plea is to testify consistently with the factual acknowledgments you signed.
Yes.
That you say are not true.
Yes.
And according to this agreement, if you fail to testify consistently with those acknowledgments, the state can move to revoke your probation, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what revoking probation is?
Yeah, I think take it back, send you to, however, take the probation back, revoke it and send you to prison.
Okay, so if you have 15 years remaining on probation,
Yes,
the state can bring a motion and ask the judge to send you to prison for those 15 years instead of being on probation, correct?
yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the agreement for count 30, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Okay. Your lawyer told you that count,
Sustained.
you were aware that count carries a mandatory 15 years in prison,
Yes,
and that 15-year sentence needs to be consecutive to any other sentence that you have.
yes,
So it'd have to be 15 on top of the 15.
yes,
On page 1, under negotiated sentence, it says, where it says count 30,
you said page 1?
yes, page 1, sir.
Okay. Yes,
It says for count 30, that was the possession of firearm by a convicted felon, correct?
yes,
Okay. It says sentencing withheld until the completion of the initial trial of this case. After the initial trial of this case, provided defendant, that's you, right,
yes,
has complied with the special conditions outlined in sections B, C, D, F, and I of section 3, special conditions of sentence of this plea agreement, the state agrees the defendant shall be allowed to withdraw his plea on count 30, and the state shall agree to no pros count 30. That's what it says, right?
yes,
Okay, so let's talk about what your understanding of what this means. On December 28, 2022, you pled guilty to possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
yes,
Okay. And under normal circumstances, that would be 15 years in prison consecutive.
yes,
Okay. But the state in this agreement allowed sentencing was withheld, correct?
yes,
So you weren't, even though you pled guilty to count 30, you were not given a sentence.
yes,
You were not given 15 years to serve in prison.
yes,
And sentencing was withheld until after this trial.
yes,
Okay. And your understanding is if you testify in accordance with this plea agreement, the state will dismiss that case.
yes,
Even though you've already pled guilty to it, the state will go back, let you withdraw your guilty plea, and dismiss the case.
yes,
You've been in trouble before, right?
yes.
Okay, you ever have an agreement, a situation like this in any of your other cases?
Sustained.
Is Love just pretending to write?
I'm going to ask you to look at part 5, number 4. Okay, and that's under defendant's sentencing acknowledgments. You with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
It's on page 6, right?
Yeah, 6, 7, yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. Number 4 says, defendant understands fully that if prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case, defendant fails or refuses to testify to any fact that he acknowledges in his plea agreement, such failure or refusal nullifies. Do you know what nullifies means?
No.
Okay. It says nullifies though, right?
Yes, it say that, but I don't know what it means.
Nullifies any promise made by the district attorney to no pros count 30 of this indictment. Right?
Yes,
And to your understanding, regardless of whether you know what nullifies means, if you don't testify consistently with the factual acknowledgments that the state wrote,
Yes.
they will take back their promise to dismiss count 30 and you'll be sentenced.
Yes.
And you have to get 15 years in prison,
Yes.
consecutive to the probation that would be revoked.
Yes.
Can you look at number 3 under section 5? So I'm on page 5 now, going into page 6.
I'm with you.
Says, defendant understands fully that any violation or of any provision or any special condition of the plea agreement shall result in defendant being sentenced on count 30 of this indictment, and the district attorney will recommend that the defendant serve the maximum sentence allowed by law.
Yes.
Okay. All that on that video talking about he has to testify truthfully. In your mind, who gets to determine whether you testified truthfully or not?
Objection, relevance, and objection improper and vague. Who gets to determine?
He was about to answer. He knows what I'm asking.
It's a binary question whether it's true or not. But determining whether something is true is irrelevant.
Rephrase your question,
Who
please.
who gets to revoke your who moves to revoke your probation if they're not happy with what you say here today?
Miss,
Objection.
We already heard Miss. We know who you're gonna say.
Unfair characterization. What is your objection?
One, yes, that.
I said who moves.
Relevance
Gonna squeak when she
is
sits
not
down.
characterization, and the terms of the agreement that Mr. Sledge entered into have already been put before the jury, and the characterization that is being made at this point is improper and not relevant.
Sustained on the improper part. If you wanna try to rephrase it.
Have you, in your life, have you ever seen a defense attorney try to revoke someone's probation?
Sustained.
Can you go to section 5, number 5?
I'm with you.
Okay, and that's on page 7.
Yes. 6, 7. Right.
Excuse me, you're right, 6. Thank you. Says, defendant understands fully that defendant's violation of the provision of any special condition of this plea agreement prior to the conclusion of the initial trial of this case shall nullify any promise made by the district attorney to null pros count 30 of this indictment and may result in defendant being sentenced to serve as much as 35 years of confinement in the Georgia Department of Corrections
35.
/ prison. So it says, right?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about 15 plus 15. That equals 30, right?
Right.
But in number 5, it's saying you're going to serve as much as 35 years.
Yes.
And even though that's an extra 5 years, you initialed it.
Yes.
Why did you initial it?
Wow.
Because I wanted to get home to my mother.
That was a great question.
Okay.
And I ain't understand whatever the words you've been using. I don't understand the words there.
That I'm using or that are in this document?
In the document, right.
I just want some clarity.
Yes.
You testified that you have a 9th grade education. You attended Southside High School, now Maynard Jackson High School, right?
Yes.
Okay. in the video you said 10th grade. Is it 9th or 10th, or you?
I was actually trying to say I completed the 9th, but I was in the 10th grade.
Okay. You ever receive any legal training?
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'm not asking what the acknowledgements say at this point, okay?
Yes.
Well, let me take that back for a second, okay?
Yeah.
Just to make sure we're on the same page.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the acknowledgement. Now, number 3 on the factual acknowledgements, that's on page 3. You with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right. Now, you testified that this acknowledgement is in fact false, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to read the acknowledgement with you, and then we're going to talk about the truth, okay?
Yes.
All right. The acknowledgement says, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, defendant and co-defendant Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary appeared in a video with another person, AS, wherein defendant brandished a weapon used to drive in a drive-by shooting, and wherein, on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with defendant's ex-paramour, parentheses, girlfriend.
Yes.
Okay, that's what it says?
Yes.
And so you see where it says, and to support, in the first line, I'm just going to reiterate, and to support and express loyalty to YSL. It says that in there, right?
Yes.
And it says, on behalf of YSL.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about that. Ms. Coco. May I approach Shauna?
You may.
I can't get over the timing of the squeak as soon as she made an argument, and then it squeaked at her when she sat down.
I'm showing you a document marked DS-36.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that there's 3 pictures in that document?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify the 3 people in those pictures?
Me, Antonio Sledge, and Trevius Smith, and what his name, Watson or Kevin Watson, whatever.
Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
Is that also Shell Kel?
Shell Kel, yes.
You also call him Kel?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would ask to admit DS-36 into evidence.
Submitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
May.
Mr. Kokomo, would you please publish?
Would have been stupid to
DS-36?
object.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sledge,
Yes.
we talked about how you're with a lady with the initials DB now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Before DB, back in 2015, was there a young lady that you were involved with?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that young lady's name?
And Trevius Smith.
Okay. And what did you call her?
Treva.
Treva?
Yeah, Treva.
Treva. Okay. Do you see Treva in DS-36?
She at the top of the photo.
Okay. And do you see yourself in DS-36?
Right there to the left.
Okay. And who's the other gentleman in the bottom right on DS-36?
That's Kel.
Okay. Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you started, how would you describe in respectful terms, your relationship with Miss Trontavious Smith?
How did I, at the time,
Yes.
it was great.
You cared about her.
Right.
Would you call her your girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. When did you start dating, we'll say, Miss Smith?
I've been knowing her since probably like, I've been dating her since probably like 2009, but as the relationship, probably like 2013.
Okay, so by 2015, you'd been in a relationship with her for at least 2 years, maybe longer.
Yes.
And you've known her for 8 years at that point.
Yes.
9 years. Okay.
Yes.
At some point, did she start dating another man?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay, and who is that other man?
Kevin Watt.
Okay. And do you know, was she dating, and I'm not trying to embarrass you, was she dating you first or Kelvin Watts first?
Me.
Okay. Do you know from your vantage point when she started dating Kelvin Watts?
I don't know at the time when she started dating.
Okay. And when you found out that she was dating Kelvin Watts, did you immediately break up with her and say, no, I don't have anything to do with you? Or did you keep having a relationship with her?
We kept conversating.
Okay. Did the fact that you and Mr. Watts were simultaneously dating Miss Smith, did that create problems between you and Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Okay. Did that lead to an internet back and forth between you and Mr. Watts?
Yes.
At some point in 2015, did you hear that Mr. Watts was looking for you?
Yes.
And was all that revolving around your rivalry over Trontavious Smith?
Yes.
You remember when the state played a video of you and Mr. Zachary with guns?
Yes.
Okay. You said it was childish, right?
Yes.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would ask for the state to publish what's 441Y. It's either 441Y or 395Y. 441 Yankee, thank you. Could you publish that?
Little strip this ass nigga. When little strip this ass.
Okay, thank you.
Little strip this ass nigga. We ain't really going back and forth no nigga. We don't go. You little bitch ass nigga. I know what we hate. I'm never well. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Cam. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Nigga. Whoa. They said I ain't really going back.
Okay, thank you. All right. Back in 2015, were you a little bit emotional about the situation?
Yes.
Okay. And in that video, that was posted on the internet, correct?
Yes.
Did you post it on the internet?
I think me or Zachary posted, one of us posted.
Okay. You intended for Mr. Watts to see the video.
Yes.
Okay. And in the video, you said you heard that Mr. Watts was looking for you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're in that video with guns.
Yes.
And you're in that video with Mr. Zachary.
Yes.
And that's Quindarius Zachary, right?
Yes.
Little D from Cleveland.
Yes.
Okay. And that is someone that you have known since he was little, right?
Yes.
You grew up together in the Capitol Homes neighborhood in Atlanta.
Yes.
Apartments.
Yes.
How far did you grow up from him?
How far did I grow up?
That was a horrible question. You guys were both living in the same apartment complex, right?
Yes,
Now you're older than him,
yes,
and he was a little boy at that time, right?
yes.
Okay. Would you see him every day?
No, I wouldn't see him every day.
How often would you see him?
When I used to walk past his door to get to the basketball court, he'll be on the porch.
Okay. Are you particularly close with him? Or were you back in
At that time?
Yes.
No.
In 2015, you weren't.
Oh, 2015, we were very close.
Okay. And in that video, did you ever hear anyone say YSL?
No.
Did you ever hear anyone say gang?
No.
Did you hear anyone say on behalf of?
No.
Okay.
On
Did anyone
behalf
tell
of.
you to make that video?
No.
That was your decision.
Yes.
And you made that video because you were mad at Kelvin Watts because he was running his mouth.
Yes.
Because y'all were dating the same woman.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to factual acknowledgement 3, which deals with this video. Says, again, it says, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, did anything about making that video and talking junk to Kelvin Watts, did any of that video have to do anything with supporting and expressing loyalty to YSL?
No.
Okay. And then later on in factual acknowledgement 3, it says, and wherein on behalf of YSL. Was there anything about that video that was done on behalf of YSL?
No.
Thank you. Okay. Let's talk about factual acknowledgement 5. Says, okay, let me back up. Factual acknowledgement 4, let's look at that, and that's on page 3. You with me?
Yes.
All right. Says, on or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15 SC 138994, defendant, that's you, right?
Yes.
And fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video, referenced in part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Okay?
Yes.
All right. And then on number 5 of the factual acknowledgements, it says defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4. Okay? Above, on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. See where it says that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just reading that. I'm not saying it's true.
You okay?
Okay. Okay, let's talk about that case. And that was 15 SC 138994.
Yes.
You were charged in that case, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Demekion Garlington was charged in that case, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Quindarius Zachary was charged in that case, correct?
Yes.
No one else was charged in that case.
No.
And that night, April 28th, 2015, I believe you testified you were at the Club Crucial.
Yes.
And Demekion Garlington was at Club Crucial.
Yes.
And you didn't go together, right?
No.
But you both happened to be there.
Yes.
And you're friends with Demekion Garlington, or you were at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, well, let me ask you one other thing. There were some young ladies at the club that you knew as well, correct?
Yes.
Alexis Bryant was at the club, right?
Yes.
And a young lady named Summer Good was at the club.
Yes.
And Summer Good is the girlfriend of Quindarius Zachary.
Yes.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary was not at the club.
No.
Okay. But his girlfriend was.
Yes.
And you indicated that Demekion Garlington was jumped by certain individuals.
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe the fight?
Not from the beginning, no.
Okay. On that date, did you know, while you were at the club, did you know who was jumping Demekion Garlington?
No.
Okay. Was this a major fight?
It was
Let me ask a better question, because
Okay.
that was vague.
Okay.
Was this the type of fight where people were punching and kicking Demekion Garlington?
Yes.
Okay, and there are a lot of people at Club Crucial, right?
Yes.
A lot of other people you knew.
Yes.
Okay. Demekion, you said you left the club without Demekion Garlington.
Yes.
Okay. But then you received a call from Demekion Garlington.
Yes.
And the reality is Demekion didn't have a car.
Yes.
Okay. You had a car.
Yes.
Right. So Demekion asked you to pick him up.
Yeah, he asked me to come back and pick him up. Yes.
Okay. Demekion was upset, correct?
Yes.
Was Demekion drinking that night?
I can't tell you if he was drinking that night. He probably wasn't even in the club that long. So I don't know if he was drinking or
Do you
not.
know if he was using drugs, popping pills, anything like that night?
Probably before he got there, but I didn't see him pop any pills.
Okay, were you drinking that night?
Yeah, I was drunk.
You said you were drunk?
Yeah, I was drunk. Yeah, drunk. Yeah.
Okay. So Demekion is upset after getting jumped in the club, and he calls you to come pick him up. And you're drunk, and you think he might have been popping pills and don't know what else, right?
Yes.
Okay. Demekion had been publicly humiliated, right?
Yes.
When you guys are driving from the club, Summer Good and Alexis Bryant were following y'all's car, correct?
Yes.
They were leaving the club at the same time.
Yes.
And again, that Summer Good being Quindarius Zachary's girlfriend.
Yes.
Okay. And to your understanding, Summer Good was scared.
Yes.
Because people were following her car.
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, well, it was your car and Summer's car. Was there another car following behind y'all?
Yes.
Okay. And Quindarius Zachary, who wasn't in the club, was called about the situation, correct?
Calls for speculation. Or in hearsay.
Well, you went to pick up,
Sustained.
okay, you went to pick up Quindarius Zachary, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose of you picking up Quindarius Zachary was to take him to the house where Summer Good was,
Yes.
to protect her.
Yes.
Your Honor, objection, answer that part of this speculation.
It's going to be.
And what?
She knows the discovery. It's going to be completely obvious.
It's background hearsay.
Well, I mean, it's happened at this point. Let's kind of get to whatever it is that you're trying to get to here.
Summer Good was at a house, at Alexis Bryant's house on Landrum Drive, correct?
Yes.
And you and Demekion Garlington, this is after the fight, picked up Quindarius Zachary and drove to that house on Landrum Drive,
Yes.
where Summer Good was.
Yes.
Okay. And when you all arrived at that house, you saw someone shooting at that house,
Yes.
shooting at the house that Summer Good and Alexis Bryant were in.
Yes.
You were driving the car, right?
Yes.
Not the car that was shooting. You saw a car shooting and you're driving in a car pulling up.
Yes.
You chased those people off that were shooting at the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, and I think your testimony is that you don't know who they were, but one of the other individuals in the car, your car, determined who was shooting at the house that Summer Good was in, correct?
Yes.
And it was determined that you were to drive them to the house where those people stayed at.
Could you repeat that? Because I didn't understand.
I asked in a bad way. You're in the car, and it was determined, someone, not you, but someone felt they knew who was shooting at the house with Summer and Alexis, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ended up driving to a house.
I don't think I went to another house after that, Mr. Shaw. I'm not for sure.
Well, let me back up. In your testimony, you said your testimony was you drove Quindarius Zachary and Demekion Garlington to a house, right?
Yeah.
And they had guns.
Yes.
And they got out and did whatever they did to that house.
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't the house that Summer Good and Alexis Bryant were in on Landrum.
No.
Okay, so after you saw that house, the first house where Alexis Bryant and Summer Good were being shot at, you drove to another house where Demekion and Quindarius did whatever they did. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you pled guilty to that.
Yes.
You don't know who jumped Demekion Garlington.
No.
Okay. You drove to the first house on Landrum where Summer Good was because Quindarius Zachary wanted to protect his girlfriend.
Yes.
And once you saw people shooting at the house, Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary wanted revenge, right?
Yes.
Quindarius Zachary wanted to go back at the people that were shooting at his girlfriend.
Yes.
And Demekion Garlington wanted to go back at the people who he felt jumped him in the club.
Yes.
Okay? That was personal revenge, correct?
Yes.
In retrospect, you're 43 years old.
Yes.
Okay? You know Quindarius Zachary since he was this big.
Yes.
You know Demekion Garlington, I believe you knew him since he was a baby too, right?
Yes.
Okay, in retrospect, you were the older person in the situation, correct?
Yes.
You should have known better than to drive them anywhere, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you did.
Yes.
Okay, but the bottom line, and you pled guilty.
Yes.
And you served your sentence.
Yes.
The bottom line is Jeffrey Williams didn't instruct you to go drive to any houses that night.
No, Jeffrey wouldn't know nothing about it.
Okay.
Objection as to speculation about what someone else knew.
Sustained.
Ask that portion be stricken from the record.
Okay, you don't know what Jeffrey Williams knew on any given night, but he didn't order you to go to any house.
No. No.
Okay. And no one was out the window shooting guns, yelling, YSL, YSL.
Objection, compound question.
Overruled.
No.
On behalf of.
The reality.
Overruled.
No.
Okay, law and crime. Why
The
did I do that when
reality-
love is over there?
Mr. Sledge, is what happened on April 28, 2015 was done on behalf of Demekion Garlington, who got jumped in the club.
Yes,
Was done on behalf of Quindarius Zachary, whose girlfriend was getting shot at.
yes,
It was not done on behalf of YSL.
no,
It was not done to increase the notoriety, reputation, or fear of YSL, was it?
no,
Okay. The state asked you about, I'm on page 5, Mr. Sledge. Number 14 and 15. Okay. And I'm gonna read those in a second, but I just want to ask you some questions. Okay. We already established it. Did you grow up, Mr. Sledge?
yes,
We'll get to that in a second.
okay,
I want you to listen to my question. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You grew up. We've established that you lived in Capitol Homes. Did you grow up in Capitol Homes?
yes.
Okay. And Capitol Homes, does that still exist, or has it been torn down by now?
They tore down, but they call something else now, Capitol Gateway or something like
Little
that.
Gateway.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you help me understand what area of town, what street is Capitol Homes on?
Memorial Drive.
Okay, it's on Memorial Drive, maybe 5 minutes from this courthouse, right?
Yes,
Okay. They made it nicer now,
yes,
but back then it was rough neighborhood, right?
yes.
Okay. And then how long did you live at Capitol Homes? Till what age?
I don't remember exact how old I was, but whatever year they got tore down.
Were you a teenager or?
Yeah, I was a teenager.
Like,
I probably was grown.
so if you were a teenager, we're talking about 18, 19, not 13.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. And then eventually you ended up living off of Boulevard, correct?
Yes,
Okay, did you go straight from Capitol Homes
to Boulevard.
to Boulevard? And when we say Boulevard, we're talking like the Bedford Pines.
Yeah, Bedford Pine Apartments.
Okay, those are right by the intersection of Boulevard and like North Avenue, right?
Yes,
Okay, great. East side of Atlanta.
yes.
Okay, both these places, Capitol Homes and Boulevard, are, well, you tell me, how long do you think it would take to drive to Cleveland Avenue?
I can't give you an exact how long, but if my mind regular, probably about 15. Probably 15 minutes from Capitol Home, probably about 19 from Boulevard, 20 somewhere in there.
Okay. Bottom line, it's not the same neighborhood,
No,
miles apart.
miles apart.
Okay. Have you ever lived off of Cleveland Avenue?
Stay off of Cleveland Avenue.
Or on Cleveland Avenue, or stayed off of Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
When was that?
I want to say it was probably like 2008, 2009, somewhere in that era.
Okay. And for how long? Could you, I'm not asking for exact address. You live off of in the Boulevard area now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how long did you stay on Cleveland Avenue?
Not long. Well, my kids stayed over there, but I actually moved to Boulevard.
Okay.
But my kids and their mother still stayed over there, so I used to go over there.
Okay, so you used to go over there.
Yes.
And I'm asking you, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you ever formerly live over there?
No.
Okay. Now, I hate to ask you this, but you've been a drug dealer before in your life, right?
Yes.
Okay, you have a history of, I mean, your criminal record reflects that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you've You've been arrested for selling drugs downtown,
Yes.
downtown Atlanta.
Yes.
Okay. You've sold drugs in the past. We're talking about the past. Off of Boulevard.
Yes.
Okay. You've sold drugs around many areas of Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about hanging out in these gas stations. And you said, your testimony, as I recall it, was that sometimes you would hang out in the gas station with your own personal bag.
Yes.
And if people wanted a little bit of off of your personal bag, you would sell it to them.
Yes.
Okay. And you would hang out with Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Yes.
Okay. Personal bag, we're talking about bag of marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And we're talking about if someone, for me, for instance, asked you, hey, can I buy some of that marijuana off of you? We're talking about $5, $10 type stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Petty.
Petty. Yeah, some petty.
Okay. Do a lot of people sell drugs out of gas stations in your experience? Has foot traffic, right?
Objection, relevance as to whether or not a lot of people.
Sustained.
Have you sold drugs in gas stations before?
Yes.
Okay, you sold drugs in gas stations downtown, right?
Yes.
It's relevant, Your Honor.
Not territory. Argument was
Yes, you
territory.
sold drugs at gas stations off of Boulevard before, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony is that you would occasionally hang out at some gas stations on Cleveland Avenue with your personal bag of marijuana.
Yes.
With your friends, Big and Mac Mac.
Yes.
Okay. Would you be there 24/7?
No.
Okay. How many times would you say total that you hung out at these gas stations? Is it more than a dozen?
Yes.
More than 2 dozen?
Yes, probably more. Yeah. I pull up and just kick it and then leave.
Okay, when you say you would pull up and kick it and then leave, is it fair to say that you were not part of some complex drug distribution network in these gas stations?
No.
Okay, so when you would just kick it and leave, we're talking about you staying around for how many minutes?
Sometime an hour, less.
Okay. All right. And you say you thought, I want to get this right. You thought maybe more than a couple dozen, more than 25 times total.
Yeah.
Sometimes stay for like an hour.
Yes.
Okay. You'd also hang out at the park.
Yes.
Hang out at other stores.
Yes.
That's where the mother of at least one of your children lived.
Yes.
Okay. That area, not the gas station.
Yes, that area.
All right. And from your observation, and I know you don't want to speak on the dead, so I'm going to keep it brief. Your two friends would sell drugs at those gas stations.
Yes.
They'd sell drugs other places too, right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about the time that you and Christian McMiller and Darius Ford pulled out AK-47s and chased everyone out of the parking lot to protect drug turf.
Never.
Okay. You just observed two people selling weed at a gas station before.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to your factual acknowledgments that you signed on December 28, 2022. The gas station at 151 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate. Okay. Now, it is true that in your mind, Darius Ford and Christian McMiller were YSL associates in your mind.
Yes,
And they would sell drugs at these two gas stations, 151 Cleveland Avenue and 221 Cleveland Avenue, and a bunch of other places, correct?
yes,
Okay, but you haven't seen anyone do anything that would lead you to believe that they did not allow other gangs to operate in those gas stations, did you?
no,
No violence,
no,
no attacks.
no,
The factual acknowledgement that the video about Shell Kel had
yes,
something to do with YSL, that was incorrect.
yes,
The factual acknowledgement that the shootings on April 28th, 2015 were done on behalf of YSL, that was incorrect.
yes,
The factual acknowledgements that YSL or YSL associates do not allow other gangs to operate at these two gas stations, those were incorrect.
yes,
These money that you would make selling little $5, $10 bags, whatever, of marijuana, would you run to Jeffrey Williams and give him those $5 bills, $10 bills?
never,
Okay, would you run to Shannon Stillwell and give him the $5 and $10 bills?
never,
Mr. Sledge, I'm going to ask you to go to page 6 or 7 again. Okay, let me ask you, before you sign these documents on December 28th, you moved for bond on this case, correct?
yes,
You moved for bond on October 13th, 2022, correct?
yes,
And the state opposed your bond, right?
yes,
They said that you were a danger to the community.
yes,
They said you were a threat,
yes,
and you were denied bond.
yes,
He was a threat, but then you needed him out. Why? You needed
That
him to
kept you
plea.
away from
Why?
your family.
yes,
On the bottom of page 6, it says, the last sentence, I freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entered into this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. And we already said you didn't know what coercion meant.
yes,
Let's just say pressure.
yes,
That's not true, is it? You were pressured.
yes, I was pressured.
In fact, you were pressured into signing a document that claims that you're entering the agreement without pressure.
Yes,
We talked about that bond hearing before December 28th, where the state called you dangerous, too dangerous to release.
Objection, Your Honor, one fact's not an evidence, two improper,
He was
and
there.
three irrelevant.
Cry.
He was there. Did they call you? It's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's for the state's stance.
Objection relevance. The state
It's
stands
very
regarding a bond matter for this witness has.
Oh, that
no
squeak is
relevance
coming.
or bearing on the guilt or innocence of either of the defendants here.
No, it doesn't, but I don't think that's what he's offering it for.
I'm
I'll
not.
permit it.
They told you, they said to the judge that you were too dangerous to let go, right?
yes,
Okay. When you initialed these acknowledgements that they wrote, they gave you probation, right?
yes,
And then something came up. Because
I'm sorry, I know that the objection needs to be at the same time, but as I thought about it, that was hearsay as well. What the state told him about
She already made the ruling.
dangerousness or whatever.
Squeak
I'm
again.
not saying it's dangerous.
Literally, the question was, did the state say that you were too dangerous to let go? That's hearsay. There is no, that's hearsay.
It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
Overruled.
Again, they said, not saying you're dangerous. They said you were too dangerous to
Objection,
let go.
already asked and answered.
Well, I'm trying to recap because I keep getting interrupted.
Well, she's entitled to interrupt you if she thinks she's got a legitimate evidentiary objection.
Okay. After you initialed these documents next to the statements that they wrote, they gave you probation on count 1, right?
Yes.
Objection, asked and answered.
Okay, sustained.
And something came up in court because you pled guilty to count 30, but weren't being sentenced. You had to be given a bond on that in order to be released.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, on December 28th, after you initialed these statements, the state recommended a signature bond. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
A signature bond means you get released and you don't even have to pay any bond at all, right?
Yes.
Have you ever been able to figure out what made you so dangerous before December 28th?
Sustained.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right.
Beautiful.
Jerry,
Holy
y'all need a
moly,
break
beautiful.
Before we move on to the next cross. Okay, let's take a 10-minute or so break.
Holy moly, that was beautiful. Shout out to Max Shart. Oh my god. Hold on. Max Shart owning with the squeak every time she tried to argue. That was so good. And oh my god, you guys, the squeaks, you guys reacting and now waiting for the squeak is like so great. It is so great. It is so great. And for anyone that didn't catch what the point of that, they denied your bond. He hinted at it a bit in the beginning, but he was too dangerous to be bonded out.
We'll recess.
But with a plea, when they needed him to dot the line, oh, you're suddenly safe enough to put back out into society after we just denied your bond and wanted to hold you. Then we let you plea because you agreed and you said you would come testify to these things that we never showed you before. You didn't see this plea agreement until the day you signed it. They never asked you about these things that they made you acknowledge. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful cross. And nice to see Shart start that off. Shart did do a good job with Trontavious Stevens as well. So did Keratin Matthews. Really effective. Similar issues, right? Sitting in lockup for 7 to 8 months. No bond. Can't get a bond hearing. For Antonio Sledge, it was actually denied flat out. I believe for Trontavious Stevens, they just wouldn't give him the hearing date. He kept trying to ask for help. But with Sledge, they actually denied it flat out on the reasoning that he was too dangerous. Like, just nuts. Queen Shadina, thank you so much. You had said way earlier, I need you to have a more substantive lunch. A cheese sandwich is not going to keep your strength up. Yeah, and all that Shart cooking, I just went and got some chili lime kettle chips. So when court resumes, I'll be crunching away back here. Like a little mouse, like the squeaky chair. That's really sweet of you, Queen. Thank you so much. Leah's dad says they just need to ask the judge to prosecute instead. She's clearly not going to be fair about this and will argue against defense for state. I was scared at the end there that just because Love kept coming up with 10 more objections that she was just going to give up and be like, all right, sustained on one of them. But I'm glad she didn't. She was doing it at the earlier parts of the cross-examination for no reason. Objection because you're spending too much time on the same question. Well, how did we get here on a Friday just starting cross with a witness that was supposed to have 3 hours to direct examine? Like, just really, really annoying. And the only thing that makes me feel better is that stupid chair squeaking every time she gets done making an argument and has to sit back down. It's like the light at the end of the tunnel. Ike says, and I understand, Ike says, when judge said, get to it, my dog felt a disturbance in the force and left the room. I'm going to lunch to cool off. I totally understand. I think the chat is right along with you, especially during those lunchtime motions where the judge was just not getting it. Touche says, I actually think Whitaker was gracious to Sylvia. I think she should also remember the stakes for the defendants because before some of her laughs and sarcasm, Glanville was even worse. And guys, just a summary on my take with that, because they rolled right into other arguments. With Rule 22, I am not in favor of any judge that wants to be restrictive on transparency in the courtroom. I understand with Sylvia, she took particular issue with the nicknames, and I think Sylvia could have just let that go. Like, my vibe, right, with the first question that Whitaker asked, Whitaker didn't seem like she was going to kick you out of the courtroom or revoke your Rule 22. She just wanted you to be like, settle down with the particular adjectives you used. Like, utmost was a little bit of an overreach. And I think, Sylvia could have just been like, that's right, I didn't mean any disrespect. Leave it at that, but I understand. But she didn't take away the Rule 22, and I think if Judge Whitaker had, that would have been infuriating. I think there would have been a lot of people, I think there needs to be a high bar to revoke someone's access to something that they're conveying to the public. And since Whitaker had already said, not just today, but yesterday, that Sylvia didn't do anything to risk the identity of the jurors, then there's no reason to revoke that. But I get everyone saying, like, maybe on her channel she shouldn't be coming up with these nicknames, and what movie is Nose? Where did we get the name Nose from? I get it. I hear you guys. Lan Fon says, Dear Love and Sylvia, pride comes before the fall. And I think you can really read what Whitaker is looking for, what she's actually taking issue with, just by the way she words her questions. Whitaker was taking issue with the description that I've shown the utmost, professionalism. I don't know what the word was, but the highest level of it to the jurors. And all Whitaker wanted to acknowledge was the nicknames, probably not so much. Landfont says, so all those people with mustache finger tats gang. Yeah, there are a lot of them. Was that like an Instagram thing that started people getting that was like an Instagram trend, right? Like an influencer trend. Or is that something else that started that? Thank you, JR Charles, for becoming a member. And thank you, Mimi, for becoming a member. Guys, the force is growing strong. The Rico Brady gang is expanding every day. Better watch out, love. Kevin Kirksey says, she needs to be a divorce attorney with all this arguing. Oh my gosh, can you imagine going through a divorce and you already feel like you're pulling out your hair, it's stressful, and then you have an attorney like Love that wants to argue with you about how she wants to pursue the case? I would never, ever want to go through a divorce and then have to deal with Love as my attorney. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for your super chat, Kevin. Sheeny Beanie says, Love suddenly has a problem with wasting time. Yeah, it's very selective. Definitely Rich. She takes 3 days on direct and wants to time police the defense. Yeah, Whitaker needs to be fair on that. I don't think that that's fair, especially, this was Hilton, but last week, or no, that was this week. When did they pass? Was that Tuesday? Their redirect was really long for Woody. Like, I get that the scope should be narrowed as we go down the funnel. We should not have a 3-day cross-examination to match a 3-day direct, because the scope should be narrowed down. But Hilton's redirect with Woody was like painfully long and ineffective. And that's really the fat that needs to be trimmed if you want to speed up the court calendar. And Whitaker just isn't doing it. She just keeps saying, I want to make sure this trial's fast and efficient. So she needs to get it together. Otherwise, this trial is going to take another year or longer. Touche says, Then she goes from the low, gross, sticky voice to the southern/country when she wants to mock and condescend. She's so annoying. And I think everybody in the chat seems to notice when Love changes her tone, right? Like just flippity floppity, depending on, is she walking on thin ice? Suddenly she's like, oh, yes, whatever pleases the court. Versus when she was just arguing against Chart and like pointing ferociously. Thank you so much, Touche. FFS, good to see you. I stayed up all night watching Moody highlights. I mean, there's a lot of them. He's been a witness for like a million years. Good to see you, FFS. Happy Friday. Bittersweet says this is a complete joke at this point. Now, this was right during all those evidentiary arguments. What a beautiful way for Shard to take a complete joke and light a fire out of it. Like, he really, really did his thing. Thank you, Bittersweet. Big Baby Jane, thanks for becoming a member. I feel like you've been green with the rest of us all along. I wouldn't have known the difference. Thank you so much. And then Mama Girl says, Love wants to filibuster the judge's time. Yes, yes. And micromanage the defense's case. She was a long time on purpose. She's wearing the judge down. I cannot believe that we saw her get up and try to continue an objection when she added that hearsay objection in. For one question, after she already tried 3 or 4 objections, and it was overruled. She sat down, squeaked, and stood back up and tried to say, oh wait, also hearsay. Like, just stop. Just stop. I'm laughing because of the squeaky chair, and then when that happened, like, my blood pressure was like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why she thinks it helps, but I appreciate you, Mama Girl. Peter Ortiz says, just tell Love that no means no and move on. Like, can we define the word no? Can we define the word no in this trial? By the end of this trial, after 200 days, can we make sure Love understands a 2-letter word? I'm going to bet no. Miss Kim says, does he have to go to jail? Now, he's not currently in custody, but I think there's a big risk that they're going to try to decide to indict him again. When you hear the term null pros, it's like no prosequi. I don't know how to say the actual term, but it's a way that we're saying we're choosing not to prosecute somebody, but double jeopardy doesn't attach with that. So charges could be brought again for the same thing. Something similar with Woody and the false reporting charge. He didn't even know the outcome. And chances are Sledge, I think Sledge is playing a little bit when he says he doesn't understand certain things. But I do think conceptually it's possible and probably highly likely that he didn't understand, when he read something like the non-prosecution, he might not have understood how that could play out if he didn't testify the exact way, right? Because if you think I'm going to testify truthfully, and the truth would be, yeah, we went to shoot up that house because of a girl, not because of furtherance of gang activity. If I think, okay, I just got to testify truthfully, I'm going to sign on that, on whatever. If you guys would give me a plea and get me off for my charges on that, cool. I'll talk about it later. But then you find out that the terms are really that you can't testify truthfully, that was not part of gang activity or in furtherance of YSL. Like, do you see why that plea could be confusing even to someone that understands the words on the paper? Because common sense would make you think, if I sign a plea deal to testify, it's probably to testify truthfully. With the truth or my truth, not the state's truth. And Love had no problem when he said my truth on direct, because she thought that was an opportunity to point out that he wasn't telling the truth. But then as soon as the defense, as Max Shark got up there and honed in that my truth meant you wanted to tell the truth and not what the state wanted you to say, what the state thinks the truth is. Love was, oh my God, I object. Like, just wild, just wild. So I'd be a little bit nervous to see what comes out of this. And we haven't heard much noise. Every time we hear, unless the attorney right is like waving, and that's when Mounk Tounk goes, can I talk to my attorney? It seems like Mounk Tounk is the one initiating all of the conversations he's had with his attorney. We haven't really heard the attorney volunteer to jump in. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something, a new charge or a renewed charge against Mounk Tounk after this plays out. which is kind of, it's not really a way to do justice, if you ask me. Always good to see you, Miss Kims. Danielle, we're going to give a big shout out to Danielle in the chat, gifting 5 memberships. So shout out to Danielle. And yeah, guys, I just toggled over to the chat, and it's true, the attorney is not getting paid. And we've seen the same thing with some others that took a plea that were called. Trontavious Stevens is a great rewatch, you guys. We have not done part 3, so we're still getting through cross-examination. We have not gotten to Shart and Carrington Matthews. We just started with Steele. But if you do see this weekend maybe a part 3 rewind on Trontavious Stevens, Slug, Tick, tune into that if you haven't seen it, because that will be where you see how the defense unraveled the same type of plea with a different witness. And that was under Glanville, where I think like Max Shart was a little bit more reserved. So thank you so much again, Danielle. You know, I love the memberships. It's always so nice when someone gifts them. Thank you so much, Angie. Angie sniping away with a gifted membership here. Cypress Wisteria said, all right, I'm bringing in myself. I'm inviting myself to the party. You are welcome on in. Come on in. So Cypress became a member. And then Big Baby Jane, were you an Apple user? You finally got your membership issue figured out. Are you using an Apple device? Because that's usually the culprit. And then here we're going to have, we just celebrated Danielle. That's going to be one little D. We're going to celebrate our other little D, Dez. Dez is celebrating a birthday. When I saw this, I tried to bring it up on the screen. You guys have sent some great birthday wishes already. We're also going to give a big happy birthday shout out to Dez. I love birthdays, by the way, you guys. So there we go. Everybody show Dez some love. Today is my birthday, and I am so happy to spend it with Kat and the best chat. That's right. Kat, keep up the awesome work you do. I am here. As long as you guys don't mind me snacking between little breaks, I'll be here. I just need a little food and water sometimes. And look at all that love. There we go. Happy birthday, Slime. And it's funny the way you guys have just adopted Slime. The green hearts, we got green hearts for Des. Happy birthday. Lots of slats too. I'm seeing the chat use slat freely and openly. We need an emoji. I guess we could create a custom emoji with the nose. All the green. So happy birthday. Happy birthday to Des. There we go. And oh, Gwennon. Gwennon says, I'm embarrassed. My government name is Paige. Well, we know you as Gwennon here, if that makes you feel better. And I don't mind the name Paige. We call her Whitaker. We call Judge Whitaker Whitaker. So I think you're in the clear. I don't think there's that much overusage there. So, but thank you so much. And shout out to Gwennon. That's what I know you as. Yeah, that says, this is in Judge's voice. No peanut butter and jelly for you, Love. Then Love says, so I can't put peanut butter and jelly in between 2 slices of bread? Judge, yeah. Love, so no peanut butter or jelly product in between 2 slices of baked goods. Okay, thank you, Judge. Like, that's exactly how that argument would go. You guys are killing me with the peanut butter and jelly stuff. I think someone on X thought PB&J was a reference to, like, Donovan Thomas. So we got to be clear that that's not what we mean. That's not what we mean. And then Touche says, kind of seems like a violation of constitutional rights to be able to hold people in custody with no attorneys available. And remember, in Fulton County, their whole mission right now at the district attorney's office is to get rid of this backlog of delayed indictments, people that have been sitting in custody longer than the 45 days, which is the limit under Georgia code. They're supposed to send a note to the judge, which is Judge Glanville, specifically Judge Glanville, saying, hey, look, we still have this person. We haven't charged them yet. They haven't been indicted. They're sitting in custody. That means they're supposed to have a bond hearing. And the ACLU has brought a lot, well, it was really through Barred Business, but the Georgia chapter of ACLU, and I think there's even been pro hoc vice admissions from an ACLU attorney that doesn't practice in Georgia. So I guess it is broader than just the Georgia chapter. But they have a lawsuit that's open currently, suing for this very reason. They want a writ of mandamus, it's a petition for writ of mandamus, to force the court to force the district attorney, Fonnie Willis, to start sending these notifications to Judge Glanville that, hey, we have like hundreds of people that have been sitting here for more than 45 days, 90 days or more, some more than 2 years, with no charges. They're just sitting in custody. But that lawsuit's pending. That's a really big deal in Fulton County. This is something that happens in other places, but statistically, Fulton County is holding people without indictments way above the national average of time in custody before indicted. So there isn't just an excuse of, well, this happens everywhere, because they're an outlier on how bad it is. So major, major, major problem, and absolutely a violation of constitutional rights. I mean, you can't even ask for a speedy trial if you haven't been indicted. Like, what are you going to ask for? What are you going to ask for? So you can't even rely on a speedy trial motion at that point in time. It's just crazy. And it's exactly why something like Trontavious Stevens' plea plops on your table after 7-8 months of trying to get a bond hearing. Here we go. And Shart did a great job of laying out that stuff, but I think once you put the idea out there, it's kind of common sense to figure it out. I think hopefully all the jurors caught it. Thank you so much, Touche. Army Vet, thanks for the $1.99. And then Princess Waku, so why Thug? Why did they go after Thug? Oh. Sorry, guys. That's talking about the thermostat again in the court. But yeah, I agree, Princess Waku. I mean, Thug does have the money, and they could pay the victim's compensation.
All right, we ready for the witness and the jury? Yes, yes.
Thank you, BW, for the $1.99. Ooh, Phil, I wish I saw this earlier. The prosecution looks very shook after that conversation Shart just had with them up at the sidebar. Gee, I wonder why. Look what Shart has done to them today.
All right, can somebody get the jury?
Just beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Phil.
Okay.
Thank you, Stephanie, for becoming a new member. And this is so true, Stephen. Shart knows to adjust questions to the witness. We got to watch it in action. And there were times he didn't fight the objection, he just changed the question and found another way to ask the same thing. And he could give love lessons on how to do it, but none of them want to talk to her. And she doesn't want to learn. This was so funny. That ill kid Jay said, I'm late to the shardy instead of party. Hi, Kat, and free Jeffrey. And shout out to Lil Mike and Quez Show. There have been a lot of makeovers here with profile pictures and names. Lil Mike and Quez Show is particularly hilarious. And Lil Mike and Quez say, fun fact, Adrian's middle name is anything but. Touche. Can we have a kattnotwilliams full body eye roll emoji? I don't know if that would fit in the little YouTube square. It would just be me blurred in the corner of the square like this with a notebook. And yes, rest in peace to rich homie Quan. That was just like crazy to watch develop yesterday. And I do think I'm still seeing the headlines, you know, potential overdose, but I didn't see a confirmation on the cause, but that seems to be the biggest speculation. Maybe something has come out more since I've been like live today. I haven't really caught everything. Stephanie Lane said love was killing the notepad when she was doing that scribbling. Look how much is sitting on her. She's got like 3 notepads over here now. That ill kid says the 3 hours is really for redirect, not for direct. Oh no. I don't even want a 3-hour redirect. Please spare us. And shout out to Karen is my name. We love this Karen. Karen is my name. Karen just became a member.
Thank you. Is there other cross-examination of Mr. Sledge? All right, come on.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to ask
Steven, this
I'd
is
like to
sad.
ask
So
you, if
Rich
you don't
Homie Quan,
mind,
it was a
to
stopped
lock in
heart.
on June 9th, Sunday, 2024, if you can. Do you remember being located at a Starbucks in Fayetteville, Georgia?
Yes.
And the gentleman who is seated in the first row here,
Interview.
the nice-looking young man in the who's now smiling. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, who that person is to you?
My attorney.
Okay, and he has a great reputation.
Yes.
And he's been with you, you said approximately 15 years. And when I say with you, representing you, and he knows you and your family personally.
Yes.
He has become a lawyer for you, but also a friend to you. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And his name is the Honorable Derek Wright. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And he was kind enough to put us on a Zoom call at my request. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was
It's a different
shortly
one.
after, in fact, it was later on Sunday, June 9th, 2024. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And during that call, I identified myself as Mr. Jeffrey Williams' lawyer. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And you told me, as well as your lawyer, that you met earlier that day with Prosecutor Love,
Yes.
an investigator who's a female with dark hair. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember her name as you sit here today?
I don't know her name, but I see her in the courtroom.
And is she the very, very kind young lady, third row back, smiling as well?
Yes.
Okay. And she identified herself as a coworker to District Attorney Love. Is that right?
Yes.
And you freely went there to meet on your own time in Fayette County, right?
Yes.
And you did that to be courteous. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes.
And you did that because it's also, you knew you were going to testify and you wanted to tell the district attorney's office any information that they wanted to hear, right?
Yes.
And you also want to learn from them what it's like to testify. Is that all fair to say?
Yes.
And you said earlier on your, it's called a direct examination. It doesn't matter what it's called. When you were being questioned by Ms. Love, you said that she had a cell phone with her. You remember that?
Yes.
either a laptop, an iPad, or some sort of device?
Yes.
And was she taking notes? Do you remember?
I think she wrote some on her notepad. I don't know what she wrote, but I know
Oh,
she
there were
wrote some
notes.
on her notepad.
And I want to go over with you a couple things that you tell the jurors, whether it's true. And then my second question is going to be whether you told District Attorney Love that, okay?
Yes.
And when I say that, I'm talking about Wednesday, June 9th, Sunday, June 9th, 2024 at Starbucks, okay?
Yes.
Do you remember telling with your lawyer there and the investigator at District Attorney's Office and District Attorney Love that shortly before, days before the God forbid death of Donovan Thomas,
Yes.
you and a gentleman named Brian Williams, known as Birdman, do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
And others, including Jeffrey,
Yes.
were all together?
Yes.
And you were outside in the parking lot of TIG Studios?
If I'm mistaken, I want to say it was TI Studio, not TIG.
That's fine.
Yes.
And you were having a good time?
Yes.
When you told District Attorney Love that you were with Donovan Thomas and Jeffrey, did you make it known that there was no animosity? That's a bad word. Let me change it. Let me ask a different question, okay? Did you make it known that everyone was having a good time?
Yes.
Did you see any type of argument or spat or anger from Jeffrey towards Mr. Thomas?
No.
Did you see any anger or spat or argument from Mr. Thomas towards Jeffrey?
No.
In fact, you observed they were friendly, right?
Yes.
You knew they were good friends, right?
Yes.
You knew that Jeffrey really cared for Donovan Thomas. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, as to this witness's ability to know, that would be speculation.
You can ask something foundational.
Okay. Did you observe, from your observations, did you observe that Jeffrey liked Donovan Thomas?
Yeah.
It's sustained.
Did you observe from your observations the demeanor is a bad word too. Did you observe that there was friendship between the two of them?
Objection, Your Honor, that's still speculation.
Rephrase, please, sustained.
Let me ask you this. When you told that to District Attorney Love, was your lawyer right there at the same Starbucks?
Yes.
Was he there at the same table?
Yes.
Do you remember sitting outside the Starbucks?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see District Attorney Love make any notes when you told her that?
No.
I noticed she didn't ask you about that. Do you remember her asking? Maybe I missed it. Did she ask you about that when her 3 days of questioning you?
No.
Let me ask you this. When you were at that Starbucks on that Sunday, June 9th, 2024 in the afternoon hours, do you remember telling District Attorney Love that on the evening after Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, shot, so it's January 10th, 2015. That's the date I'm locking on, okay?
Yes.
You remember telling her that you were at Jeffrey's home.
Yes.
And Kenneth Copeland was there.
Yes.
Among other people.
Yes.
And Jeffrey was there.
Yes.
And at some time, Kenneth Copeland was receiving calls or received a call from the police saying that he was the suspect in this murder or the shooting of Donovan Thomas. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that Jeffrey or Mr. Copeland was asking, what do I do? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Jeffrey said to Mr. Copeland, if you had nothing to do with the killing, you should go and talk to the police.
Yes.
And you told District Attorney Love that, right?
Yes.
In front of the Honorable Derek Wright, your lawyer.
Yes.
In front of, or I don't know if she's paying attention. I'm not saying she was, but the investigator was around.
She was there.
And do you remember District Attorney Love telling you that she would prefer if you don't state to the jury that Jeffrey told you to take Mr. Copeland to the police department if he was not involved in the murder?
Yes.
Shake her head. Look at
Did you
him. Look
ask
over at
why?
her.
No, I never asked why.
Hold on. We're going to run that
Now-
back.
You asked to, if you don't state to the jury. And do you remember District Attorney Love telling you that she would prefer if you don't state to the jury that Jeffrey told you to take Mr. Copeland to the police department if he was not involved in the murder?
Yes.
He looked right at the jury. Look, he wanted to
Did
see
you
them.
ask why?
No, I never asked why.
Now, you also said, and it's the truth, and if
Yes.
it's not, you correct it, that you were very close with Donovan Thomas.
Yes.
In fact, your relative, I think cousin, but tell the jurors if I'm wrong, dated
Yeah, it was
Donovan
the jury.
Thomas's relative.
Yes.
And Donovan Thomas is close with your mother.
Yes.
And you told District Attorney Love that.
Yes.
Now, you were asked by District Attorney Love whether you remember anything else anyone said regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas on the night of January 10th, 2015, going into January 11th, 2015. Do you remember that question by any chance?
No, not actually. I don't remember that question.
Okay. Do you remember Jeffrey being distraught? That's a bad word. Being upset or sad at the shooting of Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Do you remember?
Your Honor, I object. That calls for respect.
Jury heard it. Jury heard it.
About
Rephrase.
Mr. Williams.
Do you remember ever seeing Jeffrey put out a post, rest in peace, about Mr. Donovan Thomas's death?
An objection, I'm saying to stop an improper question about putting facts not in evidence. Mr. Steele knew that that is putting facts not in evidence. And I would ask not only that the court strike the question, but admonish Mr. Steele to not put facts improperly not in evidence before this jury.
Yeah, get the two-way admonishment going.
Can you ask some foundational questions, please?
Sure.
And Your Honor, any post made by defendant Williams.
So you're not talking about that evening, are you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm talking about the morning hours of January 11th, 2015.
All
The
right,
gentleman.
we may need to take this up outside the presence of the jury.
Well, I'll come
There we
back to
go.
it then.
All right.
Let me ask you some questions. In front of you is State's Exhibit number 444Y there by any chance? It is it's entitled, it's on the letterhead of the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney. It's dated December 27, 2022. Do you see that document?
Yes.
And it should be 7 pages long?
Yes.
Okay. If you can turn to page 3 of 7, I want to ask you some questions about this document. And this is the same document that you've been asked about by Ms. Love, by the Honorable Attorney Sharp, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time of entering this guilty plea, December 28th, right before New Year's of 2022, right after Christmas, right?
Yes.
All right. I want to go through the factual acknowledgments. And I'm specifically focusing on Jeffrey, okay?
Yes.
Number 1, it's on page 3 of 7. Do you remember acknowledging and signing and the jurors heard your and watched your guilty plea before Judge Glanville?
Yes.
You saw that too, okay. Number one, young slime like 3 or more members or associates who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL. You see that?
Yes.
And that's, of course, your initial,
Yes.
the A and the S. Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury about Jeffrey. I'm focused on Jeffrey. What did Jeffrey benefit
Objection.
from
Cross-respect.
any type?
Objection.
Let me hear the question.
It's an element.
All right, don't answer the question yet, okay?
I got you.
What's the question?
From your personal knowledge, when you sign this, tell the jury what Jeffrey benefited
That's outside
From-
the witness's knowledge.
from his personal observation. It's his acknowledgement that the state introduced.
Yep. Catch 22.
That actually did not introduce these parts.
They read this.
They did. Rephrase your question.
Okay. When you sign that, do you have any evidence to share with this jury
No.
that Jeffrey,
No. Rephrase your question.
did Jeffrey, when you signed that, were you talking about Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Okay. Number one, I'm still on number one, I just read, okay? When you were sworn before Judge Glanville, sworn means you take an oath to tell the truth, okay? Remember
Yes.
that?
Yes.
You were asked questions, right?
Yes.
Did Prosecutor Love ever ask you, tell us what Jeffrey Williams did?
No.
At that point in time, you wanted to go home, right?
Yes.
You would have answered all questions.
Objection.
Right.
1 calls for speculation.
Number 2, on page 3 of 7,
Yes.
states 444Y. It reads that you have been a member or, it says, and/or associate of YSL since 2012, right?
Yes.
Now, you told the jury that anyone can join YSL. Is that true?
Yes.
I mean, if I just today said, I want to get a tattoo of YSL on my face, is that a problem?
No.
Objection made, whether or not it's a problem.
Is there any type that you know about, like beat-in or initiation to say I'm with YSL?
No.
Do you know personally from your travels, from going to shows and concerts and tours, are people from all over America and throughout the world having tattoos of YSL,
I've seen a couple of fans, yes.
wearing shirts YSL,
Yes.
hats,
Yes.
tattoos of Jeffrey on their person?
Yes.
On issue 3 of that same document, it should read, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, you, co-defendant Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary, appeared in a video, and then there's a parenthesis that says the video, with another person, AS, wherein you brandished a weapon used in a drive-by shooting, and wherein on behalf of YSL, you threatened to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member who had begun a relationship with your ex-paramour or girlfriend. You see that?
Yes.
Were you asked any questions about what Jeffrey knew about that?
No.
He knew nothing to your knowledge, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
On your personal knowledge,
Objection, it was still called for speculation.
on your personal knowledge, did you ever speak with the prosecution? Did they ever want to know, what did Jeffrey Williams know about that?
Objection 1, that calls for speculation. 2, I can approach, Your Honor, because that.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't, that one does not call for speculation, but if you have some other issue. then
I don't
y'all
need to
go
approach,
ahead.
Your Honor. I'm going to continue.
Approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would rather not stop because that's all Ms. Love does. I'd rather continue. I'll waive that.
Well, we're gonna approach.
Wow. Call out. That's weird because usually if you withdraw the question, I mean, what's the issue then? She's not asking to strike something from the record. Look, who did she shake his head at? Did she shake his head at the jurors? Or maybe like a bailiff is sitting there? Oh my gosh, that was hilarious. That really is all she does. And he's already peeped that she was gonna try to stop the momentum. Oh my gosh. I don't think the judge should have allowed this right now. She wasn't asking to strike anything. Maybe she'll think to ask for that now to justify doing this. She'll probably suggest it. But wow. And shout out to Nez. Shout out to Nez for gifting 10 memberships. We also got 10 from Katie Henry. Look at that. That's 20 new members. So lots of gifts, lots of thank yous. Show some love in the chat. And don't forget to check out those new emojis, channel emojis. Wait, wasn't I supposed to add one during lunch? There was an emoji I was going to add during lunch. I forgot. I don't know what it was now. Oh my gosh. Yeah, do you guys need a 60-second all caps? All right, I'm going to pretend I want to say I just want to move on. But you guys are going to insist on a 60-second all caps vent session anyway. Go. And thank you so much again. Super big thanks to Katie Henry for the 10 gifted memberships. Look at her walk. Thank you, Ladybug, for the super chat. Awesome hair. And speaking of hair, where's watermelon juice? Watermelon juice, thank you.
Oh, wait, sorry, we need to get Mr. Sledge back in. Yes, ma'am.
I asked that in the comment, that's what Ms. Love does, be stricken from the record.
We can strike that.
Why didn't you think of that while you were up there? Oh my gosh, I don't know how they're so stoic about the chair. I mean, I guess Steele's probably focused. Oh my gosh.
Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Mr. Sledge, on number 3 that we were just talking about,
Yes,
on the same document,
yes,
during your time before Judge Glanville entering the plea and Ms. Love was asking you questions, you
yes,
saw the video, audio of that as well.
yes,
Did Ms. Love ever ask you anything about Jeffrey at that point?
no,
And you were under oath at that point?
yes,
And you were going to answer questions if asked, right?
yes,
I'd like to go to number 4, same page.
yes,
On or about April 28th, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County indictment number, and I'm not going to read it, but it ends in 8994. You know what you see what I did?
yes,
I just skipped the first bunch of numbers and letters. You and fellow YSL associates, Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary, committed a drive-by shooting using a firearm, the firearm that you wielded in the video referenced in part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. You see that?
yes,
Okay, and you initialed that, obviously.
yes,
And again, did Miss Love ask you any questions on December 28, 2022, under oath in front of a court reporter on video, audio about Jeffrey?
no,
Number 5, same page, same document. You and your fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in section 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL, okay?
yes,
Were you asked anything on December 28, 2022 about Jeffrey?
no,
You would have answered questions asked, right?
yes,
By this time, April 28, 2015, if you personally know, Did Jeffrey launch a tour across the United States of America with Travis Scott?
I think it was around that time. If I'm not mistaken. I'm not for sure.
You went on part of that tour?
Did I go on board? Yes.
On part of the tour?
Yes.
And you told the jurors what it's called. Do you remember what you called it?
The rodeo tour.
With the court's permission and your permission, I'd like to approach you with a document, okay?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ms. Winfrey, may I approach and get that document?
I would like to know what document it is.
I'm sure he'll show you.
Your Honor, this has already been shown to the state, has been previously marked, partially admitted as on 1/8/24, so it'll be January 8th, 2024. It's Mr. Williams, exhibit number 19.
Right, I'm not sure what you mean by partially admitted.
Parts of it were admitted.
Okay, are you
Not-
gonna admit
yes.
for the admission of the rest of it?
Yes, I'm going to see if Mr. Sledge can identify it.
Right.
That was still funny. And I asked that it be stricken from the record. I mean, of course, but... And then Dante, this is so true. This DA office is bad, but the fact that the defense has 4 of the best defense attorneys in Fulton County makes the state
Yes.
look even worse.
Show you
Just smoking them.
an item, and I added that earlier, so that's just called an exhibit sticker.
Yeah.
But if you can look at that, you can open it up. Just tell me if you recognize it. And if it is accurate. If you don't recognize it, that's fine, and we will, we're going to put it aside, okay?
Yeah, I remember this.
And what is that document, which I believe is number 19 of Jeffrey Williams?
This is the
Put
booklet.
it down until it's admitted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's
This,
okay.
this the booklet of the tour on what days and what areas that we was in.
Okay. And is it look to your memory to be accurate? Meaning, has it been changed in any way? Has it been altered, or does it look similar to the way that you saw it when you went on that tour?
It looked the same.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams. It's number 19.
Your Honor, pursuant to 21-801. I object on the grounds of hearsay.
For what purpose is this being offered?
The purpose of showing the cities and the states for the certain tour.
And the dates?
That's what it is.
And
That's all it is.
that part, Your Honor, that
Uh-huh.
he's describing is already in, just that portion.
It's there. That's the official tour guide to that tour.
Your Honor, and I object to the testifying, but there is a portion we can show the court.
Okay, well, I may need to see it myself then, because I don't know what
Okay,
might
approach.
be problematic, yes.
Yes.
Dun dun dun. And big shout out to Sentinel. 5 gifted memberships and a cute dog picture. You get a 2-for-1.
I think Mr. Steele should probably come up also.
Do I need to step out?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I feel like the tension between them is like how they used to promote wrestling. Or I guess how they still promote wrestling. Miss Kate says Steele cooking with that right leg. This is too funny. Look at this mess of her papers. Like, there's no way that any of this is something that she's prepared to raise an objection about. It's just chaos, and she's going to raise chaotic objections, like 5 at a time. Like, oh my gosh. And thank you so much again to Sentinel. Make sure you guys said thank you if you got a membership. Gigi O'Brien says, I think the real reason they are going after Thug with this Rico case is so they can seize all of his assets and property. When the detectives were questioning Woody, they kept talking about his money. They sure did. And there's still been issues over that property that they've seized. Some of it was stuff that was rented, jewelry that he rented. And the jeweler's having issues getting a hearing to get that stuff back. So, not to mention the cash and everything else. And then we hear, you know, Fulton County Sheriff's Office is behind like $5.9 million on invoices. The county needs money. Money's going somewhere. They need more money. And, you know, guys, personally, this is me. It's my bias. I am not a fan of the way civil forfeiture seems to work. It always seems to screw the citizen. Thank you so much, Gigi. Great food for thought. Stephanie Lane says, I am YSL Slime. Yes, welcome to the green. Welcome to the green.
You may. So the portion for the ruling is that it was already in, is in.
Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes.
I'm turning to the 3rd page, full page of turning to the 6th page, if you were counting both sides of Mr. Williams' number 19. Do you see any dates of that rodeo tour?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury, just read it to them, if you don't mind, the date and the city of the tour?
I'll wait from the top to the bottom.
Entirety of the tour dates?
Sure.
Do you want to just post that page?
I don't have it on.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
also, this witnesses basis for knowledge of the specific dates, we would object unless there is a foundation laid for that.
Okay, well, he said he went on parts of this tour and was familiar with the tour.
Mr.
So
Slade,
overruled.
do you feel comfortable doing that? And if not, just
Yes, I can read you the dates and
actually, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
May I approach you, sir?
yes,
Would you mind if I read along with you?
yes,
Okay. You just tell me if you can put it down. I don't have very good eyes.
me neither.
All right.
Look at Hilton.
I'm going to start here, okay?
Yes,
Saturday, February 28, 2015.
yes,
Santa Ana, California.
yes.
March
15,
Sunday, March 1, 2015. You see that?
yes,
Santa Ana, California show day.
yes,
Monday, March 2nd, Tucson, Arizona show day.
yes.
Yes.
I don't know if there's a question, and I would object to Mr. Steele.
Could we maybe give a summary of it?
Okay. Then the next one is the next day. It's a travel day, right?
Yes,
And then it's March 4th, 2015, Denver, Colorado show.
yes,
And then I'm skipping.
I think this is to show how busy
March
Jeffrey Williams
6th,
was.
2015, Milwaukee, Wisconsin show.
yes,
Your Honor, it's the same thing and it's the same objection. Testifying is not a question, he's just stating.
So
This is
he's
You read a
in
million
he's
things.
confirming the dates. I mean, he's Mr. Steele.
Love needs to shut up because she read a whole Alford plea factual basis onto the record. Like, what do you mean? Oh, there's no question. He's reading something out. You did it with an Alfred plea. Like, shut up.
He was not testifying, so that's overruled.
Saturday, March 7, 2015, Chicago, Illinois.
Yes,
Show day in Rochester, New York as well.
yes,
Shout out to Rochester.
Sunday, March 8th, 2015, Chicago, Illinois, a show day.
yes,
Monday, March 9th, 2015, Detroit, Michigan, a show day.
yes,
Tuesday, March 10th, 2015, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, a show day.
yes,
Wednesday, March 11th, 2015, Buffalo, New York, a show.
yes,
Thursday, March 12th, 2015, New York, New York, a show
yes.
or a concert.
What month are you gonna get to before the list is over with? I mean, is there, can we just say there were show dates pretty much constantly between X date and Y date?
Sure. It goes up to, is it fair to say, consistently through April 3, 2015. Is that true?
Yes,
And the cities that we left off at include Philadelphia, Pennsylvania,
yes,
Washington, D.C.,
yes,
Norfolk, Virginia,
yes,
Charlotte, North Carolina,
yes,
the great city of Atlanta, great state of Georgia,
yes,
New Orleans, Louisiana,
yes,
Austin, Texas,
yes,
San Marcos, Texas,
yes,
Houston, Texas,
yes,
Dallas, Texas,
yes,
Phoenix, Arizona,
yes,
San Diego, California,
yes,
Los Angeles, California,
yes,
San Francisco, California,
yes,
Seattle, Washington,
yes,
Portland, Oregon,
yes,
Boise, Idaho,
yes,
travel home.
yes.
Okay. Now, if you need to see it, just let us know. Madam Court Reporter. Knowing Jeffrey Williams since about 2009 when you were released from prison
Yes,
and seeing him on tour throughout our country, how much time did he spend committing crimes on Cleveland Avenue?
Objection. Wholly improper and speculation and speaking as to a legal.
The question got out.
conclusion, committing crimes that this witness should not.
Sustained.
Did District Attorney Love, he was having you, or you agreed, sign that on April 28, 2015, it's number 5, that this drive-by shooting on April 28, 2015 was done on behalf of YSL to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL. How many questions did she ever ask you at that time you were entering the plea, sworn under oath, about Jeffrey Williams?
The number of questions that were not asked about a specific defendant. It's irrelevant how many times he's asked. The jury has seen what happened and what he was asked.
Sustained.
By April of 2015, how wildly popular from your personal observation was Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, relevance.
Wildly.
very popular.
When you went to all of these cities throughout America with Jeffrey, how many fans would come?
Objection, speculation, and relevance.
He was working the door. He knew capacity as security.
20 to 30,000, a lot of people. Okay.
Were these concerts held in arenas?
Yes,
Number 6, it's on page 3, it goes into page 4, okay? Same document.
page 6.
Going into, it's number 6. It's on the bottom of page 3,
Okay, yeah.
same document. It's
Yes.
going to go into the next page, okay?
Yes,
You admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity among other charges, and it goes on to the next page, for your participation in the drive-by shooting, and it says reference in 3, 4, and 5 above, meaning the April 28, 2015, right?
Yes.
Okay. Number 7, it says that you were told by another YSL associate that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia to discuss the murder, right?
Yes.
Anyone ever ask you any evidence that Jeffrey was at the McDonald's?
Objection, improper question as to evidence. Did anyone ever ask?
Sustained.
Did Miss Love on December 28th of 2022 ask you, was Jeffrey at the McDonald's?
Objection, again, one relevance. The jury has heard and seen what was asked, and it's not relevant, and an improper question.
Oh, that's overruled.
So
Okay, so the entirety of the plea transcript is not actually in there. I don't know, what number are we on right now? 6? 7?
Yes.
So,
7 is in there.
okay, but we don't have the entirety of it. Overruled.
Did District Attorney Love ask you on December 28th of 2002, was Jeffrey at the McDonald's?
No.
You have any evidence that Jeffrey was at this McDonald's?
Objection as to that question.
Sustained.
Do you know personally, or what you were told is reference in number 7, was Jeffrey at this McDonald's?
No.
Number 8, you personally know that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas on behalf of Jeffrey. That's what you signed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge that Jeffrey Williams committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.
No.
in any fashion?
No.
You know what a party to a crime is? You know what that means?
Overruled.
Yes.
Was Jeffrey,
Overruled.
do you have any information?
I mean, I'm sorry, sustained, sorry. You may not ask that question. It just feels like yes. Sorry, my bad.
He said overruled.
Sorry.
All right, number 9. You see where I am, number 9?
Yes.
January 10th, 2015. After the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., you and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, AKA Young Thug, who gave you and other YSL associates cash money to lay low. You see that?
Yes.
You already told the jury, you made it clear that Jeffrey did give you $300. True?
Yes.
Because you feared for the safety of yourself and your family, right?
Yes.
Did anybody fire weapons, bullets into your home where you were living on June 10th, 2015, or the 11th, or the 12th, or the 13th?
No.
And then even after you you received these, I think you called it anonymous statements that you and Mr. Copeland killed Donovan Thomas, you used some word. It was from an account in social media.
Yes.
DM.
What was your word?
The DM.
Yeah.
Well,
Was it from, what'd you say?
A fake page.
Fake page. Okay. When you got that, though, you made it clear that that bothered you because you didn't want anything to happen to your significant other or your child or anybody, right?
Yes.
Including yourself.
Yes.
And you didn't have money at that time because you lost money gambling. Is that true?
Yes.
And you asked Jeffrey and he gave you money for a hotel, right?
Yes.
And the expression lay low, I know you said it was to get your family members out of harm's way. I think that's what you said.
Yes.
But lay low could mean the same, doesn't it?
Yes.
It wasn't any type of lay low from the police or anything, right?
No.
It was be safe.
Yes.
Do you have any information, personal knowledge to share with the jury that Jeffrey gave any money to anyone as a reward for killing Donovan Thomas?
Objection, Your Honor, that would call for speculation and hearsay as to the reward part.
Overruled. And I actually mean overruled.
No.
I'd love
I'm
laugh
going
the
to
hardest
go to
at
number
that.
10, if you don't mind. Same document, page 4. That you have personal knowledge that on January 10, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas, YSL associates traveled to Miami, Florida, with co-defendant and YSL founder Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug. I want to talk to you about that, okay?
Yes.
Now, you made it clear that you knew that Jeffrey Williams was already going to Miami, Florida for a video music shoot. Is that, when I say shoot, filming it, is that true?
Yes.
And you knew that this was already set up before January 10th, 2015, right?
Yes.
And you knew other people were allowed to go if they wanted to.
Yes.
That Jeffrey was generous. He would take people outside of that.
Objection, Your Honor, as to curative evidence that is going to.
Sustained, rephrase.
Jeffrey Williams gave people the opportunity to leave Cleveland Avenue area and see other parts of America. Is that true?
As to relevance of whether or not Mr. Williams gave anybody else an opportunity to use something. That's another
Sustained.
character.
Mr. Williams gave you opportunity to go, right?
Yes.
And others.
Yes.
Objection, Your
Oh.
Honor.
Was there anything that on the 28th day of December 2022 that you were asked as to why this was somehow criminal, that Jeffrey had this meeting, this work in Miami, Florida?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you asked? Were you asked any questions by District Attorney Love, Judge Glanville, or anyone, whether that going down to Miami, Florida, was not pre-planned?
No.
Okay. Number 11 says that you did not murder Donovan Thomas Jr. and you're not a party to that crime. That's true, right?
Yes.
Number 12, that you did not murder Mr. Drinks and not party to a crime. True?
Yes.
Okay. Number 13, on the bottom of that page, it says, you cannot truthfully assert that the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. are not guilty of murder, and you will make no attempt at trial, prior to trial or after trial, to exonerate the persons charged in this indictment with the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now you've read this indictment. You've had it because you were charged in this case. Is that true?
Yes.
Are you familiar still with this indictment?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if you need it, with the court's permission, I have a copy if you need to see it. But you're not charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas in this indictment, are you?
No, not in this indictment.
Okay. And you're not, then Jeffrey's not charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas in this indictment, right?
No.
You're not charged with the murder of Mr. Drinks in this indictment, are you?
No.
And Jeffrey's not charged with the murder of Mr. Drinks.
No.
If you go to page 5,
Army vet. Love isn't standing for
this
her
is top of
objections
page
at this
number 14,
point
the gas
because of the
station at
squeak.
151 Cleveland
The
Avenue,
squeak.
Atlanta, Georgia, is one of multiple locations where YSL associates sell drugs and do not allow other gangs to operate. You see that?
Yes.
And then I'm just grouping it together because they look similar to me. So if they're not, you just correct me. Number 15, the gas station at 221 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, is another location where YSL associates sell drugs and do not permit other gangs to operate, right?
Yes.
Were you ever asked any questions about Jeffrey selling drugs at either of these items?
I I object on the grounds that Mr. Steele has no good faith basis for asking that question, given the fact that he does have the entirety of what was asked, and he does know the entirety of what was asked. And so therefore, one, it's not relevant, but two, he doesn't even have a good faith basis for asking. So
Speaking as objection.
I would ask that the court just simply, if he wants that in, to have him tender it, but not to ask questions that he knows he doesn't have a good faith basis to ask.
I don't know what that means. It was not asked, and I'm asking the gentleman whether he was ever asked that. On the record, off the record, it's not there.
Okay. I don't know if you meant on the record or off the record, but I'm going to permit it. Go ahead.
That have anything to do with Jeffrey?
No,
Were you asked anything from
no,
District Attorney Love when she had you under oath in a courtroom with your lawyer before Judge Glanville?
no,
Number 15. You have personal knowledge that you and other members of YSL have either participated in, directly committed, or at least one of the following crimes in order to increase notoriety and reputation of YSL: murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault, attempted murder, theft, illegal gun possession, and illegal drug and sales. Were you ever asked anything about Jeffrey on December 28th, 2022, when you entered this plea?
no,
Now, you have been prosecuted before this case. By prosecuted, I mean you've been arrested, charged, and brought before a judge, right?
yes,
Okay. Have you ever, in your experience, have you ever been told that your plea agreement is conditioned on what you say at a trial?
no,
Have you ever been told by a prosecutor that she'd prefer you not say things in front of a jury?
Your Honor, I object on the basis of relevance and relevance.
Why not just ask and
Relevance and what?
answer?
I'm sorry, did you say something else?
Yes,
Asked and answered.
was, have you ever been told by a prosecutor?
Repeat the question.
Something, so I object on the basis of relevance.
Just say asked and answered.
Mr. Steele, would you like to address that?
Sure. Goes to the motivation, interest, and bias of the district attorney in this case.
Well, that's not an issue.
It always is an issue. Telling a
The
witness not
bias
to
of
do
this
so-
witness, maybe.
Oh, the
Is
bias
that
of
what
the
you mean to say?
investigation.
It's a party opponent.
No, sir, that's not how that works.
Okay.
So if that's your only justification for it, then granted. I mean, sustained.
Okay, I want to talk with you about some items. When you met Jeffrey, he was approximately 17 years of age. Is that fair to say?
yes,
And it's about 2009.
yes,
And the way you remember 2009 is because you were in prison and then was released in about 2009. Is that true?
yes,
And then you went over and found a place to live on Cleveland Avenue.
yes,
So you met people who were in that area. Is that fair to say?
yes,
And Jeffrey was at times in that area, right?
yes,
Did you observe Jeffrey working hard?
Objection vague.
Okay.
Sustained.
Did you observe Jeffrey practicing his craft, art, music?
yes,
Did you see him in the studio? You ever see him in the studio?
yes,
And is it fair to say that when you first saw him, to however long you've known him, he is a workaholic, meaning he works all the time?
Objection, Your Honor. Vague, speculation, workaholic, whole characterization, so objection on the basis of relevance, vague.
I think on relevance, sustained.
you've seen him in studios in the morning time,
Yes,
afternoons,
yes,
nights,
yes,
evenings?
yes,
You mentioned on direct examination that Jeffrey idolized Lil Wayne. You remember saying that?
yes,
And that there was this, these are my words, so you correct me. There's almost this belief, this feeling that Jeffrey had that he had to make it out.
As to Defendant Williams' feelings.
Sustained.
You said on direct examination, meaning when you were questioned by Ms. Love, that you believed that Jeffrey was going to be a
Objection, Your Honor.
popular.
Objection as to one, relevance of the witness's belief about something he may have speculated about regarding Defendant Williams.
All right, I don't know because I haven't heard the question. Could you tell me what the question is? gonna be?
Sure. And it came
Referencing
out
what he said on direct.
direct.
He said it.
That there was a belief by Mr. Sledge that Jeffrey was going to be a successful musical artist.
Okay, and.
Way back when.
What's your question gonna be?
That I'm going to follow that up. That was his drive. That was Jeffrey's mission, his drive.
Objection, that would be speculation as to Defendant Williams' intent and.
No, he's asking about this witness's belief about that, but that's irrelevant.
Okay. All right. Now, have you ever observed anyone or have you observed Jeffrey when you first met him? When you got out of prison, I think May 2009, is that right?
yes, that's correct.
He played in a lot of first local clubs, is that right?
Yes,
And when I say local clubs, in the area of Atlanta.
yes,
And then you saw it go a bigger location, is that true?
yes,
And then multiple states?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
This is his
Ooh.
career.
Go ahead.
yes,
And people, including you supported Jeffrey's musical career, didn't you?
Objection as to that compound question because it calls for speculation as to people supporting, Defendant Williams, and it's not
It's his
relevant.
personal observation.
Okay, sustained on other people and sustained on relevance.
Would you observe, meaning did you personally observe the local community in Cleveland Avenue come out to Jeffrey's shows?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Would you see people, including yourself, put up signs that Jeffrey's performing?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained. Move on to another topic.
Stupid because these people are supporting
All
YSL,
the
buying
people
YSL
that
merch,
you were asked
and they're
about.
not YSL
Never been asked
gang.
about Trontavious Stevens
yes,
and Mr. Murphy,
yes,
Mr. Murphy, and Mr. Copeland,
yes,
and whoever you were asked about, okay?
yes,
All those people were in poverty at the same time you and Jeffrey were, right?
Objection calls for speculation, and it is irrelevant, and it is compound as it relates to, at the same time, you and Jeffrey, and it assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Sustained.
Were you in poverty in 2009 when you met Jeffrey?
Overruled.
could you repeat the question, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. Were you poor? Were you struggling financially in 2009 when you got out of prison?
Yes,
All those other people that you're asked about on direct, were they struggling to your observation
yes,
financially? Jeffrey gave you a job, right?
yes,
And by that job, you called yourself, and I'm not saying that was not your title,
I object as to
but
the vagueness of the line of questioning regarding he gave
He established what his job was. Security,
You were
stupid.
called head of security, right?
Yes.
And by that, what that meant was that you would assist others in
We've
locating.
established what it meant.
I'm sorry?
We've established on direct what it meant, what his duties were.
You would assist in any capacity needed to put on these shows.
Yes.
And you got paid by direct deposit, it's called. Is that what you, and if you don't know that term,
Yes.
you got a bank
Yeah.
deposit.
Transfer. Yeah.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Jeffrey offered other people jobs too from your area. To his
Not if
knowledge.
he says to your knowledge. That makes it not speculation.
Thank you
Overruled.
for Law 101.
Overruled.
Could you repeat it, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. To your knowledge, Jeffrey would give other job opportunities to other people too, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So instead of giving money, you knew Jeffrey had money by 2014, right?
Yes.
And he was flying on planes, right?
Yes.
He had cars, right?
Yes.
He had places to live.
Yes.
He had multiple places to live.
Yes.
He had jewelry.
I mean, I think you've made your point, so just move on to the next question.
But instead of giving just cash to people, he gave people opportunity to earn that money, right?
Yes. Oh.
Okay. Now, do you have any evidence to tell this jury that Jeffrey ever told you or anyone else to harm another person?
No.
Is that at the state's table?
To your knowledge, and I am not including drug use, and I am not including gambling, but to your knowledge, did Jeffrey ever encourage?
You know what?
Encourage.
Apparently we need to take a restroom break, so let's break for a few minutes.
he's like ready for it. Steele, they keep
Let's try to
interrupting
keep
Steele's
this one to
cadence.
10 minutes or so.
They keep interrupting his cadence here. That was annoying. I thought she was about to sustain one of the objections. Thank God she overruled it. But she's like losing. She's mixing up her words. Look at this date. And also, big shout out to Katrina, fellow cat, maybe if you ever go by
All right,
cat,
y'all, we
for
just
the
took a
$10
fairly
cash app.
long recess an hour ago. I'm going to remind y'all to please, whether you have to right then or not, use the restroom during recesses so that we don't then have to take another bathroom break less than an hour later. Okay, I'm going to just start making y'all hold it if you can't do that, because we take plenty of breaks without interrupting the middle of somebody's testimony. Okay, so keep that in mind for the future, please.
Happy to look over at the left side and yell at them
You
for
can go
holding up
if you need
court.
to.
Just pee in the seat, soil the seat, and see how she feels about it. Like, oh my goodness, that they were not the cause. The left side of the room was not the cause of the like hour extra delay earlier today in the morning, and also the delays during lunchtime. So, and also the need to pause proceedings at the end of the day yesterday. But thank you so much to Katrina for the $10 cash app. Shout out to my fellow cat. And then also to Iron Rabbit for sending a 10. It says, thank you for working so hard, Iron Rabbit. Thank you so much. And Iron Rabbit had gifted some memberships earlier, so always appreciated that you support this channel and give gifts to the chat. Yeah, so we've got a lot of super chats here that I think are really the common sentiment across the board. Like, Kins, thank you so much, says, Love really wants Steele rebuked. Like, it's clear. It seems so personal. And Chloe says that Love is the pot and the kettle, both at the same time. And also, why is this caption saying shoes? But Chloe also says, can they tape Love's mouth shut and just give her an auction paddle that says objection? Oh my gosh, wait, hold on. Hold on a second. Please tell me this is something that's easy to find on a search. You mean like this? The Daryl Brooks objection sign? Can someone just get her one of these, please? Oh, that is too funny. That is one of my favorite throwback moments from that trial was that sign. So thank you for recalling it, Chloe. Army Vet, thank you so much for sending this earlier. This was so funny. Love isn't standing anymore. Too many squats, but her quads have given out. And I was like, well, maybe she doesn't want to squeak anymore. And right after I went there, she stood up and squeaked twice. So thank you so much for the funny super chat. Touche says, I can't believe Whitaker is allowing these year-long speaking objections. They really were. Year-long speaking objections out of love. Love is salty about her admonishment in front of the jury and is trying to force the judge to give the defense one too. Yeah, it feels like that, especially since she waited till she walked away from that one sidebar to then say, oh, and by the way, I want that blah, 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 blah comment stricken from the record. And she always does that, as love always does, whatever the verbiage was. Like, she could have just said that at the sidebar. Thank you so much, Touche. Mark in Texas, good to see ya. Says, my Shih Tzu is freaking out, looking for his lost squeaky toy he swears is now in my iPad. Oh my gosh, does anyone else have pets that are hearing the squeaky chair? That's hilarious. This chair is something else. A chair company should sponsor this courtroom. Oh my goodness. I gotta look at the regular chat. Anyone else have a pet hearing the squeaking? Oh, and by the way, I'm seeing this while I'm over here. I thought the judge wasn't going to do speaking objections. Yeah, there was also 0 chances. We're going to get this trial moving. We're going to deal with evidentiary issues before the jury's in. And none of that's playing out. None of it is playing out. So, although I do think I've seen a bunch of people say it, but they wish the defense objected more. I think there were some times where they could have objected and gotten a sustained objection. But at the same time, everybody in the chat was criticizing Love's direct, so maybe just not interrupt it. Now, Steven Satchel, this from a little bit earlier, says Fonnie Willis is looking for what will play well on the news in a press release and distract everyone from Wade. Now, I'm sorry because I think I'm missing the context. I don't know if this is about the arrest or the question of why are we pursuing the Rico charge with like Young Thug at the forefront of it, the celebrity at the forefront of it. But either way, we know media is a big part of politics. Press relations are a big part of politics. So I think both could apply to this scenario here. Thank you so much for your super chat. Army Vet says, as an Army veteran, I cannot believe Glanville is a general in the Army National Guard. Scares me to think about it. He has a really decorated career, and if it makes you feel better, a lot of people have said that they've heard that he's been fine to practice in front of, and that this trial just seemed like way left field. So hopefully it hasn't been consistent that Glanville's been this way throughout his career. And thank you so much for your support. Penny G taking a throwback. Yeah, let's do a little throwback to Char's cross-examination, which we had that one recess to figure out one issue, but he really wasn't interrupted that much. Love blurted out a couple of objections right away, and then we had a recess, we came back, and Char just got to cook and cook and cook and cook and cook. That was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful to watch. And I understand where Steele's trying to go and that he's getting interrupted, but the focus is a lot more on Jeffrey being too busy to be on Cleveland Avenue engaging in criminal activity, right? That's what we've heard so far from Steele. So his is going to be much longer this time than I think Shard's was. But shout out to Shard. That was beautiful to watch. And I'm going to clip that. So if you guys want to be able to just rewatch that cross-examination, you won't have to dig through, I don't know, like maybe a 9-hour stream to find it. Because that was really good. That was really, really good. Thank you so much, Penny. Army Vet says, Love is so incompetent that the defense is crushing her case. Right? And it's their case in chief. They're demolishing it. And Stephen Satchel says, a contract is not binding if one party doesn't understand the words. Further, if requested changes aren't made, the contract is void. Now, I really think Shart demolished all of this. I think he made it clear that, oh, this is the pressure you were under. And then Steele did do a little work. He came in and he kind of pointed out that you're still under pressure today. This is why, the my truth versus the state's truth today is still an issue because of this paragraph. And he read number 13. I think it's number 13, the one that you cannot testify truthfully to the innocence of anyone in this room. So Steele also laid a nail in that final coffin on this weird twisted plea deal and all the factual acknowledgments signed within. So interesting to see what happens with this plea deal, though. And again, I think this was going back to that begin versus being typo. That was like an obvious thing that had to be corrected on the spot in court. And then we are finding out all these little nuances of things that the defendant didn't understand. And no surprise, because Love is the one that wrote it. And Jennifer Devine says, Love is getting her notes together for redirect. She is going to be worse than a dog with a bone. She just can't drop it. Guys, what do you think? How long do you think Love is going to take on redirect? Especially since she's personally offended right now. She seems like her sensitivity is through the roof. How long do you think this direct is going to go? This redirect? We'll need to do a double coffee day. I guess maybe Monday, if the defense closes out today. Because that might be an all-day redirect. And let's see if the judge does anything to stop it if the defense asks. So much drama in this. Oh my god, you guys are like 3 days, 2 days, 5 days. I think she'll try to push it to be longer than Cross, which is insane. My military mind said I'm ready for some steam off that bald head. Shout out to Mac Shart. That was so good. Sweetie says, please use the squeak sound for a new song. Have her object and make her sit and stand like the remix. Someone had just tagged me in a clip on X. Let's see. Let me make sure the sound is on, otherwise.
Can you ask them fun?
So I'm gonna drop the link to this right in the chat. Here's one loop-de-loop of the squeak. And thank you to Mona Lisa Vito for actually tagging in on this one. So that way I could see it, because it's just...
Can you ask them fun?
Oh my goodness. This trial, you guys. There should not be this many moments, this many little things. James Little says, how would he start a conflict with Shell Kell? So how would Mounk Tounk start a conflict? Oh, I'm not sharing the... Let me stay back on the court, because this was supposed to be a short recess. That way I don't mess us up. But how would Mounk Tounk start a conflict with Shell Kell on behalf of YSL over his own girlfriend? It wasn't YSL's girlfriend. I don't know. And there's no evidence on the record that the girl was like dating multiple people in YSL. So it just seemed like a Mounk Tounk and Shell Kell issue. Same thing with the, what were their names? It was like Alexis and Summer. I'm bad with names. It's taken me a while to get straight with the witnesses' names. So sometimes when they start throwing others into the mix, I'm like, but yeah, like, great point. And it's one of those things where, as I Was Thinking says, thank you, I Was Thinking, why do we need to wait for the defense to get up there and give us the context to this stuff? And this is consistent throughout this trial. Even if you started watching after Woody came into the picture, it's something that you guys have seen over and over and over again. Why do we have to wait for the defense to get up there to give the context? Every single time. And strategically, there's that saying like, fool me once. Well, all right, you do it once, state. You try to pull one over on us one time. But if I'm sitting on that jury and you try to test me like I'm stupid 10, 15, 30, 50 times, I'm going to have a problem with you. So strategically, it's just so stupid that the state thinks that they can get away with giving half-ass context when they know the defense is going to get up there and lay it out. These defense attorneys are not for the weak. So thank you so much. Your comments went hand in hand right there, you both. So thank you so much. D. Peel says, I have watched this case for a while. Them guys had their own personal problems and nothing to do with YSL. And they're happy to say it. They're always happy to say it. And when they say, like, no, I was beefing with somebody, don't get me wrong, there's some moments where the witnesses like Trontavious Stevens and Mounk Tounk seem like they don't want to speak ill of other people in the room. And it comes off like they're trying to think of a nice way to word what they want to say. But when it comes to the bad stuff that they pled for, they're happy to say it was just me. Flat out, it was just me. Not a YSL thing. So thank you so much, DPO. And Angie Lay had gifted another membership. That's another one. That is another one. Thank you so much. And I have the sound on, so it's the court that hasn't come back in. There we go. And another one. Another gift from Angie. Thank you so much, Angie.
Mr. Sledge, when you were permitted to go on the Travis Scott rodeo tour
Yes,
for the dates that the jurors heard,
yes.
Objection, Your Honor, that assumes facts that are not in evidence. There was not testimony from the witness that he went on that tour on those dates that he heard, that he talked about. Matter of fact, he specifically said he didn't go on all of them.
Okay, on generally some of the dates, could you rephrase it?
sure. Do you remember on direct examination when questioned by Prosecutor Love, you explained that you went on the rodeo tour with Jeffrey Williams and others?
Yes,
And do you remember telling the jury that you actually were sent home before the tour ended? Do you remember that?
yes,
And you said for doing stupid stuff. Do you remember that?
yes.
And that stupid stuff was committed a crime, right?
Well, I didn't commit a crime, but
Okay.
it was to that occasion.
And Jeffrey said you and others are going home. True?
Speaking of words, it would be hearsay from the defendant that the witness is not, there's no rule that, there's no exception that would allow that hearsay.
Oh my God.
Sustained.
Why were you sent home?
There's no rule that, there's no exception that would allow that hearsay.
Oh my God.
Sustained.
Why were you sent home?
Objection, asked and answered.
Who sent you home?
Jeffrey.
I'd like to show you, with the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show you what I've marked as Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 220A. And it's consecutive, meaning it goes then 220B.
Yeah.
But it goes up to JW exhibit 220XX.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Your Honor, these are the ones that the court, I think, can rule a smattering.
No, he's gonna, no. that's- Yeah,
May I approach?
you may.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you mind if I
That
just
was
move this?
Steele.
I'm going to give this to the court reporter, okay?
Yes.
Maybe it was Mounk Tounk. I think it was Steele.
So it says JW, Jeffrey Williams, EXH is exhibit, and then you'll see the numbers followed by a letter. Do me a favor, flip through these. If you've seen these before with your lawyer and you recognize them, just tell us that as well. If you don't recognize some, put it to one side. If you recognize others, put it to a separate pile, okay?
Your Honor, and the question was if you've seen them before with your lawyer. That wasn't, I thought, the question that the court required.
If you've seen him before today.
If I seen them before today,
Yeah, you may have seen them today. So if the only time you ever saw them was today, then put it aside as something you've never seen. What he means is if you saw it before today. Is that right, Mr. Steele?
Yeah, yesterday, Your Honor.
If you said before yesterday, that's when he gave it to him. He said-
Okay,
Yesterday.
before yesterday. If you saw it before yesterday.
Mr. Sledge, I just want to ask you a question if I can. I'm not trying to interrupt you. Any of them that you saw put in one pile like you're doing? Any ones you didn't see put in another pile like you're doing? Okay, just keep them separate.
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I think that was Steele and Brittany, I feel you, but I think the deeper tone of voice was the frustration, and I think he was gritting it through his teeth.
And then I know where you might be confused. It's going to be a composite exhibit and he will publish, to the extent this witness says he recognizes any of them, a smattering of those, not the entirety of them.
Like, just crazy. I can't wait to rewatch that later. I cannot wait. And in case the captions didn't pull it up, it was about 2 minutes backwards. The oh my god hot mic. So I should show up in the transcript. You guys can find it and go back 2 minutes. Yeah, either way it needed to be said. This is just crazy. And shout out to Berta S for gifting 10 kattnotwilliams memberships. Drop a Berta S in the chat. Shout out to Berta. The S is for slime. Shout out to Berta. Okay, he's putting a lot in one pile. And thank you, Nens, for the super chat. Chloe says my pit bull reacts more to Love's voice. She's never been a fan of yappy chihuahuas. And no, Peter, I don't have an objection counter. I guess we could always search the transcript and, you know, it doesn't always catch it if they're talking over each other, but it could give us a decent enough idea. It seems like it takes like an hour or so after these streams end for YouTube to process it, and then you'll see a transcript. Do you think so? I think this is actually a good point. So Satchel says Love is losing the jury. These objections must be for any potential appeal. Yeah, that could be a good point. Because some of those objections just seem like you're going to sound like you do not want the jury to hear this. Like, maybe I'd prefer if you don't tell this to the jury. I think that's a good point, because it's not just her with all the objections.
You done?
Sometimes the
Yeah.
state is
Okay,
is
Mr. Sledge.
nudging
did
her
you
to
make
object.
2 piles or 1 pile?
One pile.
And do you recognize what has been marked as Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A through 220A through 220XX, or do not recognize them?
I recognize.
Your Honor, the question was whether or not he saw them before yesterday, and that was not asked, so I would ask that that be inquired.
Let's clarify, please.
Have you seen those items, all of them in that package? prior to seeing them with your lawyer yesterday?
I didn't see these with my lawyer yesterday, but I have seen these before.
In the past,
Yes,
before yesterday?
before yesterday, yes.
And are they
Great
true and accurate?
answer.
That's just saying, do they look the way that you remember them when you first saw them?
Yes,
Did you see them, those items contemporaneously? That's a bad word. Did you see them at the time that these items were going on?
yes,
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, and that would be, Your Honor, 2220A, as in Elisa through 220, then double X.
All right, that's admitted.
Okay. Mr. Sledge, may I, with the court's permission, may I just
Yeah.
approach you? And I'm just going to show a couple
Yes.
to the jurors as a sample.
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Sledge, is it fair to say that these exhibits, and I've numbered them all, but that they're all advertisements or posters for Jeffrey's work, concerts?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that they range from places all over the United States?
yes,
And when I say range from, shows, concerts all over the United States. Is that
yes,
true?
yes,
And the date range goes from, this is just from 2014 into 2015. Fair to
Yes.
say?
yes.
Okay. And if we could just pull up a couple. And this would be with Mr. Kokomo's and the court's permission. Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 220DD. And it should come up on your screen, Mr. Sledge. Could be-
Thank you, Kenzo, for
or
becoming a
maybe to your
member.
left,
Shout
but
out to
yes, it's
Kenzo.
above you too.
Yeah, I think that one might be out of batteries that's on the.
Yeah, that's indeed.
Mr. Kokomo, can you clear the items on the middle of the screen?
It appears that there's some encryption, Fulton County, on all of the computers, so I'm not sure if it's anything that can be done.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Let me just show you this to you. Mr. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been admitted, Mr. Williams, or JW Exhibit 220DD. Take a peek at that. And is this a performance in Chicago, Illinois?
yes,
And is it, do you recognize those performers?
yes.
Tell the jurors who they are.
Birdman and Rich Homie Corn.
And anybody else?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. And this is the date. Do you see the date?
Yes, December 26th.
And Christmas time,
Yes,
2015?
yes,
To your knowledge and observation, and if you don't have one,
Yes.
I do not see.
Do not see, and so I would ask for clarification. If the testimony is that there is a 2015 on this exhibit that I'm looking at, because there is no year of 2015, as Mr. Steele has suggested, unless I'm missing it. If you could just show me, I'd be okay.
Look at his walk. He's like, kill me.
first of all,
Yes.
it comes from the state of Georgia when they subpoenaed Mr. Williams' Twitter account for 2014 and 15, A and B.
Your Honor,
If I go through all of them, you can see the dates in order.
Your Honor, there is no,
I mean, I think that the objection was that the date might not be, the year date might not be on this one, and I don't see it on there either, so.
All right.
But but he's already testified that the entirety of that composite exhibit shows dates from 2014 to 2015. So it's one or the other.
Your Honor, there is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference, because what Mr. Steele is putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out, did not associate with defendant Williams
Now I have
after a particular time.
Okay.
Now I have a motion.
All right, so we'll take up the motion in just a minute. With regard to this particular exhibit, I don't see a date on it either. Is there a date on it of a year? If not, maybe
I'll do
pick a
the-
different
That's
exhibit.
Fine. And Your Honor, can my motion be reserved as timely?
Yes,
May I approach?
yes.
All right, Mr. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes.
Let's just flip an exhibit here. How about the next exhibit? Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 220EE. Okay?
It says December 31st,
Well, let the
2015.
jurors see it first. Oh,
Okay.
there it is. Okay. All right, go ahead. You can look. It's the same.
It say December 31st, 2015.
New Year's
New
Eve
Year Eve.
and MYE. Do you know that stands for New Year's
The
Eve?
E, yes,
2015?
yes.
And did that come, does 220EE come shortly after, immediately after 220DD of Jeffrey Williams exhibit?
Yes,
And this one, again, the date on 220DD is in Chicago, and it is on,
26,
thank you, tell the jurors.
December 26th.
And does this help you orient that December 26th on 220DD is 2014?
No,
Okay. Does it help you with 220EE? Is the date New Year's Eve going into 2015?
yes.
And who is performing on New Year's Eve, December 31, 2014, going into January 1st, 2015? Who are the performers?
Jeffrey Williams,
Who else?
Birdman, and Rich McCorn.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Your Honor, regarding the objection as to the year of 220DD, I believe that Mr. Steele said the year was December 26, 2015, and that was where the issue was. I'm asking if, and now it's understood that it's 2014, if we could.
I don't know that we have that understanding because we don't have evidence that, I mean, I realize these are handed to the witness in a particular order, but I don't know that there's any evidence to suggest that the order that they're in is a chronological one. So we still don't have any evidence as to which of the 2 years that other one was. We just know that this one that we're looking at right now, 220EE, is for a concert date, December 31st of 2015 with those performers.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Did you want to ask him about another
Yes, Your
picture?
Honor.
And guys, I just dropped a link. I'm not a lawyer, but also known as Mel, clipped the Steele. Oh my god. So there it is, dropped in the chat.
When you go through these, or you've gone through this, Mrs. Sledge,
Yes,
are they performances, and the jurors will have that exhibit out with them. They'll be able to look at it. Are those performances all over the United States?
yes.
I'd like to, did your lawyer show you any potential exhibits yesterday or today?
He showed it to me today.
Then I shouldn't have said yes, I apologize. All right, I'm going to approach with a screenshot. If you need to see the actual potential exhibit, just say I don't recognize the screenshot, okay?
Yes,
Your Honor, I'm showing Mr. Williams number 46, 47, and 49.
Right.
These are videos, but I was doing it this way, but if needed, Your Honor, Mr. Kokomo.
All right.
Shout out to Lil Mike and Quez Show, who gifted 5 more memberships. Great name, great name. Chris Black says, I could see Sandra
Yes.
Bullock as Judge Whittaker.
Please take a
I can
look
see it.
at Mr. Williams, 49, 47, and 46. And if you need to see the actual item, there's no problem with the court's permission.
Yeah, I think Sandra Bullock would be a good one.
It's only with 3.
One more time.
It's only with 3?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Have you, do you know what they're screenshots from? Did you go over that with your lawyer?
I knew they was just professional people.
Okay, and have you seen those items before this week? Do you recognize those images from before this week?
Yeah, I probably seen them on, I think I seen all of them on the internet.
Okay, and when you say the internet, just be clear, that's
Instagram.
before, okay, that's fine, but before this week, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Before yesterday?
before, yes.
Or today, okay. And I know you're not seeing the exact video. Do you need to see those videos? Or are you comfortable, confident, how about that you've seen these items before?
Yes, I have seen them before.
All right, Your Honor, I move for the admission. Mark Jeffrey Williams, 46, 47, 49.
Your Honor, with the court, I apologize. Would the court permit an inquiry into foundation? Because I heard the witness say, I think I've seen them. And then when Mr. Steele said, are you confident that you've seen them? He then said, because at first he said, I think I've seen them somewhere on the internet, Instagram. And then Mr. Steele said, are you confident? He said, yeah, I've seen them. So I would ask permission to inquire where it is or in what.
Hope he answers.
To further inquire as to his
Before.
foundation.
No, because
Basis for
he's now
knowledge.
said he's confident he's seen them.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Look at his
There-
body language. He was ready.
Mr. Sledge, now, there may be something on the screen, sounds like, that's not anyone's doing, so this may not be the best way to play it, but we're going to try, okay?
Yes.
Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo, well, before he publishes, I know the first one is Jeffrey Williams, 46. Let me ask you a couple of questions, Mr. Sledge.
Yes.
Do you remember the prosecutor asked you a lot of questions, or a number of questions, whatever they were, about if you know and if you've done the finger to the nose? You remember that?
Yes.
And she asked you to do it for the jurors, finger to the nose, right?
Yes.
Do you know who started? Do you personally know who started a finger across the nose, if anyone?
No.
God bless you. Is there anything about an individual taking their finger, like I'm doing, and going across my nose, that means that the person is committing crime?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, pause for.
A conclusion, a legal conclusion, and objection as to outside the province of this particular witness. It's an improper question to ask whether it suggests that they are committing a crime.
Okay, sustained.
With the court's permission, Mr. Kokomo, would you play Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 46? Take a look at it, Mr. Sledge. I'll have a question for you. If it's not going to work because the item up over the screen, we'll just do it another time, okay?
Is that that
Yes.
box that says something about a hard reset? Just click close.
We don't have access to click close on our computers.
Well,
I will say that this screen that's by Mr. Matthews does not have that. I don't know if maybe that can be utilized.
Okay. Maybe. So what, it's on this screen up here?
It's on all the other screens.
rotate this, Your Honor. I don't know if this.
Okay, I mean, because IT. Okay, yeah, I guess it's just somebody, if you don't mind rolling the screen over where the jury and the witness can see it. Hmm?
If you turn that screen that way.
I don't, I mean,
There is a camera at the top of
Right.
that
Oh,
screen.
okay, stop, don't do that.
Well, you can
Just-
close the camera.
That one don't have a class.
I mean, I don't know the answer to, if y'all are screen sharing from your laptops.
It's on the.
Oh, okay, believe me, I do not know the solution to the IT issue. I don't know. Can you see enough of it around it? How big is it?
Your Honor,
How about-
Your Honor, what if we cover the, camera?
That's fine. I mean,
And the
can you
jurors are seeing.
just come around the back, Mr. Short? It looks like it just kind of sits on top. Just take it off.
Okay.
And stick it on the back there somewhere where all it's gonna see is the back.
No bad.
It rolls, right?
So you can't turn it.
Yeah, right here.
What if I just close the windows?
We'll try.
I mean, I can,
There we go. There you go. Mr. Look at you.
That's
We-
the end of my.
so that was, yes, okay, good job.
Just said that.
So it was that one that was, okay. Thank you. Yeah. Embarrassment, a broken toe, who knows what else.
And Sonia, this
All
was
right,
in
you may
reference.
take the IT crown away from Miss Persefield since she's not here this week.
This is in reference
We can
to a
worry about
letter
that
to Judge
later.
Whitaker.
All right, we now have the ability to see on a screen that is not covered by some strange IT notification.
So here Sonia says, Kat, I had to step away. Did you mention during lunch that someone wrote a letter to the judge about her bias during the trial? Yes, and I never got caught up during the lunch break. I actually still haven't gotten caught up, but I'm dropping the link to this letter, which is great because you guys at the same time can give a follow to the Black Law Student and check the letter out. It is a letter to Judge Whitaker about kind of really largely what the public seems to think of her handling of the case so far. So sorry we didn't get to that during lunch, but this is the link going into the chat right now. And I'll add it to the description of the video as well.
Mr. Sledge, did you note the two basketball players in that screenshot?
Yes,
And do you know them to be professional players?
yes,
And were they doing something similar to what you were asked to show the jurors?
yes.
I'd like to show you Mr. Williams, number 47. Do you know who that person is?
Broadway,
Can you tell the jurors, please, into the microphone?
Broadway.
And who is Mr. Wave?
He's a rapper, an entertainer.
And that's W-A-V-E. And at the beginning, did you notice that young lady behind Mr. Wave?
No.
Okay. Look at the young lady right behind her, right there.
Oh, yeah, I see it right there now.
And is that similar to what you showed the jurors?
Yes.
And then 49, Mr. Williams, 49? Do you remember discussing with the jurors that you've seen Nickelodeon slime? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. This is going to be Jeffrey Williams, number 49.
Oh my gosh.
And do you recognize that person as a professional football player?
Yes.
You know who that person is?
I don't forgot his name, but
Okay. And was it similar to the wiping of the nose that you were asked a lot of questions about or some questions about earlier?
yes,
And did you hear him say slime?
yes.
Tell the jurors why is slime significant to YSL?
Could you?
Is it evil?
No,
And the wiping of the nose, is that evil?
no.
I'd like to talk with you about a posting that you were shown, and I forget the state's exhibit number. Give me 1 second. Remember the exhibit that you all played for Mr. Sledge saying "Lie to the King"? Remember the number? Do you play it for me? No, I'll use yours. Your Honor, it's already in evidence. Can I discuss with Mr. Sledge number 435?
Sure.
And that's state's exhibit, Your Honor.
Yes. 435Y, right?
Yes,
Yes.
that's what I'm being told. Could you? Thank you.
Spiritually Imperfect says Taraji P. Henson as Love and Kevin Hart as Woody. Don't do that to Taraji. Lola says Steele is so annoyed and pissed off. His face has been red the entire cross. He's got to do the stance of Steele. Yeah, his mic is picking up everything. You can hear his marker.
Do you remember this, Mr. Sledge, being played this? I'm going to ask the court to allow it to be played one more time by Mr. Knight, and then I'd like to ask you some questions, okay?
Yes.
And thank you so much, Susan, for becoming a member. Oh, this is that video again. Again.
You lie to your kids, you lie to your mama, but you get in the courtroom and in the investigation room and tell them punk ass people the God honest motherfucking truth. Pussy ass.
Now, Mr. Sledge, you told the district attorney when questioning that this is not a new statement. Do you remember something like that?
Yes.
And Had you heard this before from growing up? From where?
Growing up, just, I have heard it before though.
Okay. Have you seen it and listened to it or read it on the internet?
I think I have seen it on the internet.
And you related this and you made this statement for, which is now memorialized as State's Exhibit 435Y. Do you remember what was going on at that moment?
No.
Okay. I'd like to show you what's already in evidence, and it's the State's Exhibit number. Do you have Jeffrey Williams making, what number is that? I'd like to show you 447Y. Your Honor, it's already in evidence.
All right.
May we publish it?
You may.
Thank you.
This is a great point, Mark in Texas. Notice how Whitaker fiercely defends the office of the judiciary, prosecution, and now the Rice Street Jail. She was like trying to press the brake on that a little bit. Oh, and this video too.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell God that it's true.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
Were you able to hear that, Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
And was that, you were asked if that was your voice by the district attorney on direct examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And your response was something effective, it sounds like you.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the date that was made?
No, I don't remember the date.
I'd like to ask you if you remember the other persons who are speaking in that video, okay?
Yes.
And was it Jeffrey Williams speaking?
Yes.
All right. And was he the one seen on the video?
Yes.
And was it Martinez Arnold speaking?
Yes, that's what it sounds like.
All right. And was the other person Mr. McMillan?
Yes, that's.
Mr. McMillan.
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you if you can hear and listen to the very beginning of State's Exhibit number 437Y. Yes. Excuse me, 447Y. I'd like to ask you if you can hear at the very beginning, does it say, I'm a swear to God, it's the truth, I'm gonna tell a lie on God. I want you to listen, okay, if it says that.
Okay.
So nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters.
Did you hear the beginning of that?
Yes.
Okay. And if you want headphones, the judge may allow that. The Honorable Judge Whitaker may allow that. But were you able to hear the person speaking?
Yes.
That beginning part? And did they say, I'm a swear to God, it's the truth, I'm going to tell a lie on God?
Yes.
Who said that?
Hang on. Never mind. Yes, no, okay.
Who said that?
I think that it sounded like my voice, but yes.
Okay. So at the beginning of this video, audio, is it fair to say that you're talking about going to swear to God, to tell the truth, and then tell a lie on God?
Yes.
Was this video something about people who lie,
Yes.
even though they're under oath?
They don't have to be on the oath to tell a lie.
Now, the next part that I'd ask Miss Knight, the Honorable Miss Knight, to play should be Jeffrey speaking. And it's similar to what you said in the video we just saw. Okay. Does Jeffrey say, and listen to this, okay? So, and I'm just saying, and lie to their mama, lie to their kids. lie to their brothers and sisters, and get right in the courtroom to tell the God's honest truth. If you can just listen to that and tell me if that's what you hear Jeffrey say, okay?
Yes.
One more time. You can start the beginning. I mean, it's so short. But can you stop it when that part's ends?
And everybody celebrate Peter Ortiz in the chat for gifting 20 memberships. Peter loves to use that
So
explosive
nigga, a lot of they
emoji.
mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth. Fuck, nigga.
Was that Jeffrey speaking?
Yes.
And is that similar to what you said on the other exhibit, which is escaping me, the exhibit number? 435Y, State's Exhibit. Is that
Yes.
similar?
Yes.
And are those the words that you said are similar words that you've heard before?
Yes.
Did you hear those words before Jeffrey said those words?
Yes.
And then on the next part of it, I'm not going to say it, but it's FN. Ain't going back and forth with you, bro. And then Jeffrey saying, or then another person saying, tell nothing but the truth, so help you God. If you can listen to that, okay?
Yes.
And tell the jurors who's saying that.
Yes.
Don't get it. Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
It's true.
Fuck.
Thank you.
God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it.
Y'all
Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
Okay. Did you hear that? Tell,
Yeah.
tell nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Is it accurate to say that in the criminal justice system, from your upbringing and your observation, people come in and lie under oath?
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation about other.
He says from your observation. Of course, I don't know how he can know that.
You can know it
So.
from personal experience.
For speculation until
Yeah, people
there
talk
is a
about it.
foundation established for his ability to answer that. A basis for knowledge, just speculation about other people lying.
You can try to lay a foundation.
When you said this, when you were part of this, and when I say this, I'm talking about states 447Y, what's up there right now?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you were talking about.
Talking about people lying.
Okay. Now, I want to show you, may I have one moment?
You may.
Jay Kelman with the perfect comment. Judge Whitaker's pissing me off. Where was this energy during direct? I know, it's like, how is it speculation if perjury exists? Like, perjury is a reality. You guys are hilarious with the casting calls.
Can Mr. Kokomo show the prosecutor? This will be Mr. Williams. Thank you. Exhibit number 255.
Okay.
Spiritually Imperfect says, okay, Kat, Jada Pinkett is love. Ah. This is good too. Positive Q says, YSL movie with ladies as the attorneys, Viola Davis for Thug, and Kerry Washington for Shannon. That'd be an interesting twist. Would a guy play Westmoreland and Williams? And Katie Hingerty. And
I'm looking
Trish.
at 62 pages. Are we talking about 62 pages? That's what this is.
I'll shorten it, but I just did the dates from the,
That's the same 255 that we looked at before.
no, we cut
No,
out.
it's a different,
Yeah, we stopped in July 2015.
okay, and,
Starts, I think, December or November 2012.
okay. And you were just gonna pick a couple of
Yes,
pages.
I'm not going to go through 6.
Is it possible to have them just specify which two so I can look at those? Or do I need to look at
I
62
was going to
and
show it to
guess?
Mr. Sledge first, obviously, and then we could do that.
Do you know which ones you're gonna use?
No, because Mr. Sledge has to identify.
Okay. I mean, you know generally what,
Yeah. I'll use the one
Okay.
from November 2012, I believe, and I'll look at it, but there'll be 2 or 3. That'll be it.
I would say this is a good acknowledgement too from Spiritually Imperfect that I know
this
we
is
all
the
joke a
same thing
lot,
we looked at over lunch.
trying to get through the day.
It appears
To be all 62 pages.
Yeah, now I know.
Well, it's
I-
not,
I'm-
it's not accurate. It took out after July 15th.
Okay, well.
That's what, but I didn't want to cut it short for the Mr. Sledge to look at, but then I was going to just, once he identifies a few, I was going to stop.
So,
Okay, so. Can you come up here for a minute?
I hope they don't do this and then go, we're going to recess for the day. We're going to recess. But yeah, this is a good reminder. As much as we're laughing to get through, watching these trial streams, it's sad to watch what's happening to these men. If they are guilty, bring a better case and don't use hostage tactics to get testimony. Beautiful way to put it. Beautiful way to put it. They're so slowly going up there. They're going to recess soon. They're going to let him ask 2 more questions. So, it looks like Cross will continue probably into Monday at this rate. FFS, thanks so much, says, justice isn't fair here or there. Should be jury of your peers. People live different lives. Putting your life in the hands of 12 to judge you. Maybe the only thing that's common is, we both live in the respective county. So, FFS is from Miami-Dade. But that's true too. I mean, especially in a bigger area, a random selection of whoever gets called, still a limited pool of who you get to voir dire through. Zion says, this is talking about pleas. Zion42, thanks for being a member, says past wrongs aren't justified because of correction. That's true. That ill kid Jay says, I pledge allegiance to YSL and the United Snakes of America. You guys are so good with wordplay. Pinko says, slat chat. Slat not Williams. What set you rep, slime? Oh, man. KYSL. Is that supposed to be cat YSL? What is the K for? For life. Pinko, you had another fun one. Where was your Gilligan Island comment? Pinko said that we're all on Gilligan's Island now. It was only supposed to be a 3-hour tour, and here we are, day 3, with Antonio Sledge. That is crazy, because that is the theme song, the 3-hour tour. Aw, Army Vet says, I'm officially crushing on Max. Masterful Cross. I think you have some competition. I think he's married, too, by the way, guys. And I forget, but I think his wife might also be a practicing attorney. Don't quote that, guys. I might be blurring. I might be getting confused with Castile and then the merchants. But I feel like I heard that Shart's wife was also in law in the legal space. But yeah, a lot of people in the chat crushing on Max today. And Vince, I think, was she the cause of previous juror issue? I don't think so. That was related to a new job that was in a different state. And there we go. That ill kid Jay says clat with the snakes. I think that was oh, the squeak, guys, the squeak. Stop it. Oh, his kind of puffed too, his chair. Thank you so much, that ill kid Jay. And yeah, in regards to, I have plenty of streams where I'm not wearing a hat, just really not for the YSL ones. Because I either get up and have been up late working, or I'm working before. And it's just easy. It's like kind of branding now at this point to have the hat on, but I'm always wearing these and I get a big line in my, like across my head of indentation, like similar to hat hair, headphone hair. So just out of habit, whenever I'm in front of my computer, usually wearing a hat. But there are plenty of streams where you can see my hair with no hat.
Yes.
We are going to trim down some of those items for you.
Yes.
For me. And we're going to get back to that, okay?
Yes.
I promise you I'll come back to
Yes.
it. If the state can show again, Mr. Williams' number and what number is it for Jeffrey Williams? 447Y. And if you can just look at it with me for a moment, if you don't mind. Now, do you see at the bottom, if any way to clear the, thank you.
Shout out to
You
Peter
see at the
Ortiz for the
bottom,
$50 super
it says
sticker.
repost.
Holy moly.
With that.
Yes.
And then it says, it's tagging at Thugger1. You see that?
Yes.
Do you know what a repost is?
Someone else posted it, and it was posted to somebody else posted.
So for an example, if I posted something a week ago and you liked it and you wanted to post it, what would happen?
I hit the repost app, and it'll let me repost it on another date.
So the state was saying that this was done and shown and reposted on January 26, 2015.
Yeah.
Do you remember that in the indictment?
Hang on just a second.
Object as to the characterization of that question, the testimony.
Okay, yes.
Gaither said
the
it.
state would have asked a question and established that through a witness.
No, you would have known that if you saw the other witness testimony.
As well.
Even
If
better.
you're not familiar? Do you remember this being in the
Okay,
indictment?
well, that's just an assertion.
Exactly. So I want to show you, are you ready? What number is it? Actually, can you show it to the prosecution first? What number is this going to be? It's going to be Jeffrey Williams, number 256.
Is this
Did,
something new that's not in what you sent before?
True.
Okay.
Did Kokomo match his shirt with Shart? They got the, what are we calling, the powder dry, the dry powder blue is the joke now for that color blue.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, this stupid video has been so contentious. I recently had gone back and pulled a clip. I think it was called like Love Lying to the Judge. Keith Adams calls her out for it. But it was an all-day argument with the jury out about that 17-second video that we keep seeing come up. So it came up because when Gaither was on the stand, there was an issue over, laying the foundation. Love acted like there was only one person heard speaking in that video clip. And the state tried to say this January 26th or whatever date.
Approach Mr. Sledge.
Yes.
Mr. Sledge, is that okay?
Yes.
Let's take a look
And this
at
is all
this.
with Judge Glanville.
Telling me whether you can recognize it and you could hear it as well, just to make sure, but don't make it loud enough for the jurors yet.
So, Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
prior to that being displayed, what we have not heard is the sound in that video, because this is the first time we've seen it. So
Right.
we'd ask that before anything be done with it, the state be allowed an opportunity to hear what is being said in that particular video, which is a little different.
I
know if it's different or not.
It is, I'm looking at it, it is not the same exact thing that we just
Okay.
put up.
Okay. Then I guess this will be where we break for the evening.
Your Honor, it's 11 seconds. I mean, if that matters.
Well, or we can see if Miss Love can hear it without. Do you want to step out into the hall? That would be easier than excusing all of them to the, all right. She'll be right back. We'll sit for just a sec and I'll let y'all
Oh my
go see.
gosh.
Go with your-
Guys.
And
Thank you so
Mr.
much again,
Smith,
Peter Ortiz. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
estimate for me how long you think the rest of your cross is going to take.
30 minutes?
Do y'all want to stay for, who else has, if anybody has going to have cross for this witness? Anybody? Okay. Okay. Do y'all want to just, well, do y'all want to stay 30 more minutes? Although we'll have a redirect on Monday, but yes, I have some thumbs up for 30 minutes. Lots of nods for, okay.
The only issue I just want to make the court on the, on the
It's always
six,
something.
on the 62
Yeah.
item, that's the only thing I have to go over, which is going to take a little more time. So I just want you to, I won't finish is my
All
point.
right, yeah, we'll get 30 more minutes and then we'll see where we are. Okay, all right. Then I guess he's already seen it.
Yes.
So go ahead and ask whatever you need to ask.
Mr. Sledge, have you seen what is now marked as Mr. Williams number 256? Have you seen that before?
Yes,
And is it accurate? And does it depict the way it was when it was first filmed or, yeah, filmed and audioed?
yes.
And Your
Any-
Honor, two things. I object on the basis of the vagueness of the question. Have you seen it before? I don't know if that means before he was shown by a
Well, can you
lawyer.
clarify that?
Were you present when that was made?
Yes, I was
Is
present.
your voice on there?
Yes, my voice is on
Is
there.
it the same as, and I always forget, 447?
Oh,
447Y that was shown to the jurors, the repost?
yes, my voice on there.
Okay.
Okay, so on 256, JW 256, is that
Identical.
what you were just asking the questions about he was present for? Okay, all right.
With
Other-
that, I have no
Okay.
objection if he's saying he was there.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Mr. Kokomo will publish Mr. Williams number 256.
All right.
A lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God and his truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it.
Bro.
Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
Swear God.
So nigga, a lot of they
I'm
mama,
telling y'all,
a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God and his truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it.
Bro.
Y'all niggas need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
Mr. Sledge, did you hear your voice?
Yes,
The voice of Mr. Jeffrey Williams and the face of Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
yes,
Did you hear the voice of Mr. McMiller?
yes,
Did you hear the voice of Mr. Martinez, also known as Duke?
yes,
Is it the same exact video that was played earlier as the
January
repost?
4th.
yes.
January 4th.
And on Jeffrey Williams number 256, I'd like you to tell the jurors, it's small writing, if you could read it to them, what
January
date at the
4th,
bottom right
2015.
was this made?
January 4th, 2015.
And on January 4th, 2015, what was Jeffrey Williams' relationship like with Donovan Thomas from your personal observation?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
Objection, you're
They had
ruining
a
my
great
case.
relationship.
And does this video on January 4th, 2015 have anything to do from your own personal knowledge from being in it about Donovan Thomas or threatening some witness or anything?
No,
Objection, one is compound, so I don't know which part of that he's asking about. And then the second part,
he is speaking to the intent of defendant Williams when he says, does it have anything to do with threatening someone?
Okay,
Asking
well,
you
it's
personally.
his personal knowledge, and while Mr. Steele does ask long questions sometimes, he has a lot of clauses in there. I don't believe it was a compound question, just had a lot of descriptive clauses. So overruled.
So the indictment, and if you don't remember, we'll show it to you. No one's trying to keep anything from you.
Guys, so the important part is the state was showing a repost from it being like January 26th or January 28th of 2015, rather than, so it would be after the murder of Donovan Thomas when they were already questioning Kenneth Copeland, and they tried to make it seem like because Kenneth Copeland was talking to the police, that these videos might have been about Jeffrey Williams, and whoever was in the background that Love said wasn't in the background were complaining about people like Kenneth Copeland being snitches and telling the police that they had just killed Donovan Thomas. Except this was made on January 4th, or at least sooner than January 4th, because there's at least one time where it was posted on January 4th before the murder of Donovan Thomas. So this could not be related to Kenneth Copeland sitting down and snitching on them for the murder of Donovan Thomas. This is how disingenuous this entire investigation and the prosecution has been.
Says that this was done 16 days after the killing of Mr. Williams, that it was reposted. But this was made 6 days before, God forbid, the killing of Mr. Thomas, right?
Yes.
Now, if you can look at the very top right-hand side, you see where it says watch your post. You see that at the top?
Yes.
And then underneath it, it says watch your post, and then it says best said at MPA Duke, DUKE 1, the number 1, said it first. 3 exclamation points. You see that?
Yes.
Who, to your knowledge, is MPA Duke 1?
Mr. Arnold.
Martinez Arnold?
Yes.
And then it says video by at Thugger1 pound YouTube pound Young Thug pound Thugger1 pound Urban Post. You see all that?
Yes.
Okay. And when it says best said at MPA Duke 1 said it first, that's Mr. Arnold
Yes.
saying it first.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, as to that.
Yeah, sustained as to that.
All right. Now, I want to ask you other questions if I can. Before January 4th, 2015, were you familiar with this type of statement?
Yes.
Now, if a witness, when it says at the end, the prosecutor said, y'all should be killed. Let me make sure I got, hold on one second.
That was great by Steele. No wonder he wants
Y'all
to say
should
it
be killed,
today.
And that's from me and YSL. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If I didn't quote it perfectly, something to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. From being there and being a participant in this video, which is 256, Jeffrey Williams 256, what do you believe should happen to a witness who lies about someone in trial?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this. You were released from prison from the drive-by shooting. Remember, the jurors heard a lot about that, April 2015?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were released in year 2019?
Yes.
And when you were released from prison, you needed a job, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. You were financially depleted. You didn't have much money?
No.
All right. And is it fair to say that Jeffrey at that time was even more popular than he was in 2015?
Yes.
And did Jeffrey offer you a job?
Yes.
Was it conditional? Did you have to promise something?
No.
How about no more crime?
No.
Are you withdrawing that objection?
Did Jeffrey tell you you can't commit crimes?
That right there is hearsay.
Sustained.
when you were on tour with Jeffrey and from your personal observation, so I'm not asking you what other people said or anything, did you ever observe people who would steal from other people, from stores or anything like that, and Jeffrey would find out about it and repay those people?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. Sustained.
Well, I think it's relevant. You're the leader of a supposed organization.
I object on the basis of whatever the speaking objection is about to be.
I think it's relevant, more than relevant,
Your Honor,
to the conduct after this trial.
his character, he's trying
That's
to
not-
get into character.
Sustained.
evidence.
All right.
He only sustained that to avoid the speaking, which love made that happen.
Do you remember seeing in the days before Donovan Thomas was killed? Do you ever remember seeing, personally seeing Mr. Kenneth Copeland with an Infinity vehicle?
No.
When you drove Mr. Copeland to the police department on the early morning hours of January 11th, 2015, is that true?
Yes.
And your significant other, the mother of your child, was with you, as well as your youngest child at that time, right?
It was he ain't my youngest child, he my oldest son.
Apologize. Okay. And Mr. Copeland didn't have a car there, right? That's why you drove him? Am I correct?
He didn't have a car there.
Do you remember at all whether Mr. Copeland asked you to pick him up and drive him to Jeffrey Williams' house with you for safety?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you know how, as you sit here today, do you remember how Mr. Copeland, if you know, got to Jeffrey Williams' home on January 10th, 2015?
I don't know.
All right. Has Jeffrey ever paid for your lawyer fees?
No.
Has he ever paid for your bond?
No.
Your Honor? I believe except for the, I have to break down the 62, which I probably can't do in a short period of time. I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Okay, so he's ending cross for this.
So is your plan to,
I'll try to do it, with the court's permission, I'll try to do it Mr. Wright and figure out if there's a quick way to get it through. I'm not going to.
He's gonna not. Look at love. Look at love.
Disrespect, but I'll go through it.
Your Honor, would the court permit outside of the jury's presence for the question to be placed upon the witness so that the court can hear?
sure,
That's
yeah,
fine with
that
me.
may be a better way to do it. Okay. All right, so we are going to break for the day and for the weekend, and I am going to remind all of you to not talk about the case with anybody. Don't let anybody talk about it with you. You are only supposed to decide this case based on the evidence admitted inside this courtroom, so don't conduct any research on your own. Don't try to find out anything on the internet or from old school sources or from other people, from social media. Don't do research about the law. Do not read, watch, listen to any accounts of this trial online, in print, television, otherwise, radio, social media, anything like that. And leave your notes in the jury room, and we will see you on Monday at 9. Y'all have a great weekend. You stay here with us for a minute.
Oh, okay.
We're going to ask you some more questions.
Oh, okay. You better say something. I'm trying to go.
Okay, and I just dropped 2 links in the chat.
Charged it, for Monday. It need to be charged.
All right, good.
I'm sure this is going to spill over, but Tay Biz and Nick Star both have lives that are starting in like 30 minutes. Nick is doing his Friday night panel, so I dropped the link to that. And also Tay Biz, if you missed it earlier.
Okay, go ahead and attempt.
Okay.
He's doing a
Mr.
live on the Sheriff Fulton County asking for an increased budget to pay unpaid invoices.
Kokomo,
So,
have those.
2 good times.
Mr. Sledge.
Yes.
I'm going to ask the court, there's no jury here, but we're still in trial, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to ask with the court's permission to approach you and show you, and I'm just going to pick out a few, and just tell me whether you have ever seen these postings online before this week, okay? Is that okay?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm going to target a couple, but it's going to take me a moment, but I think I could target a few.
Hey, Your Honor, if Mr. Steele would simply apprise the court and counsel for the state which ones he's targeting and approaching him with, so we could at least write it down.
I'm going to do that. Can Mr. Kokomo and I approach this for a minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Sledge, can we come to you?
Yes.
So we have a small screen.
And just be real clear of exactly what you're asking him, not post like this.
We're gonna, Mr. Kokomo is gonna show you. Can you pull up the one that it's, it says in the folder. It's, December. Yeah. If you have not seen this, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Moore. Okay.
And
If you have not seen this before, you'll just tell us, I haven't read it, I haven't seen it, okay?
Yeah.
If you have seen it and read it, just tell us, I have seen and read it.
Your Honor, could Mr. Steele place just on the record the one he just identified for Mr. Kokomo, but I
Yeah,
could
in
barely
some
hear.
way. Or just
say
spin
it.
around and show Miss
Yeah,
Love.
if I could see it.
This is DMAC.
Just spin around and show Miss Love. Will be easier
Kokomo was
than
ignoring the
trying to-
instruction.
Some people's names or tags or whatever are kind of hard to read out.
Haskenhoff says, I was crushing on Max back when he had steam rolling off his bald head. He's mine.
If you have not seen this, just make it clear. If you have seen it, just make it clear. I'm just going to read it, okay?
Okay.
And it is, I'm just orienting myself. This is Mr. Williams' exhibit number.
We can call it 255A.
255A, and it's down here, and it says, DMAC got me to banging at DMAC to banging, and you see the date?
Yes.
December 27, 2014?
Yes.
And this is me, I'm not reading it verbatim, okay? And A-N, lie to they mama, brother, sister, and kids, but get to the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, question mark, question mark, question mark, I don't get it, or I-O-N, get it, hyphen at Young Thug. You see that?
Yes.
If you can remember, if you can, it's fine, and just tell us, have you seen that before this week?
Have I seen it
That particular post.
this week?
No.
Oh, anytime.
This week.
I can't even remember exactly what day I seen it, but I don't seen this before.
You have seen it before.
Yes.
Have you seen it
Judge,
before?
is he talking about that?
This
Have you
specific
seen
post.
DMAC got to me to banging on
Yes.
December 27th? That post. You
Yes.
saw that post?
I don't saw this post
All right.
before.
Have you seen it before this week, just to make sure?
Yes, yes.
Okay. We're gonna have to mark that. Can you pull up the one that says, no, she dies. You know that one? Can't remember the exact term. And if you don't know it, I have my notes. Can I step back just 1 second? No.
Dang, I toggle back over to the chat. There's so much Mr. Kokomo going on. It's like Shart got a little bit of shine. And Kokomo had to approach the witness, come onto the camera screen. Hilton's ready to leave. But yeah, touche, I agree. Yeah, Whitaker's tired and over it, but she's allowing too much in front of the jury. I do really think that one sustain was to stop them from speaking out loud and not really something she was sustaining, thinking about what the objection even was. And at that point, you make them stop. A little squeak. Toothless Tiger suggests Wendy Williams is Love and Whoopi is Hilton. And by the way, you guys heard me mention earlier, I started using an extension, a browser extension called Volume Master. It is very helpful for hearing if you're using PC.
Yeah. This seems to be a convenient time. I don't know, is this like a schedule?
Right, and they're muting us, guys. They are muting us. Dee Dee, this is so sweet. Dee Dee says, thank you for being such a wonderful host with a wonderful chat, gang. Shout out to the chat. Super nice of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, the chat has been, guys, every time I toggle over to the chat, like, there's like a new inside joke going on. I mean, I don't know how much of it is really an inside joke when it's so many people, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Peter Ortiz, don't do this to me. Peter Ortiz says, I just had a fresh Gala apple. Galas used to be so good. I used to think they were like the best apple until I had one down here that was just like mealy mush old apple. And now I feel like I have trust issues. Thank you so much for all of your support. Not just Peter, but you guys, like, this is overwhelming today. I can't even keep up. And it's really super sweet of you guys. And like, please don't ever feel obligated to send a super chat. It is very appreciated to see that you guys are supporting the channel. Hitting that like button is free 99. And it's still just overwhelming that, you know, we've been streaming and I can't get caught up on it. It's just like a cool concept to think about.
Well, actually, we don't have jury present. Do you care if I just, okay, so.
Do you want Mr. Sledge?
I don't think that matters. Mr. Wright has brought it to my attention that he's now under subpoena, a state subpoena. However, he is serving as Mr. Sledge's lawyer, and he's obviously been sitting in here. And I think it would be appropriate for him to continue to sit in here for the remainder of Mr. Sledge's testimony, since he's serving as his lawyer. Is the state gonna have any problem with that?
Not at all.
All right, and then y'all aren't gonna make any kind of, okay, all right, that's fine. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay. And is this like a cautionary potential subpoena, or is he gonna, I mean, are you gonna let him know when you expect him to? He's got other business, obviously, after he finishes as his attorney role. Will you let him know when he needs to be back?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, that's the only reason I'm asking. Okay. All right, are y'all ready with your next one?
We'll just do the one then, Your Honor.
Okay. Well,
We're
great.
gonna call
then.
it 225.
Okay, and it'll just be that
No,
one.
I said it wrong.
255.
255.
Even.
Just 255.
We'll call it 25 with the court's permission, and then we'll just start with that on whatever you tell us.
All right, and it'll just be that one, and then
And we'll
you suspect
rearrange
you'll
it.
be pretty much done at that point.
I actually turned the page. I have more, but yes, it's not much.
I mean,
It'll be
that's
15 minutes,
Okay.
20 minutes.
All right,
But I'm gonna start with that, and we'll make it just one, like exhibit,
Okay.
one thing. So we'll crop it.
that works.
So the only tweak now that is that 255A consists of is DMAC
There's no A though. There's no
Yeah,
A.
it's not, it's just gonna be 255. But yes, is
And-
that right?
And it's December 27, 2014.
All right, thank you.
That's the one we'll use.
Okay,
I just have one thing to note for the record,
okay. Are we finished with Mr. Sledge for the day?
except Mr. Wright. I'd like to stay just for a minute.
Okay, so are we finished with Mr. Sledge?
I am finished with him. He could stay out on whatever the court wants, but yes, I'm not asking him any questions.
You may step out and we'll see you at 9 on Monday.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sure Mr. Wright will be out in a minute if you want to wait for him.
So it's not my desire to say that a prosecutor or any lawyer or anybody told someone don't say something in front of the jury. But I cleared that with Mr. Wright, and I want the court to note that the state never put us on notice. It's not Brady, because with due diligence, I found out about it. So I'm not saying it's a violation of Brady, but it's just not the way, if believed, it's not the way that I was understand that lawyers conduct themselves. So I'm sure that I wasn't there. I'm sure that Miss Love will say whatever she says, or maybe say that didn't happen, but I just
Or
wanted to
maybe it didn't happen in quite that way, but
I
I
just wanna
don't know if Ms. Love wants to say anything.
I just want you to know that I cleared it with Mr. Wright beforehand, and he was on the actual Zoom. So I just want you to know that I didn't speak with Mr. Sledge without Mr. Wright. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a small follow-up.
Won't be.
And of course, Mr. Wright will have the ability to say what Mr. Wright recalls, but I believe that Mr. Wright informed Mr. Steele before Mr. Steele asked that question, that he has no recollection of that ever being stated by me to Mr. Sledge. But I'll let Mr. Wright speak for Mr. Wright. And I inquired, I know that I would not say that. So whatever Mr. Sledge said, Mr. Sledge said. I don't know how the question was posed. I don't, that's all right. It'll happen on redirect. We can flesh it out. But this notion about, all of that, Mr. Steele can ask whatever questions he wants to ask, and Mr. Sledge can answer however he feels he needs to. I'll handle that on redirect.
Okay.
Interesting. She did not say he can answer and tell the truth. She didn't say Wright could tell the truth. She worded it real carefully.
I have indicated to both sides as I'm trying to stay calling this balls and strikes and stay neutral, but my client has repeated to me that that's how he heard it. I indicated to both sides that I heard her indicate that she was not going to be asking him, as in she clearly didn't like the subject matter, but I did not hear her affirmatively try to tell him not to disclose or say or secret it. So it's a slightly different interpretation of the non-lawyer and lawyer.
Sure.
And I think everyone knows I'm the fence through and through. I would have no problem being able to say that, oh, that's exactly what she said. But I will not simply say it because it would be helpful.
Of course not. I would never expect, of course, our sounds out again, but.
It was at least a hot topic, that it wasn't something that I thought the state was going to go into, but I can't say I have a memory of her saying the specific instruction to Sledge that he remembers. But my client does, that's how he recalls it. So my client's not being untruthful in terms of.
Well, we're not gonna get into whether you think he's truthful or not, because that wouldn't be appropriate, but you can say whatever you need to say when asked. And I appreciate you letting the court know and letting both sides know what it is that your recollection is.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So do you think that Mr. Wright will be shortly on the heels of Mr. Sledge?
Right on the heel.
All right. So you should just plan to stick around then, and then hopefully we'll be able to release you after that.
I will not keep Mr. Wright long. I respect.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Sounds out again. Maybe it's back. Is it back? Allegedly, y'all, they are coming early on Monday morning to replace either the entirety or something in this box. I think they've already tried several things. This is some new thing. We'll see, but
If I buy anything, will they reimburse me?
what you mean?
If I buy some.
Who is we?
I say.
Court administration?
Yeah, they, the people that are responsible for this, will they reimburse me if I buy some?
Miss Love, I cannot guarantee anything like that. I am still trying to get reimbursed for stuff from like 2 years ago. So, I mean, I wouldn't hold your breath. I wouldn't do that. If you plan to buy something, it'll just be for the good of this trial. It won't be. No.
Your
All
Honor,
right.
you
Yes.
allowed me to continue, so I don't have to ask the jurors to leave, but I made a motion.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And Mr.
Thank you
Matthews
for reminded me of that.
And what happened was, and please check the record, but what I remember happening was Ms. Love makes a speaking objection, comments, puts her own testimony before the jury and states that the testimony, that there's no evidence and it's already been proven. And I know that there's a strained relationship between Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan. That is wrong. Rich Homie Quan has given interviews shortly after January 10th, 2015, all the way up to 2024, consistently how close he and Jeffrey Williams are. The prosecution said that Rich Homie Quan, his real name is Mr. Lamar, that he was coming to court and he would be testifying. And the prosecution did not call him. He was on a short list. He was under subpoena. They did not call him. I have a good faith belief. They didn't call him because, what? I'm sorry?
Yeah, you need to.
I have a good faith belief that the state did not call him because he gave exculpatory information about his relationship with Jeffrey Williams. So for the prosecutor to then say in front of the jury, and please check the record to make sure that what I'm saying is what was said by Ms. Love, but I immediately would have made this motion if you did not allow me to preserve it. And a lawyer can't tell the testimony. This is what happened. Brian Steele knows this. That is untruthful. In fact, I know the opposite.
Uh-huh. All right. So my recollection is that Miss Love said that the evidence shows that after a certain date, one of the people in this picture no longer hung around Mr. Williams.
Okay, good.
That's a closer.
That is not true.
Account.
What the state was trying, their crazy theory, in my opinion, is that in the fall of 2014, Mr. Williams somehow cared about Rich Homie Quan signing with a third party. His name is Mr. Brian Williams, which is Birdman.
Right.
And somehow that because Donovan Thomas said, no, Mr. Rich Homie Quan, don't sign with Birdman, that Jeffrey Williams has now a motivation to kill Donovan Thomas. None of that comes out. And it's untruthful. As you saw, they are playing together, they being Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan, on New Year's of
Well, you know what?
2014.
There are plenty of band members who play together and hate each other. So them playing together doesn't establish anything. But
no, but they are not a long-running band. They did a short-term collaboration.
So Miss Love, you maintain that it is in evidence. So can you
That there was.
what part of the evidence and who said it?
Yes, and I would ask if the court has in front of it my exact words, or if there's a way
I
to
don't
grab,
have
okay,
your exact words in front of me, but I'm sure we can get them by Monday.
okay.
But it was
So what I was referring to was the testimony that has been given that after a certain date, at least one witness, there may have been two, testified that the relationship between one person in that photograph and defendant Williams changed. I can definitely say that I can definitely say that apart from that testimony that the jury has already heard, personally, I definitely have a great faith basis
okay, but that's
for
not what
saying
you
it, but that is not what I said. I said what I was referring to the second part of what was asserted by counsel.
Do you know which witness or witnesses it would have been? Because I think Miss Weaver's probably transcribed a good bit of this, and she's pretty fast. I'm happy to ask her to.
I believe it would have been Mr. Thomas Sr., who was asked about the relationship between one of the people in the photograph or having seen them after a certain time, or that it was strained. That's why I'm asking. And then I'm not certain whether Detective Dennis talked about it. That I'd have to look back.
Okay. Why don't you look back? I mean, did Mr. Thomas Sr. testify for any real length of time? I mean,
He
would
was
that
there
be
for a
easy?
day.
Okay, that'd be easy enough for Miss Weaver to put together. I'd imagine Mr.
And-
Dennis testified for longer.
Yes,
All
but
right. Maybe you could look at your notes on that and maybe pinpoint that more directly, and then I could ask Miss Weaver, with
I
some
will.
parameters maybe.
And I'll also just check with the team because it's not been a topic that has been discussed. So we've discussed those things anyway, and I can clarify because it was not. It was, I think that was Miss Hilton's witness, so she'd probably have a better memory than me. But the reason that I asked exactly what I said is because I think I chose my words carefully before I said them.
Okay.
And I want to make certain of exactly what I said, and I want to point back to exactly.
She makes no sense. If you thought of your words carefully before you asked that question, you wouldn't need to make sure what you said.
What I was referring to.
Okay, and Miss Winfrey over the weekend will be kind enough to find us that little portion of Miss Love's statement that resulted in Mr. Steele having a motion and saying, "Can I just bring it up later?" and me saying yes, and then we'll take all that up first thing on Monday.
Okay.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
the point is, a lawyer, I do remember the father attempting to say things like that, but he couldn't explain later photographs, whatever, that goes to weight.
What?
But the issue is a lawyer to tell a jury what the evidence is testifying. It's inappropriate.
Your Honor, what I think was inappropriate was attempting to mislead the jury by asserting that a photograph that Mr. Steele was aware was taken, or at least that particular concert or whatever, that was not a December 2015 concert as he stated to Mr. Sledge, and Mr. Sledge said yes. Even after Mr. Steele put up the next flyer or whatever it was and led Mr. Sledge by saying, this happened December 2014,
That
New
was
Year's Eve
actually
2015.
that was 2015.
That was it was going into 2015. The second one
So that was 2014.
yes.
Okay.
The first one was 2014.
All of those.
And so when Mr. Steele said, the reason that I said that I objected the way I did is that Mr. Steele said that posting that was defense exhibit
So when people say New Year's Eve 2015, they actually mean December 31st, 2014?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's what they meant.
So, Your Honor.
But,
and
Your
what
Honor, may I
happened-
finish
excuse me
before
just one
he's
second.
allowed, may I finish
Just-
before Mr. Steele is
Okay, hang
allowed?
on. Yeah, let's see what Ms. Love was saying. Go ahead.
So, at the time that Mr. Steele put up the flyer and suggested before this jury that that flyer was for an event in December 2015,
Yeah.
that I objected because, and what I didn't say, what I wanted to say, which was he knows full well that wasn't December 2015, but I said that there has been evidence of something different.
Okay, well, that probably wasn't the best way to handle it.
And if I'm not saying I did, but I may have misspoke. If I misspoke on a date, I wasn't doing deliberately. And the objection is that shouldn't be 2015. Are you sure, Mr. Steele? Or Your Honor, I don't think that's 2015. Not, and the
I don't think that
evidence
that's a-
shows,
Don't
excuse me.
interrupt. Don't interrupt.
And the evidence shows that there was no relationship. They weren't speaking. That's what I'm complaining about.
Yeah, she said the evidence shows. Okay, I mean, that may
I
not
wanna
have
know
been
what
the
I see.
absolute best way to handle it. And I do wish that both of y'all, I mean, y'all clearly get under each other's skin and try to divorce from the case the fact that each of you is the attorney handling certain evidence or certain witness, because honestly, both of you probably would do your tasks for your clients better if you could focus a little less on the fact that y'all get on each other's nerves, okay? I mean, you do not have to, it does not have to be like a gladiator fight every time anybody says anything when it's the two of you. It doesn't come off well for anybody, honestly. So that's just my 2 cents worth.
Look
Thank
at her
you.
I'd
elbow.
also like to say that
I
every
appreciate that,
evidentiary objection does
Shut
not need
up,
to be
love.
made, even if it's a valid one. So think about that too.
Yes,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Anything else?
Your Honor, just that I'll just await Miss Winfrey's
Okay.
snippet.
Okay.
Listen to her voice change.
All right. I hate to do this, y'all. I can't stand getting up really early in the morning either, but I think we have enough things to do before the jury joins us that we're going to need to do 8:30 on Monday. And maybe I should just tell the jury from now on 9:30 on Monday, but I haven't. I told them 9. So we're going to see each other at 8:30. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, everybody have a good weekend.
Okay, that was crazy on all accounts. like what did we just witness? And I get that the attorney is playing the middle ground, but at the same time, I don't really understand why they'd be allowed to question that attorney if the witness has already testified what he felt he was told. Why do we get to have an attorney come in and say, I think something else was said a different way? I'm not really sure that, in a case where we haven't been able to call Hilton to the stand to ask what she said in the ex parte meeting, why would it be valid for this attorney, right, to be called to say something that he's not really actually disputing? He's saying it could have been taken that way, and I believe my client's being truthful in the way that they took it. This is all to fix Love's sensitivity and credibility. And I don't know. So this was a long day, you guys. I do want to remind everyone that Tay Biz he might be live already, and Nick Starro will be doing his Friday YSL panel stream. I think he's still streaming this court day, so I don't think that's started yet. And I'm so sorry I'm so far behind. Thank you. Andre Cook had sent a cash app for 5. So thank you so much, Andre Cook. I'm hoping I'm catching you while you're still in here. We have a lot of great thoughts. I'm going to work backwards. That way we can at least talk about the stuff that just happened while everybody's still here. Yeah. So Sean Street, stainless steel knows this. I mean, that seems to be, and I think we're probably gonna not have anyone come back. But I seem to believe that Love, we kept hearing her under the hot mic say, I want to hear what I said, while arguing that she knows what she said. So, not for nothing, but I'm going to lean with stainless steel on this one. So, thank you so much, Sean. G Lander says, Love is the green snake. No, don't do that to people that like the snake emoji. They'll never want to use it again, G Lander. Thank you so much for the super. Satchel says, oh, Miss Love, where is your spreadsheet that correlates the facts with the source of the evidence? This is piss poor prep, PPP. And that's the other thing too, right? You know, these arguments we just saw her make, but she just ignored several times throughout this trial, spent whole days arguing about this 17-second video with Jeffrey Williams. She ignored that it was a repost and that its origin, it could have been created and now seems to provably have been created before the murder of Donovan Thomas. Yet here she is arguing about evidence and knowing what's what. We're ending on an infuriating note today. Sean Street says, Love is on a go home, a smoke a fat and extra stinky louder than loud backwood roll up. That, I don't know if I can picture her smoking. Who else said it? Someone else earlier said, Love needed a blunt. You guys are all getting the same vibe. She needs something to calm her down. A doobie, as Bruce Harvey would put it. Thank you so much, Sean Street. La Mustache Wipe Gang says, that face when Mrs. Squeaky snake slid, or we're using the snake for an S, slid across the floor like she YSL. Did you guys catch her tripping? I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but when she tripped, that was so funny. Like, not because of the trip, but the way she, like, landed forward. Like, she didn't trip and fall. She tripped forward, but stoically, like, got into place. It was just a funny movement. Thank you so much for all your support today, La Mustache Wipe Gang, new name. Thank you, Chris Hayes, for the super sticker. Spiritually Imperfect became a member. Figured you would have been a member by now. That's why I don't know. And I say I think YouTube gives memberships to people that are more active, but then I see people like Spiritually Imperfect have never gotten one of the gifts, so I don't really know how that works. I don't think I really understand what YouTube does. But thank you for becoming a member. David says, this has been a fun ride with Kat. Channel is definitely hedgehog approved. And if you're wondering the hedgehog thing, look at the picture. Look at the hat. Look at the hedgehog in the hat. Oh, we match a little bit. Thank you so much, David. That's really sweet of you. Sean Street says, the state has the what the look. That was funny today with Atkins no longer being at the front, and we got to see ADA Brown and his facial expressions all day. They were very interesting expressions. Carson with the recall back to Max Shart saying steam rolling off his bald head. Yeah, that was like a top quote of this trial for sure. Ike says, I think the objective... Oh, wait, well, they may go in a different order for this one. Here we go. So this starts in this order. This is a conversation here. So Sean says, I think Love's tactics are actually very good, right? Here's why. She objects so much, the jury probably can't grasp or remember anything else but the objections. And then Ike, there's a call and response going on here. I think the objections backfire in this case. It breaks the defense's flow, sure, but I suspect the jury is more attentive on defense's chronological style. And that's the thing. I think, I do think attorneys use objections as weapons. Even if they know their objection isn't going to get sustained, they use it to, like, squash something from being said a certain way or give the witness a chance to breathe. And a jury, you know, can interpret it how they want. But sometimes an objection is made purely to be disruptive with no intent of it really being sustained. And I think Love does do that. And Love expects it to be sustained either way. So I think it's a little bit of both, you guys. Thank you both. And then Rewind 1 hour 30. We can do that. Actually, since this is still ongoing, let me, and sorry to push this one off, but maybe when the stream ends, we can get the transcription. And what would be a good keyword to look for? Because I think that was longer than 1 hour and 30 minutes ago. But if we can think of keywords, we can look through the transcription and pull up the clip before we end the stream. So let's try, let's maybe do that. Satchel says, Love is trying to recover from some serious blunders. Yeah, she got wrecked. She got wrecked. Her questions fly over the jurors' heads and sometimes the witlessness. No. I think, Mounk Tounk might have talked a little too much at certain times, but there were times where he called Love out before she even got her question out. Kin says, what's the point of having legal training to identify the correct objection when Love is allowed to spit out 4 objections at once and just see what sticks? Well, there were times she was doing that, and then the objection Whitaker would go with was one that Love didn't even offer up. She would just conjure a different objection and say, oh, we're just going to go with this one. Here you go, state. Here's an assist again. So you were right. You were right. And then the additional layer of that is Love still having to, Whitaker still having to offer a 5th. Yeah, it says 100% not guilty. If not guilty, that DK, Tick, Sledge, their plea deal is going to be revoked. Their reduced sentencing is going to be revoked. I think that's a big concern. And that's, to me, that's really not a good way to pursue justice. Thank you so much for your chat. Oh, here it is. So 3050G said Love needs a blunt bad. So there you go. You guys are on the same page, thinking of the same thing. And you know what they say about great minds. Factual Lie, thank you for your member chat earlier. I pinned it on the screen. On your way out, you guys, make sure you hit the like button. And don't forget Lil Rick. Thank you so much, Factual Lie. And shout out to the mods. Shout out to the mods. If you guys want to do a 60-second all cap session and don't know what to say, shout out the mods. So we'll do that. You guys can have that. There you go. Have fun in the chat. Yeah, Miss AB, you're spot on. What a week of post Woody on the stand. Wow. And I think people really thought that this trial would get dull after Woody, but the truth is this is how this trial has gone this whole time. This is how it's been going. So you got a sample size and maybe a little bit of extra sound bites with Woody, but really it's the same thing every day. Let's see. Yeah, Black Butterfly, this was hilarious. When Steele was doing names, he called everybody something nice. He gave a compliment or honorable. Everybody except for Love. And then look at how it culminated by the end of the day. Look at where we are. The Smoky Show says, Love looks like she smelled like old cooking oil that's been sitting in the pot. Just simmering. Simmering. Needs to be changed out. Get that temper right. She really was like night and day with some of her emotions today, guys. The Smoky Show says, light skin in the middle, so ADA Brown knows it's some BS going on right now with Love. He knows something ain't right. He made that face. He made that face and turned his head and then started covering his face when the same thing Steele just took an issue with was going down. Thank you so much, Smoky Show. And Smoky also said, Love makes herself look bad every time she speaks. She acts as if she's hiding something or knows something's going to come out that proves she knew more. And I think we just got to see that in action. To me, that came off. And, some people have nervous delivery. But the way Love comes off to me just seems like denial, project something somewhere else. That's why she was so happy to say thank you to the judge when the judge yelled at both sides just now. But it always seems like she's trying to, cover her own butt or take the spotlight off of her when she does something wrong. I totally agree. Spiritually Imperfect says, can we all agree Love needs to be stricken from our minds for the record? Please. Please. If Love wasn't in this trial might be we might be like 15, 20 witnesses ahead by now. Truth Always Wins says, Kat, you think the judge told Lion Love to stop objecting so much? I mean, her whole demeanor is different now. Oh, wait, here she goes again. Yeah, and the judge let it go all through the rest of the day, all the way through 6 p.m. SD says, I'm 58 years old, and I literally laugh out loud when she sits downwards and the chair squeaks. Where was that? We gotta watch that clip one more time. We gotta watch it. I know not everybody uses X, but there is some great, awesome, and funny content for this YSL trial. Hold on, why can't I see it now? It's such a good clip with the chair. There we go, found it. Okay.
Can you ask them fun? Can you ask them fun? Can you ask?
Gosh, every time it's funny. Thank you so much, SD. You are so right. G-Lander says, loves closing arguments. Jury members, you must find these defendants guilty because they know some people that may know some people that rob some people. I rest my case. Yeah, that partially seems like their argument. Closing arguments, guys. I hope they put a time limit. I know they have to work with 6 co-defendants all having their own close. So they'll probably adjust the states proportionately in some manner, which means the state will probably have a lot of time to do their close, and I'm not looking forward to that. And it will absolutely be, I have no doubt in my mind that Love is going to want to do closing arguments, so just brace yourselves in advance. Thank you, G-Lander. Michelle says, I wonder what it's like for the jury to be reminded of and see Glanville in video evidence. Right, so when we watch that plea, and there's been times where the defense attorneys have had to reference it, and it's got to be like, oh yeah, we're not supposed to question why he's gone, but now I'm thinking about why he was gone, and I don't know. I wonder what they've pieced together, if anything. I feel weird when Glanville pops up. Dave911 says, Love has done more for YSL's street cred and notoriety than anyone. To be honest, I had never heard of YSL until this trial, and now everybody knows them. And in a way, I'm surprised that some of this stuff isn't making the news across the country a little bit more. You know, when Brian Steele was held in contempt, I saw that in a lot of outlets. But I don't know if it's just the complexity of trying to cover this case. Like, outlets are just too much resources to go into it. But social media has gotten a lot of people tuned in. YouTube has gotten a lot of people tuned in. And I don't mean like me as a YouTuber. I mean the ability to watch it on somewhere like Law and Crime rather than having to find it in a news outlet. So really, really interesting to see how this is all blown up. And then the theory is that this is all for people to learn who YSL was. That's one of the elements of count 1. You're right. Thank you, Dave. Jason says, Jesus, the judges in Georgia are all awful. Well, shout out to that one judge that recused herself. She's like, no. That's all I know about that judge, but shout out to that judge. Thank you so much, Jason. Pinko says, oh yeah, wait, we did this one, the Gilligan's Island, the 3-hour tour that turned into 3 days. Nen says, I so hope you cover the Diddy trial when it's time. I love your vibe. It depends. I mean, maybe. It depends on when that comes to, like, an actual trial date. Because I do really want to cover the Courtney Clenny case, which, to be fair, might be a pretty short case, you know, a couple weeks. But that's one I've been following. I, have requested all of the public stuff that's not under protective order, all the discovery, done a deep dive through those exhibits. So it's kind of like a baby case for me now that I'm going to prioritize pretty much over anything. And that's 2025. So I don't know what that case will overlap with, but maybe I will think about Diddy. I know if you're looking for Diddy coverage, I do believe I'm Not a Lawyer. Mel is planning to cover that trial as well. But I'll cover it in parts if I'm not doing like daily streams. I mean, that might not be televised if it's New York that they bring the charges forward. But as far as like recaps, I can do recaps and stuff like that for sure. Thank you so much, Nens. That ill kid Jay just calling out the oh my god on the hot mic. Another hilarious moment today. Miss AB says she is frazzled, keeps ruling incorrectly, wild. Yeah, I mean, she's so frazzled, she was just spitting out words. And I do it. You guys hear me say defense. Oh, oops, I meant the state. I switch my words too. But she just did it multiple times for rulings. Like, maybe pause and think about the ruling you're about to give. Because that's kind of a bigger deal than me saying something and correcting my words. If someone didn't call her out, she might not have said, like, oh, I meant sustained. And that's kind of a big deal. Thank you, Miss AB. Lil Mike and Quest says, like the smash button. Heck yeah. The Smoky Show says, watching the judge is making my head hurt. Yeah, I think between love and getting annoyed at some of the rulings, you know, I had a headache today and I was drained yesterday. But watching the judge is making my head hurt. She let love go on a 3-day BS rant without defense, but in her head and love are a joke. Yeah, I think so too. I do wish maybe it was strategic, but I think the defense could have objected if they wanted to at certain points and gotten some sustained objections. But there were times where they tried and she just still let love keep going. So maybe they just gave up, because why bother if you're going to keep ruling in favor of the state? I would say object anyway, let it be preserved. But I hope they do not let redirect go for like a million years. And then Steven Satchel says, kind of the same question you guys are all asking. Are there any competent IT people in Georgia? So, you know, what's with the judges? What's with the detectives? What's with the IT people? And then you have Love asking if she can buy her own equipment and get reimbursed for it. Like, come on. Like, maybe just buy your own equipment and see if they let you use it. But kind of weird. I keep thinking of how she accused an attorney of spying on her through a printer. So she likes to project. Maybe we shouldn't let her bring her own electronics for use to plug into the court system. Mason Martin says, the defense has the state looking like the defense. I think that is the plan. Yeah, and it's really looked that way. You know, the state keeps impeaching their own witnesses, and then the witnesses are more cooperative with the defense. I think a lot of that comes down to the state wanting to hoard the witness list and call who they want to call and act like that gives them control over that witness. And that's not really how it works. Chloe Albert for the movie casting says Josh Brolin as Thanos as Love. No. Ricky E says, Kat, do you want to play Miss Weaver in YSL movie? No, I don't think I'm good at acting. And I think Miss Weaver would be down to make, you know, appear as herself. I think she would make a cameo. And you just have to make sure you show her shoes. Give her, say like, look, we want to put you in the YSL movie and you get to show your Chuck Taylors. I think she'll be down to do it. She recently did an interview with I'm Not a Lawyer. And it was, let me see, it was on I'm Not a Lawyer's podcast with a co-host that I can't remember his name. So let me get that link for you guys, because that was a good one. I don't even remember when it was. PowerPoint. Okay, here it is. So this, I'm going to call it Weaver Interview if you want to check out Christina Weaver's interview with I'm Not a Lawyer. And I'm Not a Lawyer has great content, so if you haven't already subscribed over there, make sure you do. Lots of recaps, quick recaps on these long days. And Kay Grammer, this is really sweet. Kay Grammer says, huge thank you to Kat and the mods for today's awesome stream. Have a great weekend. Definitely, definitely. And thank you for, you know, kind words to me, but kind words to the mods as well. John Coleman says, can we call the prosecution table the Oreo table when the Atkins is sitting in the middle? Oh, is it double stuffed? Is it thin cookie? You know, I think thin Oreos were a great idea. I think thin Oreos are a great idea. G-Lander says, love hand-popping mics to interrupt Steele, so rude. I noticed that too, and like, at one point, she like pushed the one microphone away, but then it was like she moved the other microphone closer and then started breathing and coughing into it. So it seemed like it could have been intentional. G&K Play All Day says, love is slime. Remember she had the green nails about 2 weeks ago. Did she put green nails again, too? I think Hilton had the yellow again, which I think she had, maybe it was, she's had them for a few days. But I saw that yellow again. FFS says, Kat, I'm gonna tell you the God's honest truth. Love was absolutely amazing today. Being honest, think what you think. You sound a little bit like Mr. Right here. But yeah, anytime you want to lie, just say to the God's honest truth first. Thank you so much, FFS. Hope you're having a great Friday. No. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? And now I have to pronounce it. I always want to say it wrong, but can we send Love a Sonichu medallion? I feel like she would give it to somebody else. That would be the problem with doing this. Somebody else haphazardly would come upon this same medallion, and then they would get the curse. It would not just stay with Love. So, it's like a bittersweet question. I think it would backfire for somebody else. Collateral damage. That's hilarious either way, John Coleman. Torres Hughes says, Love made an objection earlier. The judge was getting ready to speak. She then said, I don't want to speak for the defense. It pisses me off because she speaks for the prosecution all the time. I mean, you're right. I think that's just period. I don't have a layer to add, except thank you. Thank you for the super chat. You've got it right to the final dot there. And then Steven Satchel says, this is a good point too. Love may be concerned that one of the lawyers is going to submit this trial record to the Fulton County Prosecutor's Review Committee for potential witness tampering. And we see a lot of focus after the jury sent out today about making sure Love can clear her name, to make it clear that she didn't say something like, I prefer to not talk about that in front of the jury. I prefer whatever she said. She really wants to clear her name and make sure the jury can at least believe, and the record will show, that what Mounk Tounk said and what Mounk Tounk agreed in response to Brian Steele's question was not the literal verbiage of what may have actually been said during that coffee shop meeting. So, but what's really interesting is they have that coffee shop meeting and then they agree to meet with Steele on Zoom right after. So it seems to me that that was relayed with a fresh mind to Brian Steele right after it happened. And they say your memory's better closer to when something actually just happened. So how people remember it today versus how they remembered it an hour after and relayed to Steele. So hopefully Steele, I wonder if Steele recorded that Zoom call. That'd be interesting. And then, all right, we got to look. So yeah, that says Charles Barkley as Glanville, an hour 8:13 for Love. And hold on. So are you meaning on my stream? I'm going to the regular chat now. Let's see. What is this timestamp? Oh my God, is Long Crime stream still going? Okay, no. Okay, so we're gonna look for a transcript. No, the transcript hasn't shown up yet. But we think an 8 hours, 13 minutes, I'm assuming. Geez, what a long day. Okay, we're gonna start a little further back because otherwise
the state of Georgia when they subpoenaed Mr. Williams' Twitter account for two, you can see the date.
The objection, this one, and I don't see it on there either, so.
All right.
But but he's already testified that the entirety of that composite exhibit shows dates from 2014 to 2015. So it's one or the other.
Your Honor, there is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference because what Mr. Steele is putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate with Defendant Williams after a particular time.
Okay.
Now I have a motion.
All right, so we'll take up the motion in just a minute with regard to this particular.
Run that back.
That matters.
There, so.
All right.
But he's already testified that the entirety of that composite exhibit shows dates from 2014 to 2015. So it's one or the other.
Your Honor, there is a difference that matters. It's a distinction with a difference because what Mr. Steele is putting up is a picture of Defendant Williams with a young man whom evidence has come out did not associate.
It's right there. Evidence has come out. And Steele already peeps it. Steele already peeps it.
With Defendant Williams
now
after a particular time.
Okay.
Now I have a motion.
All right, so we'll take up the motion in just a minute with regard to this particular exhibit. I don't see a date on it either. Is there a date on it of a year? If not, maybe pick a different exhibit.
Fine. And Your Honor, can my motion be reserved as timely?
Yes.
And I love that too, that he's like, look, I'm going to keep my cadence going right now. Let's do the motion later. Let me keep my questions going with this witness. Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, stainless steel again, right there. Like, and then Torres says, using the Slimer emoji, shout out to the chat co-conspirators, and we can close it out. Thank you again for finding the Law and Crime timestamp. Because by the time I saw this, rewinding it backwards, I wouldn't have known exactly an hour 30 backwards from what. But thank you so much for doing that, because that was worth watching and closing on this note that Love is Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. She's a little funky bunch. Bella Louise, we can look at this letter. I do want everyone to, you know, support the creator who's also in the legal fields, not just a creator. So this is the letter. And we can speed through it. And then reminder, I'm sure Tay-Biz is live now, and I'm sure Nick is probably even live now. So let me drop those links before we start reading this. I did try to set up a redirect, but I never think it works. Like, I'm never sure it actually does a proper redirect. So this is Nick's link. And then feel free, if you see anyone else that, you know, worth tuning into that's still live or about to go live, just drop it in the chat, let people know. Tay-Biz. This is Tay-Biz. Or Tay-Quez. Tay-Quez. And then right before we read this letter, thanks, Ike, for sneaking in here. Ike says, wanted to say this earlier. Love has to stop with the little chuckle when explaining her objection, like she's dealing with children. It's disrespectful. Yeah, and she was extra giggly today. And I think someone in the chat called it out that it seems like she's mirroring Judge Giggles. And I think that's actually kind of a good point. Like, mirror matching, trying to be more likable by imitating what someone else does. And maybe these extra giggles are, well, the judge is giggling, so I want to act like we're on the same page. And it's really irritating and disrespectful. Well, if I share this as an image. Okay, so this is Black Law Student one more time. So make sure you're actually supporting the person who actually wrote this. And we'll switch to this so it's bigger. And this is to Judge Paige Whitaker on the 4th of September. Oh, why did we just get little? I write to you not just as an observer, but as a concerned citizen, a law student, and a member of the community that has been closely following the Young Thug YSL case. The frustration that has accumulated within me, echoed by countless others on platforms like Twitter, has reached a boiling point. Shout out to Twitter instead of X. This trial, which has been labeled the longest in U.S. history, feels less like a beacon of justice and more like a labyrinth of legal confusion and procedural missteps. I'm not sure if this is the longest trial in U.S. history. The defense has moved for a mistrial 32 times. Each motion, a cry for fairness, a plea for the court to recognize the procedural injustices occurring in plain sight. These aren't just legal maneuvers. They are indicators of a system straining under its own weight, where the scales of justice seem increasingly unbalanced. Jury instructions. The jury has been given 11 limiting instructions before even receiving the final jury instructions. This isn't just complex, it's confounding. How can a jury composed of laypersons be expected to navigate through this legal maze? Each instruction adds another layer of doubt, not just about the case, but about the system itself. This trial, with its endless delays and procedural missteps, represents not just a legal cost, but a moral one. The community watches, not just for the verdict, but for a sign that justice can be served fairly, swiftly, and effectively. Instead, what we see is a drain on resources, time, and faith. At the end of trials like these, we should see a safer community, not a more disillusioned one. As a Black law student, watching this unfold has been more than disheartening. It has been a lesson in the systemic failures that disproportionately affect Black men. The rights of these defendants, their presumption of innocence, and their right to a fair trial seem to be afterthoughts in the spectacle. This case isn't about Young Thug or YSL. It's about every Black man who looks at this trial and sees a reflection of their own potential fate in a justice system that often feels rigged against them. Here, I must quote the great Frederick Douglass. Where justice is denied, where poverty is enforced, where ignorance prevails, and where any one class is made to feel that society is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob, and degrade them, neither persons nor property will be safe. This trial, in its current state, feels like an organized conspiracy, not against one man, but against the very principles of justice. A plea for change. Judge Whitaker, I implore you, consider the weight of history you carry in your decisions. This case has the potential to either restore some faith in the justice system or further erode it. The community, the observers, and especially those directly involved, deserve better. They deserve a trial where justice isn't just a word, but a reality. In closing, let us remember the words of Martin Luther King, Jr., injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Let this trial not be remembered as a threat to justice, but as a moment where justice was truly served. Sincerely, the Black Bar. And I'm going to link you guys one more time. So if you want to read this on your own and support not just the Black law student, but up here there's a link to, they do podcasts. So Doug Weinstein recently guested on a podcast. So there's more than just this letter if you go check out the Black law student. So there's a link for that in the chat. And particularly interesting reading, I can't highlight because it's an image, but right here, where poverty is enforced, and we just saw Whitaker try to sustain objections to keep questioning about growing up in poverty out, saying that it wasn't relevant. So, Whitaker should have read this letter, maybe. Whitaker should have read this letter, maybe. Would have been relevant to today. So again, go shout out and support the Black law student. Actually, does this take me to like the YouTube? Where was Doug's interview? Okay. So this is a YouTube link, and it's also a link directly to their interview with Doug Weinstein. So if you don't use X, there's the YouTube link. That way, there you go. You got 2 ways to go. So it was a good time. But other than that, guys, we are all caught up, and that was a, kind of inspiring note to end on after all of this frustration throughout this week. So thank you so much for having us close out this way, Belle. And then there we go. I'm going to be chat hopping. I have, it's already 6:30. I have to do web development in an hour and a half. So I've got to get myself in gear and prepare for that. I will try to hop into chats. I don't think I'll make it to Nick's panel. If I do, it'll be for like a moment. But this is Nick. And this is Tay Biz, who I know are live. If you guys have someone else you want to shout out as we close, by all means necessary, go ahead. And I think this weekend sometime I do want to do that part 3 on Trontavious Stevens, the cross-examination of Trontavious Stevens. So keep your eyes out for that this weekend sometime. Love you guys. Thank you so much for making this an incredibly awesome Friday. See you next time or somewhere out in the YouTube chats. Bye.